Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
Please be seated. An initial piece of business here. I wish to inform the Assembly that the Harbours Grants and Loans Limit Bill has received royal assent. The Harbours Grants and Loans Limit Act Northern Ireland 2021 became law on the 1st of March 2021. It is Chapter 1. I also inform the Assembly that the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill has received royal assent. The Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act Northern Ireland 2021 became law on the 1st of March. It is Chapter 2. Oh, sorry, we're not quorate yet. Okay. Well, we're not quorate, so I'll have to ring the bell before we proceed to next business. Need one more, right. One more plus myself. Need another one. That's us. That's us, right. Farlish and Linieski. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on the Assembly Commission's budget for 2021 to 22. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly notes the position of the Audit Committee on its scrutiny of the Assembly Commission's budget for 2021-22, as set out in its letter to the Minister of Finance on 14th of December 2020 and laid before the Assembly on 22nd of February 2021, and agrees the Assembly Commission's budget for 2021-22.
Thank you. I call John Blair to formally move the motion.
I beg to move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 1 hour to this debate, with 10 minutes to move, 10 minutes to wind and 5 for all other speakers. Please open the debate on the motion, and I call firstly Daniel McCrossan. Oh, sorry, excuse me, John. I first of all call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. In proposing this motion, the Assembly Commission would highlight the methodology that is used to set its budget and notes that it involves the development of a draft budget by the Commission, scrutiny of the draft budget by the Audit Committee, and input from the Department of Finance to help inform the Committee's scrutiny. The motion and subsequent vote enables the Assembly to determine the resource that the Commission needs to enable the Assembly to carry out its legislative functions. The Audit Committee's consideration of the draft budget resulted in the letter that was sent from the Committee to the Minister of Finance that is referred to in today's motion. I should also like to record the Commission's indebtedness to the Committee for the diligent manner in which it carried out its important scrutiny role. Turning to the figures in the Commission's draft budget for 2021-22, Deputy Speaker, the total presented for resource departmental expenditure limit, or resource DEL, is £49.333 million. That figure is split between non-ring-fence resource DEL of £45.833 million and £3.5 million for ring-fenced resource DEL. There is also a budget proposal of £1.684 million for capital expenditure. The first category that is included in the Commission's budget is income. Next year, the Commission expects to receive income of £630,000. Of that total, just over £580,000 relates to the recovery of the cost of ministerial salaries from executive departments. The remaining amount is largely made up of the recoupment of the cost of salaries for a very small number of staff who are expected to be seconded to other public sector entities for part of the year. The second category covers salary and expenses paid to members. This category of expenditure is made up of a number of distinct subcategories that include member salaries, constituency office running costs, including member support staff costs, members' travel costs and other costs associated with members. The level of salary that would be paid to members, ministers, committee chairs and members of the Assembly Commission was set by the Independent Financial Review Panel, and the total forecast is to cost £6.676 million. Members should note that the level of CPI inflation was less than 1% at September 2020, meaning that no increase in members' salaries is provided for in the 2021-22 financial year. The amounts that members can recover to meet the cost of running a constituency office includes the cost of member support staff, office rent and rates, office utilities and other office running costs. These were set by the Assembly Members' Salaries and Expenses Amendment Determination Northern Ireland 2020, published by the Commission in August last year, and this subcategory is expected to total £10.461 million. The penultimate subcategory covers payments to members in respect of the travel allowance set out in the determination. These are forecast to be £294,000 in 2021-22. The final subcategory covers what are referred to as other costs. These costs include winding up expenses should a member choose to resign her seat or his seat in the Assembly and any ill health retirements that might occur. These costs are estimated at £75,000 for the incoming year. The third major category in the Commission's budget covers the salary payments for Secretariat staff and the administrative costs that are incurred to deliver the full range of services needed by the Assembly. The first of these, Secretariat staff salary costs, is forecast to be £22.026 million for the next year. This reflects similar Secretariat staffing levels to what was agreed by the Assembly for the current year. Members should also note that the Commission has launched a Youth Assembly, and appropriate staff and other resources are already in place to deliver this exciting initiative next year. This category of expenditure also includes the Commission's administration costs, and these are forecast to be £6.131 million in 2021-22, which is the same as that agreed by the Assembly for the current year. Administration costs cover a wide range of expenditure items, including committee expenses, building rates, utility costs, including electricity and gas, repairs and maintenance costs, third-party support for business-critical IT systems that we use, and the costs of recurring contracts for things like broadcasting, catering and research subscriptions. It also includes member development costs and the cost of drafting private members' bills. The next category is payments to parties under the Financial Assistance for Political Parties Scheme 2016, or FAP, as it is universally known. These costs are forecast to be £800,000 next year, which is £70,000 higher than the current year. Members will be aware of the work that is presently being undertaken by the Assembly and Executive Review Committee to review the statement of entitlements for the official opposition to potentially include additional funding for parties who form the opposition. Without prejudice to that review, the Commission is also considering the amounts payable under the FAP scheme for 2021-22. The penultimate category, Mr Deputy Speaker, is slightly more technical and covers depreciation and impairment charges. For the next year, depreciation charges are forecast to be £3.5 million. This is mostly made up of depreciation charge on the value of Parliament buildings. We also have depreciation charges for things like PCs and printers, but they are very small compared to the depreciation charge for Parliament buildings itself. That makes up the total of £49.333 million for Resourcedale expenditure for next year. Turning, Deputy Speaker, to capital expenditure, the Commission anticipates that it will need to make capital investments of £1.684 million in 2021-22. In its letter to the Finance Minister, the Audit Committee noted that the Commission's capital budget includes items that are badly needed to rectify underinvestment in the preceding 3 years. The capital plan for 2021-22 includes investment in the broadcasting infrastructure in the building. It includes building security measures, and it includes a range of IT-enabled projects that are intended to ensure that our information and communication technology infrastructure is up to date and robust. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Commission, I would like to take this opportunity to record my sincere thanks to the Assembly Secretariat staff for the very considerable efforts that they have made to facilitate the work of the Assembly in a safe but effective manner throughout what has been an extremely challenging year. The Commission would also like to thank everyone who counts Parliament buildings as their place of work, including members, staff, staff employed by political parties and our contractors and suppliers. To them, Deputy Speaker, we say your professionalism, your adherence to all the measures that the Commission has put in place and your forbearance in the face of challenging circumstances has meant that we have enjoyed a safe and secure working environment within this building, so thank you. Members, I commend the Commission's budget proposals for 2021 to 22 to the House.
Thank you. And I call Daniel McCrossan, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I speak today as the Chairperson of the Audit Committee. Normally, the Audit Committee would produce a report outlining its deliberations on the draft budget for the Assembly Commission, Audit Office and the Public Services Ombudsman, but because of the tight timeframe for the 21-22 budget process, a letter was sent to the Minister of Finance instead, and this is referenced in the motion. Before I give some detail on the Committee's scrutiny of the Commission's budget, I want to outline the background of the Committee's approach. The Committee followed the approach of the predecessor Audit Committee. To reflect the constitutional independence of the Assembly from the Executive, a methodology was introduced in 2016, similar to that adopted by the Audit Committee in agreeing the annual estimates for the Audit Office and the Public Services Ombudsman. The intention is that this additional committee function will be codified before the end of the mandate. The Committee began its scrutiny of the Commission's indicative budget in October 2020 on the understanding that an in-depth review of every category of expenditure would be carried out to reach the final figures. The indicative budget presented for 21-22 was largely the same as the original budget for 2021. This was primarily based on the hope that many of the plans that were in place for 2021, such as outreach and engagement activities, would be progressed in 21-22. However, at the time, members noted that the figures would need amended to take account of the expenditure that could arise from the outworkings of the Assembly members' salary and expenses determination, which the Commission published in the summer. As members will be aware, the Commission has a legal requirement to meet all costs associated with members, including salaries, allowances, expenses, member staffing costs and pension contributions. These budget elements are determination-driven and are not under the control of the Commission. During the October evidence session with Commission officials, members focused mainly on the indicative capital budget for 21-22. Issues discussed included electronic access control to the building, the security management system, the audio system in the chamber and updates to the telephone and television systems in Parliament buildings, and the potential financial impact of roof repairs to Parliament buildings. The Commission's review of expenditure was subsequently carried out and resulted in an increased expenditure of close to $500,000 in resource DEL and nearly $300,000 in capital DEL. Officials attended a committee meeting in December to update members on the scope of the review and the revised figures. The increase in resource DEL was predicted mainly due to MLA constituency costs and party allowances increasing. It also included an increase for Secretariat staff salaries to reflect pay progression and recruitment. In light of the pay freeze announcement by the Chancellor as part of the spending review, it does not include an additional pay uplift for staff salaries. The increase in capital DEL was, in the main, down to broadcasting infrastructure improvements, remote working solutions and the replacement of TV systems in the buildings. Members heard that most of the capital works planned are needed to address underinvestment in the fabric of the building in previous years and viewed them as being necessary to face the challenge of a fully functioning Assembly, especially in difficult times such as these. Indeed, the Committee pressed the Commission to ensure that works are progressed as quickly as possible. However, the Committee received correspondence from the Minister of Finance asking that the Assembly Commission engages with enterprise shared services to determine if there is a more cost-effective solution to their capital requirements. This matter hasn't been fully dealt with, but it's something the Committee will return to. The Committee sought further information from the Commission on the cost of the remedial work required for Parliament buildings on the roof, but was advised that the matter was still under investigation, therefore no further information could be provided at this stage. So there is no cost to the remedial work in the budget, but given the potential impact of any repairs on the Commission's future budget and the Committee's role in looking at value for money, details of the costs, when known, have been requested. In coming to its conclusion, the Committee was mindful of the wider public expenditure position and, as set out in its letter to the Finance Minister, agreed that the Executive's draft budget document should make provision for the Assembly Commission having a resource DEL budget of £49,333,000 and a capital DEL budget of £1.684 million, with a resource DEL broken down as £45.833 million of non-ring-fenced DEL and £3.5 million of ring-fenced DEL. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think as MLAs we should always be mindful of the very privileged position in which the Assembly Commission operates, in that uniquely within these institutions it has that most favoured of positions, that the money it asks for the Department must provide, and therefore that intensifies the need to ensure there is neither squander nor abuse in respect of that. Coming to the upcoming budget, it coincides, of course, with the year of the centenary of Northern Ireland. And therefore, given the status of the Commission as the oversight body for how this place functions and presents itself, it's a matter of grave disappointment to me that there's not a single line in the budget which is specific to celebrating that centenary. And that, I think, is very remiss. There are those on the Commission who talk loudly about respect. But when it comes to those who wish to celebrate the centenary seeking some respect, then from that party, namely Sinn Féin, they get an exercise of a veto in order to deliver disrespect. And that, I think, is quite shameful. We're almost at the end of the first quarter of this year of centenary, and have we heard a squeak from the Commission about celebrating the centenary? No. Rather, we've had feet dragging on propositions and a determination, it would seem, by some to make sure that it is disrespect rather than respect that attends the centenary. And that, I think, is a measure of some on this Commission, and the folly of the arrangement of what they call consensus, but which really means veto in respect of the conduct of these things. We also see it on the question of the illumination of the building. Next Thursday will be the annual day of international remembrance of the innocent victims of terrorism. I and one of those victims' groups, SAFE, have made a request again for an illumination of this building on the 11th of March to mark that significant day. Last year, the Commission snubbed innocent victims. They refused illumination. This year, they are dragging their feet. They haven't even, almost within a week of the occasion, issued a decision. That, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is itself wholly shameful and disrespectful. And I think, again, it's an illustration of the abuse of veto within the Commission. And I do call upon the Commission, given the disgraceful conduct of last year, that they at least do not compound it, but show some respect to a most deserving cohort of people, innocent victims of terrorism.
I would remind the member that we're discussing the budgetary aspects of the Commission.
Yes, and we're discussing in that, therefore, the work of the Commission. So I do think it is important that that is borne in mind. My final point is, the Commission some time ago brought a bill to this House, but we've heard nothing of the second reading of that bill. When is that coming to this House? I think we're entitled to know. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Agus Nishiram, Sir Gerry Carroll, Huncansha. I call Gerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'll not be speaking long, as obviously the main discussion on the budget will be later, and I'll speak in detail to that. But I want to raise one point, though, in relation to the Assembly Commission budget. People are struggling left, right and centre in this pandemic in the last year. Workers have lost their jobs. Many have lost wages through being furloughed. Small businesses have fell through the cracks. Many still unable to get any support or financial assistance or whatsoever. And that situation, which is clear that the politicians and the executive couldn't find money to support people, at the same time they're able to increase money for office staff and expenses to increase the money for that. Will go away, yeah.
Given way, and the member will agree with me, I would hope, that there is a long outstanding issue in terms of staff pay and the benefits for Assembly staff. I think member staff was treated very badly. Has the member staff taken up on the changes to the determination? Because if so, I think the members could be accused of double standards here.
Well, I think the member for his intervention.
The member's an extra minute if he requires it.
Oh, sorry?
Sorry, the member is an extra minute if you require it.
Like I said last year to the member, one of the first things that this Assembly did when it reconvened was to look after its own staff, its own offices, to increase their expenses. And no, not go away. You have plenty of time to speak yourself. And history will not be kind to those who argued for and will pass a budget today that will tighten the belts of workers, people on benefits and public services, but at the same time looking after their own offices and staff as well. And this motion will obviously allow for that, whilst many workers are struggling and have lost wages, and it's a shame that people can't see that double standards at play here today in the past year. So I want to put on record my opposition to this part of the budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as likely in many cases in this House, probably unable to divide because of the rules set in place. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. And now we come to Mr. John O'Dowd, who's winding on the motion. The member is up to 10 minutes. Mr. O'Dowd.
Thank you, Lascan Collier. I want to thank members for their contribution to the debate. As my colleague John Blair noted in his introductory remarks, the Assembly Commission is very mindful of the fact that the Assembly should debate the Commission's budget in plenary. This is important because the resources that are made available to the Commission will be used to provide services to the Assembly and all of its members. In the current circumstances, when they are likely to face significant financial pressures, and in fact in all circumstances, the Commission is mindful that when it provides the services that are required by the Assembly, that it does so in a way that delivers the value for money. The point is regularly made that the Commission must provide the Assembly and every member elected to this House with all the services that are required to carry out the Assembly's legislative, scrutiny and representative functions. That will remain the Commission's overarching objective as we approach the end of this current Assembly mandate. The Assembly considers the budget for next year. The Commission considers the budget for next year as being sufficient without being excessive. It does not include unnecessary sums that cannot be justified, nor is it threadbare to the extent that the required services to members would not be able to be provided. It strikes a balance for the final year of the mandate with the anticipation of heavy legislative programme in circumstances that are likely to remain challenging for everyone in Parliament buildings. This budget should enable the Commission to meet the necessary costs that arise in-year in relation to staff costs, building running costs, the cost of delivery effective constituency services for our community, and the ongoing cost of investing in infrastructure to ensure that it continues to meet Assembly needs. In response to some of the issues raised by members, of course, the budget is scrutinised by the Audit Committee, which I understand Mr Allister is a member of. It is brought before the House today, and members have an opportunity to vote for or against that budget. In regards the centenary, the Commission has adopted the same principles to the upcoming centenary as we have for the decade of centenaries, and indeed agreed a paper on it quite recently. So it's the same principles have applied to all the significant centenaries over this last period of time. In relation to Mr Carroll's comments, Mr Carroll is a classic example of do what I say, not as I do. The Commission has provided proper terms and conditions and wages to workers. I don't delineate between workers. Because somebody works for an Assembly member should not mean that they have less rights, entitlements and salary than someone else. You chose to vote against that legislation. In fact, you followed the path of, dare I say it, wee Jim Allister instead of big Jim Larkin. And when you talk the talk, you need to walk the walk. Because when it comes to improving workers' rights, the Assembly Commission has walked the walk. Go ahead.
The member said about supporting workers' rights, indeed. Jim Larkin, a good reference point. Would the member and his party support my Trade Union Freedom Bill, which aims to increase the rights of workers across society in the North?
Well, the principle of the bill sounds fine, but I'm here speaking as a member of the Commission, and the party will engage with you in relation to your bill. But, oh well.
We're not astonished that Mr Carroll didn't take the opportunity to affirm his support for his own constituency staff, who are highly skilled workers working across complex issues, and yet, because of the previous determination, had been left below standard wages and no rights are entitled to pay if they were taken ill.
I'm disappointed, not astounded, because rhetoric is cheap, action costs. And the Commission across all political hues have decided that they're going to pay staff proper, and indeed in relation even to Assembly. Yes.
Indeed, I must make a declaration of a member of the Union of Unite, and indeed my staff, who are union members as well, have expressed in the past their concerns about the fact that they have lack of support. And indeed, speaking on behalf of my staff and other trade union members, they too are delighted that our staff are actually being paid what in fact they are worth.
Indeed. So, moving on, there may have been other comments in relation to the lighting at issue. I don't believe that's an issue for the budget deliberations. I'm sure the member will be able to submit questions or other communications to the Commission in that regard around lighting policy. Oh well.
Must surely appreciate the urgency of this matter, given we're just over a week away from the event, and the Commission has had this request for months. Surely it would be compassionate to those who represent innocent victims to indicate a positive response to that request at this stage. Member says rhetoric is cheap. Indeed it is. Let's have some action.
I understand the Commission members have received communication from the Secretariat in relation to a lighting paper and the request the member refers to. It's now up to the Commission members to respond. But I'm reluctant to go into detail on it because I don't believe it is necessarily a budgetary matter. So in conclusion, last can call you. Members, the Commission has considered its requirements for the 21-22 budget. While recognising that a significant element of its budget is non-discretionary, the prevailing circumstances have also been considered. The Commission is grateful to the Audit Committee for its work in scrutinising and affirming the budget's total of 21-22 of £49.333 million for Resource Dale and £1.684 million for Capital Dale, and I commend these amounts to the House.
I'll now. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the motion is now carried. Members, just take their ease, please, to move to the next item of business. Members, the next item of business on the order paper is, sorry, we'll just hold on a wee minute, please, just till we get personnel changed here. Excuse me.
Members, the next item of business on the order paper is a motion to suspend Standing Order 42.5 in respect of the Budget Bill. Before we proceed, members will recall that the Speaker announced a ruling in September 2020 that requires a minister seeking to shorten the passage of a bill separate to the accelerated passage procedure for committee considerations to provide an explanatory statement when introducing the bill. The Speaker would wish to advise members that he received correspondence from the Minister explaining why the Minister considered that short passage for this bill is necessary, and he shared this correspondence with all members yesterday. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Standing Order 42.5 be suspended in respect of the passage of the Budget Bill 2021.
I call the Minister to move the motion.
Moved. Last Concordat.
Thank you. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time for this debate. I therefore call the Minister to open the debate.
As I explained to the Assembly when we debated the supply resolution, we are facing an unprecedented public expenditure situation as a result of the COVID-19 emergency. If this bill is not passed, there is a very real risk that departments could run out of cash in the very near future, which would be unthinkable at any time, but particularly in the current situation. Standing Order 42.5 requires that no bill should pass all of its stages in the Assembly in less than 10 days, and this ensures that the Assembly has time to properly consider and debate the issues. However, the scale, timing and pace of the COVID crisis is such that the usual legislative process is insufficiently agile to provide an adequate response. Therefore, I am taking what I know is a very unusual step in asking the Assembly to suspend the Standing Order and allow the bill to complete its passage in a shorter time. Whilst unusual, suspension of this Standing Order was also required back in May 2020 to allow the passage of the further vote on account and Budget No. 2 bill. Members should be aware that when the bill completes its passage through the Assembly, that is not the end of the story, as there are a number of steps to be completed before royal assent is secured, and hence the urgency involved.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In speaking briefly on the suspension of standing orders, really it was my desire simply, and I'm sure the Chair will put this on the record too, to point out that the committee had a serious discussion about the suspension of standing orders in this particular year. It is true that we felt that we had not had perhaps as much discussion about a range of the budgetary matters as we might otherwise have done, but we are in a very particular year. As the Minister has just said, this is the most extraordinary year in terms of public spending allocations. It would have been unthinkable to have provided even the faintest shadow of doubt in terms of agreeing a budget bill. So that's why we made the decision that we did. We will, however, during the budget bill debate that's to follow, I'm sure have a longer opportunity to put on the record some of our concerns and also our broader thoughts around budget making. Thank you very much.
I call Gerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just want to put on record my opposition to this. Again, probably unlikely able to divide the House once again, probably the second of many times today. But I think we need to see as much debate, scrutiny, time as possible for everything in this House, the budget bill included. We need maximum time for scrutiny, for questions to be answered, questions to be asked, and also for new ideas to be looked at, developed, and worked into it. So I just want to put on record my opposition to this change to standing orders. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for Finance, Conor Murphy, to conclude and wind up the debate on this motion.
Again, last I appreciate the support of the committee in relation to this, and I also appreciate their strong desire to have the maximum amount of scrutiny available, and I respect the member, Mr Carroll's point in relation to that. I understand that members would feel they would wish to have more time to look through these matters. We are, as I said, in extraordinary circumstances, and it's not the way we would normally want to do business. The urgency with which this bill needs to proceed through the Assembly is driven by the critical need to secure access to cash for departments to continue to deliver services in the face of the COVID-19 emergency. So it is not, I fully understand, I've been a long-standing member here and a member of many committees in this Assembly, the desire that we have to ensure that there are proper processes that facilitate the ability to scrutinise and to question and to debate and discuss important matters. But we are, as I've said, in very exceptional circumstances, and it does require exceptional steps, and therefore I ask members to agree to the suspension of Standing Order 42.5.
Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I'm hearing ayes from all sides of the House and no voices of opposition. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I am content that the necessary cross-community support has been demonstrated. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the budget bill, and I call the Minister for Finance.
Last Concordia, I beg to move that the second stage of the Budget Bill 2021 be agreed. The second stage debate.
The second stage of the Budget Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limit for this debate. And now I call the Minister of Finance to open the debate on the motion.
The second stage debate today follows the approval of supply resolutions yesterday by the Assembly for the expenditure plans of departments and other public bodies as detailed in the 2020-21 Spring Supplementary Estimates and the 2021-22 Vote on Account. As members will undoubtedly be aware, accelerated passage of the bill is necessary in order to ensure royal assent by the end of March. If this is not received in time, then departments and other public bodies may not be able to access cash, which would threaten the effective delivery of public services, not just for the closing weeks of the current financial year, but also for the early months of the 2021-22 financial year. This would undoubtedly affect the delivery of essential public services and our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I am very grateful to the Finance Committee for confirming that, in line with Standing Order 42, the bill can proceed under accelerated passage. I think we all recognise that the situation this year has been extremely challenging, requiring increased levels of flexibility to ensure that we give our citizens, hospitals, schools and businesses the best chance of recovery. While the Executive has had to work outside the normal process this year, the Finance Committee and this Assembly has still had the opportunity to scrutinise the financial position reflected in this bill. The 2021 budget itself was debated in this House and statements have been made to the Assembly on each change to the financial position. Members have had the opportunity to debate the further vote on account in May and the main estimates in October. There has also been significant engagement of the Finance Committee throughout the 2021 financial year. I appreciate that this year has been extraordinary in terms of the volume and pace of allocations made, but I have been open with the Committee about the challenges faced and the decisions I and the Executive have taken through the year. The work of the Committee in this respect is vital and its importance cannot be underestimated. Last Concordia, the Assembly's Standing Order 32 directs that the second stage debate should be confined to the general principles of the bill, and I shall endeavour to keep to that direction. The main purpose of the bill is to authorise the cash and use of resources on services based on the Executive's final spending plans for 2021 year and for departments and other public bodies as set out in the spring supplementary estimates for 2020-21. The bill also provides authorisation for the cash and use of resources in the early months of the 2021-22 financial year as a vote on account, pending the Assembly's consideration of the main estimates and the Budget No. 2 Bill in June. Copies of the Budget Bill and explanatory and financial memorandum have been made available to members today, and the 2020-21 spring supplementary estimates and the 2021-22 vote on account were laid in the Assembly on the 23rd of February. The bill will authorise the issue of a further £22,220,328,000 from the Northern Ireland Consolidated Fund, and the further use of resources totalling £25,124,542,000 by the departments and certain other bodies listed in Schedule 1 and 2 of the bill in the year ending the 31st of March 2021, that is, this financial year. The cash and resources are to be spent and used on services listed in column 1 of each schedule. These amounts supersede the amounts that were previously authorised by the Assembly through the main estimates. The bill also sets for the current financial year a limit for each department on the use of accruing resources. Accruing resources are current and capital receipts totalling £2,829,984,000. The accruing resources are to be spent and used on the services listed in column 1 of Schedule 2. Therefore, the total resources and accruing resources now provided in this bill brings the total resources for use by departments in 2020-21 to just under £28 billion. In addition, the bill will also authorise the issue of a further £10,081,611,000 from the Northern Ireland Consolidated Fund, and the further use of resources totalling £11,194,733,000 by the departments and certain other bodies listed in Schedules 3 and 4 of the bill in the year ending the 31st of March 2022. The cash and resources are to be spent and used on the services listed in column 1 of Schedules 3 and 4. This vote on account, and as I have explained, this does not constitute the setting of a budget for the 2021-22 year. It is merely to allow departments to continue to operate and to provide services in the early months of that year, pending the consideration of the Executive's budget for that year through the main estimates and Budget No. 2 Bill in June. One point that I do wish to draw to the House's attention is that while the vast majority of expenditure by all departments is done on the authority of statutory powers provided through legislation passed by this Assembly, there are occasionally some, usually small functions which may from time to time be done on the sole authority of the Budget Act. When a department is making use of the sole authority of the Budget Act, it will highlight this fact by placing a note within a black box symbol in the corresponding estimate. The estimates document now also sets out why the sole authority has been relied on. Additional information has also been provided to the Finance Committee, and at its request, a supplementary page to the estimates document has been provided to members. Because the main estimate for 2021-22 will not be available until June, I want to make the Assembly aware that until Royal Assent is received for the Welfare Supplementary Payments, Loss of Universal Credit or Housing Benefit Bill, and until the Welfare Supplementary Payment Extension Regulations ANI 2021 have been approved by a resolution of the Assembly, the Department of Communities seeks approval to incur spend under the sole authority of this budget bill at an estimated cost of up to £32 million. Clause 5 of the bill provides for temporary borrowing by my department of £5,040,806,000. This is approximately half the sum authorised by Clause 4 for issue out of the Consolidated Fund. I must stress to the House that Clause 5 does not provide for the issue of any additional cash out of the Consolidated Fund or convey any additional spending power, but it does enable my department to run an effective and efficient cash management regime and ensure minimum drawdown of the block grant on a daily basis, something that is very important when contemplating the daily borrowing by our departments. The numbers contained within the budget bill are significant, and I am sure that members will agree it is not an easy task to translate those figures into the delivery of public services on the ground. But the reality is that this legislation is required for every public service, whether it is a school teacher or a nurse, the building of a new road, or the training required for gaining a new job. All public services need this legislation to operate in each financial year. So whilst it may appear dry and seemingly detached from day-to-day life, it is in fact a crucial piece of legislation underpinning our public services. So on that note, Last Concordia, I will conclude. I will be happy to deal with any points of principle or detail of the budget bill that members may wish to raise.
I now call the Chairperson of the Finance Committee, Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Indeed, thank you very much indeed for the Minister for his remarks. My remarks on behalf of the Committee for Finance will address the second stage of the Budget Bill Northern Ireland 2021. With your indulgence, however, I would just like to briefly comment before I start on the question of accelerated passage. The Committee for Finance is in a unique position in respect of the requirement for it to provide confirmation to you, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the public expenditure proposals covered by this budget bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, when considering this matter, it was evident that the majority of members of the committee did not feel that there had been appropriate consultation with it in respect of the relevant public expenditure proposals. Why then did I, as chairperson of the committee, write to you in order to indicate the contrary? Mr Deputy Speaker, the answer lies with the use of Section 6 of the Financial Provisions Order, Northern Ireland 1998. This legislation provides the legislative cover for the Department to make cash advances from the Consolidated Fund. Members noted with concern that despite the very significant additional cash which has been available throughout this year, this cash advance facility had reportedly almost been exhausted by February 2021. Consequently, it was understood that if accelerated passage had been denied to the budget bill, then departments would literally have run out of money before the end of March, thus endangering essential services, including possibly COVID-19 supports. Mr Deputy Speaker, members had not been warned of this and only learned of it with some alarm at the very recent committee meeting. Members felt that, faced with the possibility of essential services stopping, they had no option other than to accede to the Minister's request for accelerated passage. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think the Assembly may find it notable that whereas some advances had been repaid in 2021, others were not, thus leading to the facility becoming almost exhausted. As you can imagine, this is a highly unsatisfactory outcome, which to some degree replicates the experience of this time last year, despite an extra £3.3 billion made available from our Exchequer. I anticipate, therefore, that some members might seek to remedy this situation either through the good offices of the Committee on Procedures or through a suitable legislative vehicle. Turning now to the substance of the bill. This legislation provides legal cover for expenditure in 2021, and insofar as it refers to the voting account, it also provides legal cover for some spending in 21-22. In respect of the present financial year, I advised this House yesterday of the unique situation that the Executive has found itself in. A global pandemic found its way to Northern Ireland. Many of our people lost their lives, and sadly, many continue to do so. Many others have suffered emotional and financial loss as to the consequence of the pandemic. The Executive received very substantial additional support from our Government, which was most welcome. This enabled the provision of numerous support schemes for hard-pressed individuals, families and businesses. In that regard, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is much to be welcomed in terms of the Executive's financial response to this crisis. However, there were also issues in respect of land and property services, effectively retooling itself from a collection to a distribution agency. Additionally, there were some schemes for which uptake was much lower than expected, and some important sectors and individuals who have, with some justification, felt overlooked. That said, the Minister did give us some hope yesterday that this might yet be addressed for some. The upshot of all this additional money, the new support schemes and the underspending for other non-pandemic services has been a little bit complex, to say the least. We have had multiple allocations outside of the usual in-year monitoring rounds. We have had 3, not 2 budget bills, and a significant reconciliation between the main estimates and the spring supplementary estimates, including around £1 billion of headroom, including in the latter. In terms of unspent resources, these apparently number hundreds of millions of pounds and have necessitated a special carryover arrangement with HM Treasury. The committee still awaits clarity on the unspent resources for the current financial year, and I have no doubt the Minister will furnish those to us as soon as they are available. Mr Deputy Speaker, with all of this going on, it is not surprising that the committee did not feel appropriately consulted with. To be clear, the Department and the Minister have engaged cooperatively and have genuinely sought to explain. Most of the difficulties were probably not of the Department's making, but were instead often the product of circumstances or difficulties at the Executive. Nonetheless, if standing orders are to be fulfilled in a manner which ensures transparency in budget scrutiny, then a new approach is definitely required. This may involve a new budget memorandum of understanding between the Assembly and the Executive and include a very clear role for the Independent Fiscal Council. I suspect, however, that in order to manage what appears to be a perennially uncertain process, new legislation will indeed be required. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I indicated previously, the voting account provides legal cover for spending in 21-22, which can include new services. Although no such new services are footnoted on the vote of account, I will, as is usual, now make remarks in respect of the draft budget 21-22. The committee had gratefully received feedback from all of the statutory committees who, despite the short timescales, have done their best to interrogate departmental submissions. The chairpersons of those committees will undoubtedly, and I am sure looking around me eloquently, make reference to the pressures their departments face. I will therefore merely give the House the key points. Mr Deputy Speaker, in terms of capital, I think it is surprising that infrastructure has received far less in the draft budget than it sought, and that consequently it may apparently have been able to fund in full the capital aspects of Northern Ireland Water's draft determination. I think some of us had assumed that capital would be used to jumpstart economic activity in 21-22. This, coupled with a large number of related and currently unfunded Department for Economy resource bids, is most worrying. Turning now to other resource issues, the Department for Community's shortfall in its draft resource budget is projected to be significant. The absence of COVID support schemes and labour interventions for this department may lead to substantial delays in the receipt of benefits when furloughing ends and an unavoidable increase in AME spending on social security. Mr Deputy Speaker, this appears very much indeed to look like a false economy. Turning to justice, there is an alarming possibility of a cut to PSNI numbers instead of the promised increase. In terms of the Victims' Pension Scheme, which will be administered by the Department for Justice and for which funding is yet to be determined, the Minister of Finance has advised that the actuarial estimates may be anywhere between £600 million to £1.2 billion over the entire lifetime of the scheme. I think all members agree that the continuing absence of clarity on this issue is not acceptable. For agriculture, there are concerns regarding a number of relatively modest but very important and unfunded bids, including those relating to Pillar 2 replacement funding and bovine tuberculosis eradication. For health, there is the absence of funding to support the post-pandemic catch-up necessary for hospital waiting lists, as well as concerns relating to delayed transformation programmes. For education, there are concerns in respect of special educational needs and the School Restart programme. Mr Deputy Speaker, much of the feedback from committees refers to unfunded bids and an over-reliance of in-year monitoring. It seems that every year the budget process is different. It seems that every year there is a different reason for this. It also seems that this year will be the same as all the others, despite COVID and the increase of funding from our Exchequer. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is the committee's hope that the Independent Fiscal Council, coupled with a new MOU between the Executive and the Assembly, possibly backed up by legislation, may offer us a way out of this process, which I think, and I can't believe anybody, finds satisfactory. Mr Deputy Speaker, there has to be a better way to do budget scrutiny than this, whether it be for 2021 or 21-22. I think the Minister, as a former Finance Committee chairperson, who previously in 2012 denied accelerated passage for a time for a Budget No. 2 bill, is indeed sincere in wanting to find such a way forward. In the meantime, and on behalf of the committee, I commend the second stage of the Budget Bill Northern Ireland 2021 to the House in the hope that next time we will all be able to do much better. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise for this budget bill here to discuss and debate it at this time. And of course the Minister is absolutely right when he says this is a very important bill going before our Assembly today. And I echo and agree with everything the Chairperson has said with regards to the experience that the Finance Committee has had over the last year. And can I say again, place on record in this Assembly that I welcome and I thank and I respect the officials who have came before the committee over the last year, very informed, top of their game, and not only have they grappled with the challenges of this year with regards to the health pandemic and the economic crisis, they've also grappled with members of the committee too. And at times, of course, those sessions can be robust, but that's good and healthy in a democratic society. So I welcome their expertise at all times when they come before the committee, because they really do help us. And of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee is there not only to scrutinise but to support and advise also. And I take that role very, very seriously as Deputy Chairperson of the committee. Turning to the budget, and I agree with the Chair when he says that there has to be a better way of doing scrutiny on a budget bill. Having said that, we are a devolved Assembly. We're not a sovereign government, and we do get a Barnett formula, we do get the block grant, and all of that entailed. You struggle to think of a more effective and efficient way until you stumble upon one. So whilst we are in this environment, we will do the best we can as a committee and as an Assembly, because the Assembly here has a vital role, and I'm glad that the chairpersons of all the committees have a part to play in this debate today, and of course ordinary members of committees if they so wish. And that's vitally important, to get that message on record, to get their concerns and fears on record, and hope that the Finance Minister would listen to those fears and concerns, not only today, not only through the various stages of this bill, but throughout the year. Throughout the year, because there'll be information flow today that could well be of some use come monitoring rounds. And that's vitally important, because, as the Chairperson said also, it seems to be we rely heavily on monitoring rounds, even in a one-year budget, to move money about and pass money about, not least in a year of crisis that we've just come through. And that's not necessarily a negative either, because you don't want departments to cleave on to money and hold on to money that they may not spend. And of course, with the dangers, the real dangers of handing money back to the Treasury, when it could be spent here in an efficient and effective way, when our people really cry out for it, cry out for support, it's important that we spend as much money as we possibly can here for the benefit of our people. There are some aspects that I would wish to go into in detail, Mr Deputy Speaker. And again, it seems to occur and recur every time we speak on a budget debate or a financial motion. And that is the real fear that if we're not standing still, we seem to be going backwards on many issues that were important to our people and this Assembly only last year, the year before that, and the year before that. And some of these issues and problems are big beasts. They are massive to grapple with and will take a massive amount of funding. And I'm sure the Chairperson of the Infrastructure Committee will go into this in detail, but I have a real concern, and it's not for the future, it's for the present day, around NI Water and the infrastructure and capacity, especially of the wastewater aspect of that. It is a massive issue, but for a lot of our constituents and members of our population, it's under the ground. it's under the radar, and they do not see yet the potential blockage, pardon the pun, that we will all face. Because not only is it the fact that NI Water isn't funded efficiently and effectively, and of course NI Water as an organisation badly needs reform, it's the stopping and the blocking up of every construction, of every development in our system. It's not just wastewater plants, it is housing developments, it is businesses, and I can see the evidence of that already, very much so in my own constituency of Northampton, where I know of developers not being able to select a certain site because of the wastewater issue. And that is dynamite. That is dynamite for our people when we are looking to attract jobs and investment and employment and business and profit, and we are being stopped in our tracks because of an issue of infrastructure that needs to be dealt with, not today, not next week, not next year, but 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Yes, I will.
I thank the member for giving way, and he makes a very valid point, and he draws direct attention to the exacting issue facing the Department for Infrastructure. Does the member agree with me that the Department for Infrastructure is massively underfunded, and that the bids made by Minister Mallon this year should have been provided for by the Minister, and not running at the last minute with a wheelbarrow full of cash saying, "Here, take it now"?
Yes, and I think the member for his intervention, I raised this yesterday. Not that I have any extra grind between the particular department's minister and the party's ministers compared to the finance minister, because the minister and the party can defend themselves. But it's clear that with regards to the bids, the Department of Infrastructure last year made 40 bids. 34 of them was COVID-related bids. 33% of those bids were successful. Now, I know, having looked at the figures and the data, that the Infrastructure Department actually put in multiple bids over and over and over again, so that explains for some of it. And I'm not saying for one moment that there should have been a 100% success rate for that department, because there's a role to play here and it all has to be attested. But those figures are striking. Yeah, if the member wants to give way. Yeah.
Thank the member for giving way. I just want to point out some of the detail in relation to so the outcome for the department from 21 to 22 budget was 420.7 million. This is an increase of 2.8 million, which is up 0.7% on the 2021 opening resource allocation of 417 million. It's proportionally less of an increase than any other departments and less than the average department increase of over 6%. So there identifies a key issue that needs to be resolved, and the Finance Minister has the wallet to do it.
I thank the member for his intervention, and it's a point well made, and I'm sure the Finance Minister will tackle and grapple that in his statement. But again, it is an important issue. It's something that we all, I'm sure, are finding and experiencing in our constituencies, the issue around NI Water and our wastewater systems. Yes, I will. Yeah.
Member agree it's also a joined-up government or lack thereof issue. If you take a small village in our constituency of Armagh, where the Housing Executive has approved a modest number of new social housing units, and planning has approved them, and yet they can't be built because there isn't the infrastructure. So is there not a need for a joined-up overview of development linking to infrastructural needs across the province?
And I think the Minister or the member for his intervention, he makes a point well made, because again we have experienced it all in Northampton, and Armagh is not the only place. Some people may not even be aware where they live. There's a blockage now on investment, and even if some of those residents were looking to open up a business or a factory, they would soon find that they would be completely impeded. Hence, it not only affects housing, which is a massive issue for our people. It affects jobs, it affects employment, it affects prosperity, it affects all those things, and it's a massive issue that we need to get to grips with. And I do believe that it's going to take the executive as a whole to sort this issue out. It can't really be left to one department. in a silo, or a number of departments in silos, or the finance minister on his own. It's going to take a holistic approach, and this is just one issue that I'm not sure any work, or as much work as should have been done, has been done this year. It might be because of the pandemic, might be because of the crisis that we've been in, but that's only an excuse. That's not a reason not to do these things. And I will give away to the member again.
The member's party has had some influence over the last few years with the British government. Given the huge issue in terms of infrastructure deficits that we face here in Northern Ireland, surely the Minister and the leader of the DUP could persuade Boris Johnson to divert the funds for his beloved tunnel to actually tackling some of the deficits across Northern Ireland, which are badly needed.
And I thank the member for his intervention. Again, he makes a valid point with regards to how do we progress infrastructure. And of course, he will know, and I'm sure he will applaud and thank the DUP for its confidence and supply arrangement money, whereby we've brought a lot of money in for infrastructure, even around the internet access, right across this province. And his constituency is going to benefit from that greatly. And I'm sure the member, and I'll take another intervention if he wants, to thank the DUP for that work. But again, and again, there has to be a balance and a cost-effectiveness to every piece of progress we make in infrastructure. But let me say that not only, when I hear about a tunnel or a bridge linking Northern Ireland to GB or to Scotland, I think not only on the physical infrastructure of that, I think of the opportunities that that brings, both for trade, both for mobility, but also for interconnection in our energy supply. I'll make progress. I will make progress.
Members, can I draw you back to the bill rather than other tunnels, etc.?
And I will try not to go down a blind tunnel, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But you can see where there could be opportunities with regards to interconnection on an energy supply, which again is infrastructure that is vitally important. And of course, we need the issue resolved with regards to a system operator in Northern Ireland that is truly independent. But that also brings me down to another point with regards to multi-year budgets. It's going to be very hard for an executive, holistic as it would be or could be, to actually spend money effectively and efficiently if we do not get to a point where we have multi-year budgets. It is massively vital and important that we get to that point. And again, I'm not going to blame the Department of Finance nor the Finance Minister for this issue, because it's not his problem. He can only work with what he's been given. And it is an issue for our sovereign government. And we should get to a point, sooner rather than later, where we have multi-year budgets in play. And then we'll be able to look at long-term projects, because let's be clear, when you build a hospital, when you build a school, when you build all of those things, that massive piece of infrastructure, when you build new roads, it takes more than a year. And that has to be planned out very, very carefully. But it still feels that we're going backwards. Police numbers, 7,500 officers were promised, not only in the New Decade New Approach, but also with Patton. And that's peacetime figures. But yet we are falling short. And now, even with this budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are told that we could lose police numbers. Police numbers could go down. That is totally and utterly unacceptable, because that in itself will add to pressures elsewhere and will affect, yes, I will give way.
Thank the member for giving way and to declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board. Just to put on record that the current police complement is 7,005 officers, 7,005. The Chief Constable has warned that on current budgetary terms he may lose 300 officers. So compared to the 7,500 committed to a New Decade New Approach, that is a net loss of 800, over 10%. I hope the member agrees that is not tolerable.
And I thank the member for his intervention. It is not tolerable at all. It is not acceptable in this day and age, with the society that we have, with the crime rates as they are, with the terrorist threat as it is. It is simply not acceptable to have those figures of officers. And nobody that has looked and studied the police has ever come to that total, has never come to that establishment figure. And that's why it is important. And if this executive gets to a point where we are shedding police officers and police numbers, we have a massive fundamental question to ask ourselves if we are protecting our people, if we are making sure that our people are safe. And that's a fundamental aspect of government, no matter where you are in the world. Health transformation. Bangor, where is it? What progress has been made? What progress is in this budget bill? Where can we see it? And where can we see that transformation? And again, don't get me wrong, health has been in the grip and at the cutting edge, at the tip of the spear and at the front line of this crisis. But we still have to transform that service, even in the midst of crisis. Because you know something, there'll be a crisis next year too, and the year after that, and the year after that. And we'll always find an excuse not to transform our health service. And it's vitally important that we grapple with that now, because every week that we waste, it affects our peoples, not just in death, but in value of living. And that is very vitally important. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also want to allude to the victim payment scheme and my grave concerns that it is not in this budget. There is a legal duty on this executive to create a foreign fund for pensions for victims of terrorism. And it is comparable to the provision left in the TEO budget with regards to the historical institution issue. And I'll tell you why. Those are innocent victims, all the same, that have had injury and pain brought on them through no fault of their own. And if we can make provision for historical institutional abuse, then surely we can make provision for victims' pensions. Now, I know there is a debate and an argument to be had with none other than the Secretary of State, Mr Lewis, who continues to claim that the pension will cost £28 million in its first year, when we know Government Actuary Departments has estimated the cost of £70 million to £145 million in the first year, and the scheme could total £1.2 billion. That money must come. And I agree with the executive that that money must come from the government. But we cannot wait any longer for these victims to get remunerated for the pain that they have suffered throughout their lives and will continue to suffer throughout their lives. They have been affected so badly that they haven't been able to work the same way as we have been able to work. And they haven't been able to progress their life the way they should have been allowed in the first place, because they're innocent victims of terrorism. And the party opposite and the minister opposite will push, and I will be supporting him 100%, pushing to get that money whatever way we can. But there is a truth in this. There is a truth in all of this, in that whilst we will shout for the British government to pay up, we have to remember who the victim makers were. And 60% of those victims were created because of Republican terrorism, not least the Provisional IRA, which the party opposite is linked to. And all those bombs and all those assassinations had a massive factor in people's lives right across society. And I would suggest, and every party I think in this House has stated it, that the religious orders and the institutions that were involved in the historical abuse cases, if they were to pay up, is it so out with the bounds of reality to ask the victim makers to pay some of the burden for the victim's pension, i.e. Sinn Féin, the political party of the Provisional IRA? This is a massive issue. These victims need remunerated. They need compensated for the pain that they have suffered through terrorism. I see nothing either in the spring supplementary estimates with regards to provision and the headroom that's being created, and I see nothing in this budget bill that gives those victims any succour going forward with the rest and remaining parts of their life. And that's something that this Assembly should not tolerate. We should tolerate failure no more in this regard, and that we should get that money down. One of the massive issues going forward, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the near future will be lockdown damages. There's absolutely no doubt about it, the impact that lockdown has had on businesses, on communities, on people. And it's fundamentally important that we recognise that. Now, we're not going to get stats on a daily basis about how people have suffered economically, mentally, physically during lockdown, like we do with the COVID pandemic. But that pain, that suffering is there nonetheless. And I see very little in this budget bill of the reality of what lockdown has done to our people. And many parties in this House, mainly opposite, will blame Tory austerity for all ills and over the period of time, and that was hard, no doubt about it. Cutting cloth to suit our budget is always going to be painful. But think of the damage and the potential damage for lockdown damage. And will the party opposite, the Finance Minister, will he take his share of the blame and the burden for the impacts of lockdown that this executive has imposed on our people and on our businesses? Yes, I will. Yeah.
I'm grateful to them for giving away. He talks about lockdown and COVID as if they're two different things. He almost literally said they were two different things. He said there were daily COVID stats, but there weren't daily stats on lockdown impact. I mean, there are different views about how we handled lockdown and how we handled restrictions at different times. I won't go into those or have an argument about whether we should have eased restrictions at certain points or not, but would he accept that lockdown is a product of COVID and there was no other way of dealing with this pandemic when the case numbers became so high in our community, as has been the case throughout the world? I see, sadly, in the Isle of Man, where they had lifted all restrictions, they've now, unfortunately for them, gone back into lockdown.
And I'll allow the member to briefly comment on that, but again to remind everyone, this is the budget bill.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, within this budget bill, I see no way of supporting those people that have suffered from lockdown. And the member makes a very good intervention with regards to lockdown. He suggests that it was the only way to deal with this pandemic. There are many ways to deal with a health pandemic, many ways over the last 100 years that have dealt with pandemics. And lockdown wasn't in that book. Lockdown was never a factor going forward over the last 100 years. So there are other ways of dealing with pandemics. I'm not saying lockdown was the wrong way, but again, let us see the science, let us see the data. The only time the executive published the data on lockdown, they were cut to pieces for it, because there was no logic to some of the decisions around lockdown. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to see proof in this bill how we're going to support those people, how we're going to support hairdressers who were deprived of earning a living, single mum, 2 children. If it wasn't for the help of an aunt, those children wouldn't have enough to eat. That's the reality of today. Yes, I will give way. Yeah.
What about support? I think the member giving way. What about the support for the families who have lost loved ones as a result of the rapid spread of infection throughout our communities? Because maybe some would view that the action by the executive has been insufficient, slow, protracted, and the decision-making has been far from good.
For his intervention, and again, we wait with anticipation as to the speed of the actions of the executive today with regards to how we're getting out of this crisis and the pathway to recovery. Let's see how fast the executive can operate to support those people. And yes, the member is right to point out that this has been an awful year for illness and a virus that this time last year we knew very little about. We knew of COVID, of course. COVID's not new. But of COVID-19 we knew nothing of the sort, and we had to learn quickly. So there have been actions taken and mistakes taken. And I'm not going to be too hard on people who have taken action and decisions, even though they might have been at some point the wrong ones. That's just the job that we are in, and we have to make sure that we make decisions to try and save people's lives. So yes, this has been a horrendous year where people have died, and sometimes died before their time. So I get that, I really do. But there is no point then putting further pressure on our population and our industry whenever the science and the data isn't being published for us to all to see. And let's face it, there has been a fundamental weakness here, Mr Deputy Speaker, whereby MLAs in this chamber get to hear the news, on the news, the same time as our population. We aren't privy to executive actions. We aren't privy to what the data suggests. And again, as I say, the only time that the executive did publish the data, well, it was torn to pieces because some of it didn't make any logic. No, I'll make progress because I am at the wrath of the Deputy Speaker, I'm sure, and I've tested his patience long enough, so I acknowledge that, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will move on. But throughout our departments, it is vitally important that there is, for the first time maybe, a collegiate approach to budget making, and that we remove the silos. Now, we're doing this still in a vacuum. We're doing this budget in the vacuum of not having an up-to-date programme for government. And really and truly, those two aspects should run line by line. They are parallel processes that complement each other. And you can't really do one efficiently and effective and sufficiently without the other. So to set a budget, even a flat budget, without a programme for government, outlining your priorities, is not the most effective and efficient way to do it. So we really should have been in a position where we could have been publishing a brand new, fresh programme for government to be complemented with this budget, and it would have made much more sense, I believe, going forward, and we would have been able to scrutinise better as an assembly with regards to the executive's priorities. But there are massive concerns: justice, as I've outlined; infrastructure, I've outlined; health, as I've outlined, with regards to transformation. What about education? The education of our young people has been destroyed this year. They'll never make that up. They'll never make that up. You cannot be educated at home the same way as you could have been educated at school. Parents are not teachers, and they cannot do that same service, especially if they're working 8 hours from home. It is impossible. It is impossible. And those children will never make that up, and I'm not even sure we should be telling them that we're going to make that up. But the executive has to do something about it now. They have to try and rescue the situation for those year groups who have struggled this year, for those year groups that will struggle next year, for those year groups who are looking at pending exams. How will we support them? How will we help them? How will we assist them? I don't see it in this budget bill. I don't see it in this budget bill. The member was right to interject with regards to infrastructure, but education is the same. Education made 56 bids, 42 of them were COVID bids, 14 non-COVID bids, which is the highest number of non-COVID bids submitted by any department in this place last year. Less than 50% were successful. That's no way to treat our children. So let's see the evidence in this budget bill for the support of our children, the future of this country. And haven't we let them down so badly already this past year? That year they'll never get back. In fact, it's more than a year. And what's ahead of us? Who knows? But I don't see any evidence that we'll support children in this bill. Yes, I will give way, yeah.
Thank the member for giving way. I feel that it would be irresponsible not to let that comment go unchecked and say that we have to have higher confidence in our teaching and non-teaching staff, and indeed our children and young people in Northern Ireland, that they will do everything that they can to sustain the learning of our children and young people. His colleague holds the Ministry of Education and has invested in an engaged programme. I will critique that engaged programme, but to say there has been no investment and no work or support for our children and young people in order to maintain their learning is irresponsible in this chamber.
I thank the member for his intervention, and at no time did I say those words. At no time did I utter those words. So the member has to be careful when he makes an interjection that he's actually factful and filled with facts. Because, and the member will stand up and make an intervention, but he hasn't alluded to the real deep impacts that children have suffered this year, both in societal terms, in mental health terms, in mobility terms, not just education, in all of those aspects. in all of those aspects that a child gains in school, with its peers, being taught with teachers, with a principal to guide them, with the staff, the caretaker, the dinner lady. All of that is a family. And those children have been separated from that family for too long. So let's see what the executive produces today with regards to opening up our schools and allowing, no, I won't, because I think he was irresponsible the last time he made an intervention, when he tried to put words in my mouth. And I will give interventions to anyone in this House, but listen, we need to keep it real, folks. We really do need to keep it real. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I went through most of, or some of, the departments there where I feel there is grave weakness in this budget bill that needs to be resolved, if not through the bill, through monitoring rounds and through getting to grips with the issues and problems as they face our society in the coming weeks and months. They are mighty. They are grave. And we need the executive to step up and support our people. Support our people like they've never supported our people before, till we get out of this, till we get a road to recovery. And that should be sooner rather than later, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
I now call Declan McAleer, Chair of the Agricultural, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Last Concordia. Speaking today as Chairperson of the ARA Committee, and outlining the Committee's position on some aspects of the DAERA budget, and I'm going to start with some concerns around timing. The Committee had requested that DAERA officials provide oral evidence to it on the 4th of February. However, the last minute, DAERA was unable to provide the briefing papers for that date, and the evidence session was moved to the 11th of February. Even then, the relevant papers were provided late, leaving the committee members little time to consider and digest the information provided. The lateness of the evidence session left the committee with no time to follow up on queries. For example, the written briefing did not cover the budget allocations by DAERA to its arm-length bodies, and the tight timing meant that the committee has been able to cover that aspect. We've requested information in writing, and we're waiting for it to be provided. I'll now outline the ARA Committee's consideration of the DAERA budget proposals. The DAERA budget, draft budget proposals provide 544.2 million resource DEL and 95.5 million capital DEL. And while it includes the replacement by Treasury of the funding previously provided by the EU for foreign payments, there is still a shortfall arising from the replacement of Pillar 2 funding that I will cover later. On a general note, the committee is aware that in the spending review outcome for here, everyday expenditure is standing still, and there is no additional backlog for block funding for DAERA. The committee heard that DAERA will be pressing the Finance Department for additional resource DEL and capital DEL funding. This is to take forward the important work on the green growth strategy and the bovine TV eradication strategy in particular. The committee has indicated support for this additional funding. DAERA has been able to secure additional funding from Treasury for the work on EU exit, as well as water reform and climate change initiatives, and the committee welcomes this additional funding. Overall, on resources DEL, the committee is aware that DAERA is facing a shortfall of 33.9 million, the majority of which arises from the shortfall in replacement EU funding. The committee is aware that the impact of EU exit in DAERA's remit has been wide and far-reaching, particularly in connection with food supply and the agri-food industry. DAERA now has new responsibilities and functions allocated to it as powers returned from the EU, and it also has a need to implement and deliver on the compliance checks now required as part of the protocol on the EU exit. The committee questioned officials on aspects of EU exit. We note that SPS checks at ports and the international airport is being funded through a separate exercise with Treasury, and the details of this funding was not included in the budget documents. The committee has requested an additional written briefing on this aspect. The committee is also aware that the relevant local authorities have staff working alongside DAERA officials at the ports of Larne, Mournepoint and Belfast, and have asked for clarity on the relationship between local authorities and DAERA staff. Many DAERA and local authority staff are employed at each point of entry, and the role, remit and financing of these staff. Turning to the replacement of EU funding by Treasury, as promised in the manifesto commitment, the committee has registered concerns regarding the shortfall of around 14.4 million in 21-22 against Pillar 1, Pillar 2 and CMO funding. This has been netted off because it has been carried over from the EU funding sources. The Committee is very disappointed in this approach by Treasury. There is another shortfall of over 5.1 million that was obtained by the EU Fund for Disease Eradication. This had been used in previous years towards the cost of bovine TB eradication. This funding is not being replaced by the Treasury and therefore represents a shortfall in its budget requirements. The budget for bovine TB has, over the last few years, varied between 36 and 40 million per year, so to lose 5 million is a substantial shortfall. The Committee did question officials on this point. Officials responded that in recent years the incidence rates for bovine TB is downward, meaning that less funding is currently required, that is a statutory responsibility and therefore must be funded. Additionally, the Committee heard that it had the intention of DAERA to manage shortfalls either through internal reallocations or the monitoring round process. The Committee is very concerned about the lack of information and clarity on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. It was assumed that this would be the replacement funding for the previous EU structural funds invested in rural development. In October, the Chancellor announced that 220 million will be allocated in the 21-22 year to help local areas prepare for the introduction of the Shared Prosperity Fund, which is part of a wider investment and framework and not devolved to each administration. The Committee is concerned that there is no detail on the method of allocating the Shared Prosperity Fund between the 4 administrations. It is also concerned that it appears that the funding will be administered centrally by Whitehall and that there are no guarantees that the funding allocated here will be ring-fenced for rural development. Now turning to another priority of the Committee, and that is the Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation Programme, or TRIPSI. TRIPSI funding is used for a range of projects in rural areas to support a range of community-based projects, from developing youth entrepreneurial to assisting farmers and support positive mental and physical health. Given the positive outcomes for rural communities and the impact that it has had during COVID, the Committee considers that the TRIPSI programme should be a priority for DAERA. The DAERA budget document provides information on the funding allocated to TRIPSI, noting that in 2018-19 and 2019-20, TRIPSI was funded under the confidence and supply allocations. It's 2021 it was funded by the Executive, but the funding was not baselined. Although 1.8 million funding has not been formally allocated at the draft budget stage, it is part of anticipated CNS funding that will be allocated to DAERA for 21-22. The Committee expressed concerns that the TRIPSI revenue DEL funding had not yet been allocated and is not baselined. It registered that it is also a concern for DAERA and that discussions are ongoing on this matter. The next matter I want to draw attention to is the bovine TB eradication strategy. I've already mentioned the shortfall in funding due to EU funding not being replaced by the Treasury. The Committee has recently been briefed on bovine TB and is aware of the work of the TB Strategic Partnership in the Department on a new bovine TB eradication strategy. The Committee has been made aware that this new eradication strategy would cost more in the short to medium term, but that longer term it should result in a reduction in costs to the taxpayer and farmers. The Committee is also conscious that the current incident rates, although falling, could become a barrier to trade and agree with the DAERA assessment that work towards eradication is essential. The Committee is aware that DAERA is in discussions with the Finance Department to secure additional funding required. It wishes it to be known that it supports this position. I now turn to the matter of funding for the DAERA's arm's-length bodies such as AFBI, the Lochs Agency and the Fishery Harbour body. Other than some references to capital DEL and for AFBI, the Committee noted that it was disappointed that there is no mention of funding for ALBs. The Committee has requested a written briefing on this aspect of the DAERA budget and hopes to be in a position to report on it during the budget bill debate. Woodland creation is another area that the Committee are concerned about. It noted that 3.4 million of the 95.5 million capital DEL is allocated to woodland creation via the RDP forestry programme. This is to help landowners plant a native woodland, and that is a Green Growth Foundation programme. The Committee has recently examined the difficulties being experienced regarding importing trees and saplings from Britain to here. And I won't go into the technical difficulties today, but will say the Committee has written on behalf of the horticulture and garden centres to the British Government on these and other matters. The Committee emphasised that both the EU and the British Government should use every means possible to sort out these issues. The Committee also noted that some $15.6 million of capital DEL is to be allocated to the Green Growth Foundation programmes. These are not yet fully developed, but will be future schemes and projects which will fall under a carbon neutral programme with the aim of working towards a zero target of 2050. The Committee is disappointed that no further information on these schemes was made available. In relation to climate change, this is a priority for the ERA Committee. New Decade, New Approach makes a significant commitment to tackling climate change and the introduction of legislation and targets to reduce carbon emissions. As Committee, ERA held an Assembly debate in July 2020 calling for the DERA Minister to bring forward climate change legislation urgently. The Committee was briefed by DERA on its climate change discussion document before that document went out for consultation. That consultation is now closed, and the Committee was to be briefed again on the 18th of February on the initial outcome of that consultation and on the plans timescale for climate change legislation. That briefing never happened because the papers for it were not cleared in time by the private office. The Committee has written in long and strong terms to DERA on the matter of non-provision of papers. When questioned about the budget allocation to the climate change priority, DERA staff referred again to the capital allocation of $15.6 million for the Green Growth Foundation programme. They stated that proposals are being developed by the Committee which would be briefed in due course. This is not satisfactory to the Committee. Climate change is a priority, and when we ask about the budget for it, we are constantly referred to the Green Growth Strategy, which is still in development and about which there is very little detail. Furthermore, reference was made to the funding allocated to existing programmes funded by the EU. But these are programmes that have been developed years ago as part of the Rural Development Programme. They are not new and lack any specifics from DERA from DERA on what is a Committee priority, and this is worrying. Finally, I want to draw attention to is the Office for Environmental Protection. As well as its reference to climate change, the NDNA document refers to the establishment of an independent Environment Protection Agency, or IEPA. The Committee is also aware of the UK Government Environment Bill and its provisions for an Office of Environmental Protection. The OEP will have a role and remit that extends to this jurisdiction. On the 31st of December 2020, the environmental oversight role of the European Commission ceased. It was originally envisaged that the OEP would be established on the 1st of January and take on this role, but it's not now expected to become fully operational until late 2021. The Committee has expressed concerns that this delay in the creation of the OEP will leave a governance gap in environment oversight. In question about this, DERA officials did refer to the Department consultation on environment plans, principles and governments that is due to close on the 26th of February. It is also envisaged that a robust economic appraisal would be required, a significant resource would be needed for the provisions of the UKG Environment Bill. The Committee also noted a recent announcement by DERA on the 16th of February of the establishment of a new body, the Interim Environmental Governance Secretariat, on a temporary basis. This is in connection with the governance gap on environmental oversight role that had been previously carried out by the EU Commission. Its key role here in the North will be the management of complaints. It will operate until later in the year when the proposed OEP is expected to be established. The Committee is disappointed that this was not mentioned by officials when answering questions on the OEP on the 11th of February, and we have now requested written briefing on it. And that's all I want to say this morning. Thank you.
I now call Colin McGrath, the Chairperson of the Executive Office Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak as the Chair of the Executive Office Committee. Mr Deputy Speaker, today I would like to reflect on the opportunities for the Executive Office to make a difference in people's lives in the year to come. I would like to talk about the hopes that we have as a committee to see the good work undertaken through the Together Building a United Community to continue to foster hope and good relations in our divided society. I would like to talk about the dedication of officials and community workers alike that will be continued into the future. I would like to say how delighted the committee is that support will continue for victims and survivors of the conflict, or indeed those further developments for our minority ethnic communities. I would like to detail how strategic investment will be undertaken in the future, and I would like to talk about the work that arm's-length bodies will do with the money that they are to receive in the coming year. But I cannot. I cannot because I don't know. And the committee does not know what the department will be spending its money on. True, we can see in the draft budget that the department is to receive £118 million in 21-22, and we know from an oral briefing last Wednesday that £58 million will go on the baseline funding for the department, £46 million in relation to HIA payments, nearly £7 million for the implementation for victims' pensions, £4 million as match funding for EU programmes, and nearly £3 million in EU exiting funds. And in addition, the department will receive £15 million for capital projects such as Ebrington Urban Villages and the Maze Long Kesh development. But the committee did not receive any written papers in relation to this at all. I'm just going to leave that to fill the air a bit. A scrutiny committee that was given nothing to scrutinise. And it begs the obvious question of what do they have to hide? Now, the committee did not have sight of the submission by the department to the Ministry of Finance in relation to its financial needs. So maybe the Finance Minister can tell us when he saw it, and given that we haven't seen it, what is in this elusive and secret paper. The committee did not have input into departmental spending priorities for the coming year. Now, financial scrutiny is one of the most fundamental tasks a committee undertakes in holding the executive accountable to the public. Financial accountability is a bedrock principle of democratic governance. The Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, sets out 10 principles for budgetary governance. One of these is to provide an inclusive, participative and realistic debate on budgetary choices. In this case, we had no debate on the budgetary choices, nothing inclusive, nothing participative, realistic or otherwise. Principles that are set down by the CPA state that the executive is to transmit bills and other documents for parliamentary action for timely distribution to members. The committee has still not seen what the department is specifically spending its money on, and here we are with a budget bill being debated in the House. Another CPA principle is that opportunities are given for public input into the legislative and committee process, including the budget. Now, how can the public provide input if the committee is not being sufficiently informed to do so? The Interparliamentary Union refers to mechanisms to ensure effective parliamentary engagement in the budget process in all its stages. But the committee has been presented with a fait accompli. Now, members, the committee wants to do its job. We want to ensure that the practice of good financial governance is alive and well in this legislature. We want to demonstrate to the public that the executive is being held to account. We want to contribute to the process of discussing and developing the financial priorities of our executive office. We want to be a conduit for the views of the public, young or old people, women or men, disabled people, views of any social, religious or ethnic identity in the development of policy and legislation. That is our job. The committee is all too aware of the challenges to bringing forward a budget in the current circumstances, particularly with the financial pressures on the department. We have heard that the shared future funding derived from the Fresh Start agreement is to run out this financial year. Yes, I give way.
Chair of the committee for giving way. Just to put on record, of course, as he knows, the role of the committee is to assist and advise ministers. How can you do that if you're not given the information with which to assist and advise? And just to put on record, the department has form. Mr Little will recall the day when, as Vice Chair, we were in receipt of about 100 pages of financial information with 5 minutes to go to the start of the committee meeting. And Mr Little and I, as Chair and Vice Chair, decided we would withdraw rather than take the risk of 6 months later being told, but sure, you were given those papers at a committee meeting. So the department has form, and the Chair, you have my sympathy.
I thank the member for his intervention, and yes, that's what we're slowly learning. Fresh start. New decade, new approach. Yeah. So the committee, as I say, is all too aware of the challenges in bringing forward the budget. And as I've said, the shared future funding derived from that Fresh Start agreement is to run out this financial year. So where will the money come for those excellent community relation programmes that we've heard about in the committee? It is not an easy question to answer, but the committee must be part of that conversation. Now, I cannot speak about future spending without referring to the pension for people injured in the conflict. The committee has consistently called for this to be paid, and paid quickly. The department now has a duty to do so, but clearly this cannot be provided for in the current budget. And we look forward to working with the executive to investigate ways that this commitment can be honoured. We want to work with the department in so many fronts, but our work as a committee is being frustrated by a department that will not provide us with papers on time, that will not provide us with financial information about departmental spending, and is making a mockery of the committee structure and process. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to make some remarks in my capacity as an SDLP MLA for South Down. Yes, sure.
Member for giving me the intervention, and as chairperson of the committee, I am alarmed to hear of his experiences and the experiences of the committee. Did he write to the Executive Office to ask for an explanation as to why they didn't receive any papers? I'm genuinely interested.
I thank the member for his intervention. I'm tempted to say, don't make me laugh, because when we write, we don't get answers to our letters, or sometimes they take so long that by the time we actually get the response, the actual question and the issue that we raised has expired. But we did and are communicating with the department. We mentioned to the officials, but as I referenced earlier, they only came just last Wednesday and didn't have the paper, so we await the response. In contributing to today's debate on the budget, I am of course conscious that we do so under the continued shadow of COVID-19, and that this budget must be viewed through the lens of how we emerge from COVID and the devastating impact it has had on all of our lives. This last year, which we have lived through, often felt like a lifetime, and has taught those of us who have our eyes open some unassailable facts about life here. The first is that when we need to, we can act, and act quickly. Finance can be found quickly for the places where it is needed most, and delivered to the front line, and a difference made. I met recently with council officers who have told me that the speed and the agility of the funding processes in the past year have helped them to make a difference in people's lives in relation to COVID. We must continue with this type of funding model that responds to people's needs quickly. If we want the North to work, then we in this Assembly and those in our executive must act, and act quickly. This is what will define our future. Now, I know that the members on my right in Sinn Féin love to hearken to the past and to trot out the lines about 10 years of austerity. The irony, though, is that they are the ones that are holding the purse strings. They are the ones who are capable of releasing funds from the executive to be the catalyst for change in the North. Don't hark on about austerity while you preside over departments that are handing tens of millions of pounds back at the end of the year unspent. It is up to the Finance Minister to show us the colour of his money. Should he continue to ensure that the funds we have are unspent, will be a clear indication of his failure as a finance minister. Or maybe it is politically advantageous for the finance minister to ensure that the North is seen as not working. But regardless, we must act, and we must act now with this budget to deliver for people. Across my constituency of South Down, there are many places in which additional funding could be transformative and help the North to work. South Down has earned the privilege of holding the jewel in our tourism crown, with Newcastle being a go-to location. This will only be enhanced this year and in the future as we emerge from COVID, and I urge people to try and stay away from Newcastle during the COVID whilst the restrictions are in place, and leave it to those that live within the 10-mile radius of it. South Down is a destination for tourists, and we must see funding ranging from Tourism NI, who can sell the tourist products that we have, through to the infrastructure for tourists on the ground. One of our assets that's been discussed recently is the infamous rock pool, one of the last surviving saltwater pools across these islands. It is beloved by countless people. However, it is in need of investment for repairs and renovations, and has suffered from being used recently by a DUP councillor as a means of getting some cheap headlines. But perhaps that has more to do with next year's Assembly election than anything else. But it does have a devoted following, and they are crying out to get some executive support. So I urge the Finance Minister and his officials to invest in the people of Newcastle and to support our rock pool. And as we emerge from COVID and schools return to face-to-face learning, we are going to have to decide how we are going to deliver this. As area planning will continue, as envisaged by all parties in this House, further consideration will need to be given to funding those communities who make the move as planned and suggested. And therefore I urge the Finance Minister that in instances where we see schools being brought together to make their contribution to reform, then they must receive the capital investment that they need as part of that reform process. If communities are going to go the extra mile, then this executive must walk with them. Now, we have been told that in this budget we do not have the required finances to address hospital waiting lists. A lack of finances impacting health is something that we're all too familiar with in South Down. Yes, it's that time for me to talk about the Down Hospital before people say it. As long as we continue with the status quo of services and funding being stripped away from the Down Hospital, then we are going to find trust and confidence from the people in South Down stripping away from the government. Further investment in the Down Hospital and its services is what is needed, not excuses and stripping away services at the drop of a hat. And COVID is now being used as the more recent excuse to remove services out of the Down Hospital. And I urge the Finance Minister to do the right thing and provide the transformative funding that is required for the health service to be able to deliver change and deliver additional services to units such as the Down. Yes, of course.
And he must show me where this rock pool is, because I'm down in the Mourns quite a bit. But on the point of health, it is a massive issue which he raises, because, of course, last year 95% of health bids was successful. But yet we haven't been able to move forward in that transformational role, which to me I think is crucial, even in a time of crisis. So it shows that there's something going wrong with regards to even the spend that they're getting.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I think everybody accepts that there needs to be transformation in the health service. We're going to require investment up front. People are prepared and ready to be part of the conversation, but it seems like it's been going on forever, and I think that people want to see the transformation take place, which will undoubtedly see additional services delivered to the Down Hospital. Yep, sure.
For giving way as someone who originates from his part of the world, and he was talking about the rock pool. Would he agree with me that there's been a lot of talk in this chamber recently about the negatives of the IRC and the IRC border? Well, for anyone who doesn't know, what the rock pool is basically the IRC in a pool by the side of the promenade in Newcastle. And perhaps some DUP members, including all MLAs, would do with a good long dunk in that chilly rock pool full of the IRC, and it might serve us all quite well and clear our heads. Would the member agree?
Could I urge order? Could I urge members not to have excessive debate about a localised constituency issue? Mr McCrossan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And of course, if we're going to have a discussion, be it with Boris, whoever, about infrastructure in the Irish Sea that needs to be supported, it's that rock pool in Newcastle. That's what I want to see. Yes?
I'm just glad he doesn't want to put a bridge over the top of it like he's doing at Narrow Water.
And as the member will be aware, the Rockpool is a great tourist facility which that bridge that he mentions will facilitate additional footfall, additional visitors and additional presence and supporting the economy in South Down, and I would be delighted to see that bridge. Mr Deputy Speaker, politics should bring out the best in us. It is the art of the possible. Yet somehow we still have many people in the north living in various forms of poverty. And as long as one person here continues to live in poverty, then I feel like we are failing. Now, regardless of what the Sinn Féin MP for South Down thinks, the one who abandoned the infrastructure portfolio a few years ago, I do think that we should not be taking the approach of President Xi in China. President Xi may be committed to ending poverty, but continues with an abhorrent policy of surveillance, arbitrary detention, forced indoctrination, conversion therapy and a string of other human rights abuses. That's quite the new ally for the Republican movement. But regardless of this new stance by some, we need an anti-poverty strategy to be published and, more importantly, funded here. So I implore the Finance Minister and the Community Minister to deliver this, to once again go another year ignoring the reality that thousands in our community face each day as a result of poverty is an abject denial of the basic function of any government, which is to look out for those that need help the most. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am under no illusion that the action or inaction that results from this chamber will be definitive. For too long, the two parties heading up our government, Sinn Féin and the DUP, have chosen the path of complacency and cannot seem to let a day pass in this chamber without missing the purpose of this place, but instead playing to their respective galleries. It is more difficult, but it is ultimately more rewarding to fight for what is right for all of our futures. And I urge all within this House to set a new course as we emerge from COVID in seeking the highest ideals and delivering maximum results. If we do this, if we choose self-determination, then nobody, not even the most far right-wing Tory, can take away that which is delivered. If we get it right at long last, if we create the conditions for putting the money in the right place, if we create dignified and sure employment, and if we are willing to do it together, then the North will work and work for all people, regardless of background, religion or ethnicity. It will simply work for everyone. Thank you.
I now call Chris Little, the Chair of the Education Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak to the Budget Bill second stage as Chairperson of the Education Committee today, and I apologise again for my absence at yesterday's supply resolution debate. The COVID pandemic has claimed life and livelihood, and it has, of course, severely disrupted the education of children and young people. Unlike the DUP MLA for North Antrim, I do have faith in the innovation of our teaching staff and the resilience of our young people to overcome this challenge if they are adequately resourced to do so. The pandemic, the unreformed budget process have made it challenging to assess whether that resource allocation is indeed adequate to help them overcome that challenge. As we have rehearsed today, and as we rehearse every year, it seems, in this chamber, the timings that we work to represent an inadequate budgetary process for proper transparency and scrutiny under any circumstances. But as the chairperson of TEO Committee, and I think indeed the Finance Committee have said, particularly so during a time of this type of challenge, and from my point of view, when education and well-being of children and young people is under such challenge. Despite that, the Education Committee has done its best in recent weeks to examine the information with which we have been provided by the Department. The additional budget allocations from the UK Government to help respond to this challenge faced by education are absolutely essential, but they too have complicated the budgetary process. It has been challenging for the Education Committee to establish precisely what the Department for Education has received and how exactly it has been spent. Again, however, despite what the DUP MLA for North Antrim has said, there have been significant allocations across the education system by his DUP colleague, the Education Minister. It feels strange to have to defend the DUP Education Minister from his DUP MLA colleague today. However, that appears to be what I'm doing. We've had allocations for free school meals during holiday periods to address holiday hunger. We've had allocations to address period product provision, allocations in the Engage programme, although regrettably that hasn't extended yet to special schools and to preschool. And we've also had allocation for the long overdue emotional health and wellbeing framework, all issues that the Education Committee has championed for investment. These measures have, however, often been delivered later than necessary and have perhaps not gone far enough for the people that need them. I think it is fair to say that the Education Committee has played a constructive role in platforming the challenges faced by education and the areas that are in need of investment. We've engaged with a wide range of key stakeholders, particularly in the area of special educational needs. But we've also engaged with teachers, parents, pupils on a wide range of issues, including those that I have mentioned. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think one of the very few positives from the pandemic is the increasing awareness and appreciation of the importance of schools and the vital role that teachers and non-teaching staff play in empowering the well-being of our children. We believe that teachers should be properly remunerated for the job they do. Families should be adequately supported, not only with early years investment, but with a comprehensive and well-resourced childcare strategy. That schools must be supported to engage with the educational, physical and emotional development and well-being of pupils, and that they must be resourced to provide a unique pathway to support and protect vulnerable children in having equal access to educational opportunity. The position for teaching and non-teaching pay pressures, contractual costs which will be incurred regardless of whether or not they are funded, remains unclear at this point. When the committee received its briefing in January, teachers' pay negotiations for 2019 and 2020 remained at an early stage. This pressure was not submitted as a bid in the January monitoring round. However, we understand that the management side of the Teachers Negotiating Committee have very recently made an offer in confidence to the Northern Ireland Teachers Council for 2019-2020 pay awards, and the committee look forward to an early resolution to this for clarity for all education stakeholders, and hope that the deal will represent the regard in which teachers ought to be held. Mr. Deputy Speaker, very early on at the start of the first lockdown, members of the Education Committee warned about the risks to vulnerable children and their families, and we were shocked by the evidence we received from a number of voluntary organisations and parents regarding the extent of the disruption and, in a number of cases, the cessation of support during the later lockdowns. The Education Committee is adamant that this cannot happen again, and members seek confirmation that adequate resources will be put in place for safe and sustainable childcare, early years and education provision for all children. Deputy Speaker, that means resources to rapidly deliver additional staff cover, additional accommodation space, ventilation, school testing and a special school vaccination programme now long overdue. The committee also endorses the view that a holistic approach to Restart is necessary, with a comprehensive and well-supported programme of activities and opportunities to support children to recover. I note also the language used by the DUP MLA for North Antrim earlier in the debate, and the record will correct me if necessary, but it was highly irresponsible language, saying that our education had been destroyed and the children will never make it up. Deputy Speaker, that is language that the Education Minister himself has guided our education sector not to use. So I would ask my colleague to reflect on that language and to support investment in recovery for children and young people. And that will include educational recovery, emotional recovery and physical recovery. Deputy Speaker, far too many pupils were not accessing the recommended amount of physical activity before this pandemic. That must be addressed in Education Restart. Deputy Speaker, moving to capital investment. Actually, before I do so, I'd also like to reference, which to be fair to my North Antrim colleague, he referenced as well, the issue of multi-year settlement. The single-year budgetary approach is creating real challenge, particularly in the education sector, and indeed it brings instability and uncertainty for many external organisations who are playing a vital role in provision of education services, such as the sports programme delivered by the IFA and GAA, and responsible for facilitating so much physical activity for pupils. It is clear that we need to move to multi-year settlements as a matter of urgency to ensure stability for that type of programme that is providing vital physical activity for children and young people. Deputy Speaker, moving now then to capital spending. The Education Department had spent 59% of its entire £143 million budget by December 2020 and anticipated a full spend by the end of year. The committee has received briefings from Blended, Goliath and ETI on remote learning and digital inequality issues, as well as the inadequacy of the C2K system in much need of reform. The committee hopes that the next capital programme will go quite some way to addressing the significant digital poverty issues that have been exposed by the pandemic and which must be addressed. There are many other issues linked to the budget, which I'd like to explore. However, for now, I would ask that the Minister, in his response, clarify the Department of Education's baseline. It appears that if we extract the New Decade, New Approach money and compare 2020 to 21 with 21 to 22, it seems that following the spending review, the baseline has improved by around £200 million. That said, the Department has identified remaining pressures of around £300 million, and perhaps the Minister might clarify the extent to which education is in fact better or worse off. I'd now like to add a few comments as an Alliance Party MLA. I've said it before and I will keep saying it. The former Education Authority CEO stated clearly that without radical investment and radical reform of our education system, it would be unaffordable, socially immobile and unfit for the 21st century, despite the efforts of our innovative and dedicated education sector staff. We also know that the cost of separation in Northern Ireland with regard to education is estimated by a Department of Finance commissioned study to be up to £100 million a year. And yet area planning, as has been mentioned by other members, and the rationalisation of our education system are moving at a snail's pace. Deputy Speaker, this budget, however we assess it, does not amount to radical investment in education. So the opportunity presented by the independent review of education for radical reform must be grasped by the Education Minister if we are to deliver a more integrated, affordable, socially mobile and fit-for-purpose 21st century system. Most importantly, we must deliver quality educational opportunities and outcomes for all children and young people in Northern Ireland with this budget. Thank you.
I now call Michelle McIlveen, the Chairperson of the Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'll certainly pass on the Chairman of the Education Committee's high praise of the Education Minister, which I'm sure he will appreciate, and long may it last. Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to outline the Committee for Infrastructure's consideration and views in respect of today's debate. And I'd like to quickly outline the Committee's consideration on the current 2021 budget and then move on to how the 21-22 budget allocation impacts on the Department for Infrastructure and its ability to carry out its functions over the coming year. As one of the Northern Ireland Assembly's largest spending departments, this committee takes its scrutiny of the Department for Infrastructure's budget extremely seriously. It's therefore the regret of the committee that, due to the circumstances that we find ourselves in and the lateness of the Chancellor's spending review, the process for budget scrutiny this year has been significantly curtailed. This year's process has not afforded the committee the time for a more detailed engagement on the budget allocation and the Department's proposals for how it will best spend its allocation. The committee received a briefing from Department for Infrastructure officials on the draft 21-22 budget at its meeting on the 3rd of February 21. The committee also requested written briefings from the Department's arm's-length bodies, TransLink, the Drainage Council, Waterways Ireland and Northern Ireland Water on their expectations for the budget and their allocations. In considering the January monitoring round, the Department advised the committee that one resource bid for increased holiday carry forward was submitted and will be met centrally by Treasury for the whole of the civil service. The Department also advised that it had made the Department of Finance aware of some additional COVID pressures in its January monitoring submission. These were measures of £1.9 million for lost parking income in roads and a small amount of PPE costs in the driver and vehicle agency. The Department for Infrastructure also highlighted to Finance that the DVA had used £10 million of its reserves to supplement lost income as a consequence of COVID-19, and that unless that was reinstated, future capital investment might itself be hampered. To that end, the Department has been successful in securing an additional £12 million to address those pressures, which is indeed welcome. The Department has also advised that since the January monitoring round was submitted, 2 further bids were made to the Department of Finance to help maintain the financial stability of TransLink and DVA, and that it has received an additional £50 million for TransLink and £10 million for DVA. This will help replenish their depleted reserves and provide a degree of financial resilience as we head into another year in which we expect further impacts as a consequence of COVID-19. During the briefing on 3rd March, the Department officials outlined that the Department has received a draft resource budget of £420.7 million and a capital budget of £693.2 million, including £70 million reinvestment and reform initiative borrowing. The Department advised the committee that the resource budget is an increase of £2.8 million, which is 0.7% on the 2021 opening allocation, and this 0.7% increase in the resource budget is proportionately less than the average resource increase of other departments, which is an average increase of over 6%. The Department obviously advised the committee that this was a disappointing outcome. The increase by £2.8 million that it has received has been allocated to pressures identified by Northern Ireland Water. The Department advised the committee that it had estimated that its total pressures for 21-22 will be £103 million. It's identified its pressures for next year to be £59 million, of COVID pressures £3.6 million, EU-related pressures and £40.5 million of other pressures. When the committee questioned what the £103 million it had sought was for, officials advised that although the COVID pressure was largely unknown for the coming year, it had made the prediction based on research carried out indicating that it could take several years to get back to a normal level of passenger transport service, and that will clearly impact on income. Officials also outlined that for Northern Ireland Water, the longer we work from home, the more water which is being used in residential settings, which does not create income for Northern Ireland Water, and the water usage by businesses that it does charge for is significantly reduced. The committee asked the officials to outline what the impact would be to the work of the department, and officials advised that it would mean that work would need to be prioritised and that the core work of the department, including public services such as gully cleaning, street lighting outages, grass cutting, bridge repairs, road markings, may not be carried out, all of which is visible and all of which impacts on the lives of our constituents. The officials highlighted that this comes in the wake of a number of years that there has already been a limited service in those areas, something which we are all very aware of. Mr Deputy Speaker, with respect to the capital budget, the Committee for Infrastructure noted that the increase in capital for the coming financial year is £692 million. This is £135 million, or 40% uplift on the opening position for the current year. However, the Department has advised that this still does not meet its estimated requirement for capital for next year. The Department estimates that it needs £888 million to carry out its functions, and that £562 million of the budget will be needed for flagship, inescapable or pre-committed expenditure. The officials advised the committee that the estimated capital requirement was higher than 2021 due to several large projects having increased spending in 21-22. In addition to this, there is a draft determination by the Utilities Regulator which sets the capital requirement for Northern Ireland Water at £222 million. The Department has advised that it requires £562 million simply to meet its existing commitments, without any further allocations above its top priorities. These commitments relate to a number of flagship and inescapable projects and areas of its business which are contractually pre-committed. Mr Speaker, in our scrutiny, members were keen to understand the disparity in the increase in capital, 40%, and resource, 0.7%. Officials advised that such a disparity between the two was a disappointment, which meant that the resources within the department to deliver on an extensive programme of capital projects would be under severe pressure, both being inextricably linked. In considering this disparity, the committee, in its support of the department's call for an increase in resource monies, the committee has taken many opportunities with the department and with Minister Mallon to emphasise the failure to draw down and utilise the unspent end-of-year finances. The committee has called on the department to think creatively and with urgency about how to draw down funds into a range of its ongoing funding schemes, and to urge it to get road maintenance schemes up and running quickly to take advantage of monitoring rounds. However, the committee accepts that this takes an adequate resource budget. To that end, to avoid an underspend in this coming year, the committee supports an increased resource budget for the Department of Infrastructure to ensure that the resources exist to enable it to effectively manage its capital programme. However, it also recommends that within the department itself there is a more strategic process in place to ensure that shovel-ready projects are always in place to take the fullest advantage of any occasions in the future when the Executive finds itself in the position again of having an underspend. The committee does not accept that core aspects of the department's work should be conditional on excess money during monitoring rounds, but given the reality of one-year budgets, there should be forward planning to avail of additional funds. Lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee had to scrutinise the department's finances at pace. This is not appropriate, nor is it sustainable. The committee would expect in future to have more time to consider the budget in detail, to look at more of the figures behind broad headings, and be able to tease out with officials how money flows around the department and where our committee can offer best advice. Thank you.
I now call the chairperson of the Health Committee, Colin Gildernew. Can I advise him I may have to interrupt him as we approach lunchtime?
I welcome the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Health Committee, and I will outline the Committee's consideration of current financial pressures and raise some concerns that the Committee has had in relation to the Department of Health's budget. The second stage of last year's budget bill was debated on the 25th of February 2020, and little did we know at that point that the impact that COVID-19 would have not only on the budget of the Department of Health but on wider society. Over 2,057 deaths on the department's dashboard, and according to NISRA figures up to the 19th of February, 2,751 deaths and 112,000 cases later, we are here debating the budget bill again, with our finances and budgets in an unprecedented set of circumstances. Our thoughts are very much with those families who have lost loved ones over the past year, and to those who are continuing to feel the effects of COVID-19. Each time I get up to speak on behalf of the committee, I rightly pay tribute to those frontline health and social care workers who have gone above and beyond what is expected, and we do hope that the successful rollout of the vaccination programme and reduction in the transmission rates will allow our frontline staff some well-earned respite. I also want to thank the Minister and officials in the Department of Health, the Board and Trusts, and those in other back office roles for all their work over the past year. Ceann-Comhairle, I will now outline some concerns the committee has had in relation to the budget process and in looking forward to the budget for the incoming year. Over the past year, the committee has understood the need for the department's budget to be flexible and that there was a need to be reactive to pressures as they arose. However, the recent publication of waiting lists has underlined the very clear problems that the department now face in recovering from COVID-19 and delivering the full range of much-needed services to patients and the wider population. It is not good that we have over 320,000 people waiting for their first outpatient appointment, with over 50% waiting for over a year. The committee is due to be briefed on the waiting lists at its meeting next week, and it will be good to hear the department's plans to recover and address this issue. This will require significant resources and only highlights the need for the department to drive forward with its transformation programme. The committee does have concerns that the department has outlined that current funding will not allow the programme to be taken forward with any real scale of ambition. This only underlines the need for a fully resourced, multi-year budget that will allow prioritisation and implementation of projects over a multi-year period. Indeed, in a joint submission from the chairs of all the health trusts and HSE bodies, concerns have been raised on the proposed health budget and that it was non-recurrent and prevented long-term planning and prioritisation. I would urge the Executive to use this next year to plan and consult on a multi-year budget that would allow the health system to recover and make inroads into those increasing waiting lists. At a recent briefing, the committee also raised questions in relation to the cost of agency staff in the health and social care system. The department did respond in writing just this week to outline the cost of agency staff for the year 2020 to 21 is expected to be £273 million, with the forecast costs for 21-22 of between £275 to £300 million. The committee does appreciate that there will always be a need for a level of agency staff to deal with various pressures across the system. However, this is a significant expenditure when we are considering workforce planning and the need for additional staffing and resource in the system. Surely a large proportion of this spend could be allocated towards workforce planning. COVID recovery will be a key factor in the prioritisation of the delivery of services. We are aware of the significant pressures in relating to waiting lists and the need to restart services. There will no doubt be additional pressures throughout the year in recovery from COVID, such as dealing with the impact and reality of long COVID. However, there will also be a need for significant resource to support an increased demand for current mental health programmes and to develop and implement new programmes to support people. The committee is here to not only scrutinise the work of the department, but also to advise and assist the Minister. We look forward to working with the department over the coming months to advise in its work to deliver services to those in need. And if I may, ask Ceann-Comhairle a few words as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. Our health and social care system, members, is in crisis. It has been in crisis for years, and it will be in crisis for many more years until it is properly funded. Austerity has consequences. The COVID pandemic did not cause the crisis in our health service. It simply exacerbated and exposed the stresses created by the political choices made by Tory governments not to fund it properly. As the pandemic took hold here in the North, we found ourselves facing this challenge with equipment and staff shortages. We did not even have the basics in PPE when those were needed. We have asked already overworked and underpaid healthcare workers to face the dangers of ill-equipped and unprotected, and they did it. And we are forever indebted to every single one of them. 1 year later, we have unprecedented challenges among them. Among them, waiting lists not only for elective procedures, but for life-saving red flag surgeries. During the height of the third wave of this pandemic, trusts across the north were forced to cancel life-saving cancer surgeries for hundreds of patients. Tragically, we are now playing catch-up where it may already be too late for some. All of the challenges we face across the health and social care sector are intensified by our inability to plan ahead due to the budgetary process. Planning requires confidence that there will be money to fulfil those plans. That is why we must have those multi-year budgets moving forward. We must have confidence that we can fulfil the health and social care needs of our population over the long term, and that we will have the funding to do that. The health and social care sector faces many challenges, one of the longest-lasting and most consequential challenges being health inequalities. We live in a society where our life expectancy and our healthy living is largely determined by our postcode. Prior to the onset of the pandemic, I myself had started to look at the problems of oral health, for example, here in the north. The inequalities are immense and absolutely shocking. Across the north, and particularly in our more deprived communities, large numbers of children are suffering needlessly from a largely preventable disease, tooth decay, with many requiring hospitalisation, a general anaesthetic and multiple extractions. The figures are shocking, members, with more than 70% of under 15-year-olds with tooth decay. In 1 year alone, more than 5,000 of our children required 23,000 teeth to be extracted at a cost of around £9 million to the healthcare budget. The truth is we are operating under a strategy that is outdated and increasingly irrelevant, and yet when the Department are asked to develop a new oral health strategy, they tell us that an outdated strategy that is not working is enough. Oral health is just one example of an area where profound inequalities exist in our society today. But the important point is, members, that these inequalities can and must be addressed once and for all.
Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet today at 1 p.m. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. This debate will then continue after question time, commencing again at 2:45. When the next member due to speak, it will be Paula Bradley. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed, and before we commence question time, I wish to inform you that I have received a request from the First and Deputy First Ministers that they wish to make a statement setting out how the Executive will approach the relaxations as the first step towards a wider recovery process. Being aware of the significant interest from MLAs, the general public and the media in relation to this issue, I have agreed to allow the FM and DFM to update the Assembly as soon as possible. I have agreed, courtesy of the Minister of Finance, to interrupt the debate on the second stage of the Budget Bill at 3:45. And having commenced the sitting, it's questions now time for the questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I call Gerry Kelly.
Question 1.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 cases of highly pathogenic avian influenza, HPAI, HNN8, were confirmed on commercial poultry holdings in Northern Ireland in January 2020. The first case in Clough, County Antrim, was confirmed by the Chief Veterinary Officer on the 6th of January. The second case near Lisburn was confirmed on the 11th of January. Disease control zones were imposed around both premises to limit the spread of disease. The movement of poultry and captive birds, carcasses, eggs, used poultry litter and manure were restricted and required licences to be moved into or out of the zones. My department worked closely with industry, and following the successful completion of disease control activities and surveillance within the zones, these restrictions have now been lifted. These notifiable avian disease outbreaks in poultry are the first in Northern Ireland since 1998 and are the first ever involving a highly pathogenic strain of the virus. A further 16 suspect cases of notifiable avian influenza have been reported in Northern Ireland since the 4th of January. Suspect premises were restricted whilst a veterinary investigation was conducted at each site. Following the testing at the Agri-Food and Biosciences Institute, all these suspected cases were negated. Since October 2020, there have been 8 positive cases of HPAI H5N8 confirmed in wild birds in Northern Ireland across 6 different locations. The risk of a notifiable avian influenza incursion into poultry flocks in Northern Ireland is still at the highest it has ever been. The avian influenza prevention zone will remain in place until this risk reduces. Veterinary officials will keep these conditions under regular review in collaboration with industry stakeholders. The need for excellent biosecurity to prevent further incursions will continue to be highlighted by my department as a crucial way to protect the national flock.
Thank you. And Gerry Kelly, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his answer up to now. In terms of what he was reporting, there looks like things don't come in ones in terms of the seriousness of this. I just want to ask the Minister in terms of the number of, I think he mentioned October there, the number of cases go back to October and in different species, and I understand across Ireland. What level of cooperation is there in place at the moment to try and contain this and sort out and contain the situation in north-south terms?
Mr. Speaker, I think it is important. Obviously, we're on the same island, and I think that cooperation is very important in relation to this issue. And I know it certainly was the case, as I brought through the executive a few weeks ago, the requirement to notify whenever cases of COVID-19 were found in animals. That's become a notifiable disease. And at that time, it was my understanding that there is a process actually in place where if suspected cases are discovered in either jurisdiction, there is a procedure in place so that authorities north and south of the border are able to work together so that we can do all that we can to stop the spread any further, and to make sure that authorities both north and south are aware, and I'm sure that a similar process is in place for this issue. Obviously, we want to make sure that this sector is strong and it remains strong, and I think that it is important that we have those procedures in place so that we can deal with those issues when they arise, but of course we hope that they won't.
William Humphrey.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for his answer so far. Minister, you mentioned risk in your response to the first question. Can I just ask, with the spring now hopefully having sprung and birds migrating on a much larger scale, do we run the risk of those migratory birds perhaps bringing this from other jurisdictions, and are extra measures being put in place to deal with that issue?
Well, obviously at different times of the year, there will be different implications, and he's absolutely right to mention the movements of birds, because it is actually suspected that it's wild birds that are the cause of the outbreak. In this case, it's the most rational explanation. So of course it's absolutely the case that we need to do everything that we can to stop that from happening, and taking into consideration the time of the year and how birds move about. Additionally, though, we will take other measures to try and make sure that we prevent outbreaks like this taking place. As I've said previously, this is a notifiable disease, and immediately then the disease control zones were put in place around the infected premises. And we also are, as a department, engaging with stakeholders to make them informed, keep them informed of the developments and trying to amplify that message of enhanced biosecurity in order to keep those birds safe.
Question 4 has been withdrawn, and I call Jonathan Buckley.
Question number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd just like to say that it's very much the case that the past year has presented many difficulties for the agriculture industry, and I am pleased that my department has been able to provide some financial support to offset the losses caused by market disturbance across a number of sectors impacted by COVID-19. To date, the Agricultural Commodities Coronavirus Income Support Scheme Northern Ireland 2020 has made payments of almost £19.2 million to approximately 11,300 businesses in the beef, dairy, sheep and potato sectors, and work is ongoing to assess and process remaining claims from about 20 applicants. My department has also announced financial support worth £4.2 million for the pig and poultry sectors. £2.2 million has been allocated to pig producers who were impacted when Cranswick Country Foods was temporarily closed for 2 weeks at the end of August, and £2 million has been allocated to poultry producers that were specifically affected by the downturn in the market for hatching eggs. New legislation will be required to enable my department to make payments to both pig and poultry farmers, and I plan to bring this to the Assembly in the coming days to enable the schemes to open and farmers to receive their payments by the end of March.
Jonathan Buckley, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I place on record my thanks to the Minister for his work since he took up post in supporting those within our farming community, and indeed also his predecessor, who quite rightly focused and prioritised COVID-19 support for those farmers that have been impacted by COVID-19. Minister, you did elaborate in some way on this point. Perhaps you could go further on updating us on whether you have given consideration to supporting the reduction in price received for cull sows as a result of COVID-19.
Well, first of all, can I echo his comments, not just about the job that I've been doing, but the job that Minister Poots had done. What we have as a result of that work is the most extensive support for agriculture anywhere in the UK or Ireland. I think that is to be welcomed, and I think that it shows the commitment we have to agriculture here in Northern Ireland, that we recognise its importance and that we do everything that we can to support our agricultural industry. Minister Poots and his officials have been meeting with industry stakeholders on a regular basis and have met with representatives from the pig sectors to discuss their concerns regarding cull sow prices. And my officials are continuing to monitor the impact of COVID-19 on the market and are reviewing evidence to determine the level of loss incurred. However, there are other factors impacting this market, and I will, of course, consider the issue carefully.
I call Patrick McClone, Patrick McClone.
I thank the Minister for his responses. Could I ask the Minister in relation to COVID support for Lough Neagh fishermen? We've had numerous updates to the committee. The most recent one was, in fact, that it had been cleared by the DSO, and the Department of Finance had also been consulted and had come back to give it the green light. So can I ask the Minister for an update as to when those payments will be approved, because it seems to be an interminable time since they were first mooted by the Department.
Yeah, I think that this is an issue of concern, and I understand what the member is saying in regards to the length of time, and certainly I hope that that can be progressed as soon as possible. I don't have definitive timescale for him now. I recognise the work that he and many others have done on this, and I do recognise the importance of it, and as soon as we can provide that information, we of course will.
Call Colin Gillerny.
And I thank the Minister. And Minister, I appreciate that you have given some information in relation to this, in relation to pigs and poultry, and I welcome that, indeed, given the concentration of those sectors within the South Tyrone area. But can you outline, as well as the financial envelope, can you outline any additional information about the scheme, and can you also touch upon the organic milk producers, whether they are being included in some of these hardship funds?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Speaker, and this is an issue in particular, the organic milk scheme that I have been involved in, and I recognise the issues that are there with that, and the differential loss that has been suffered, and the need to provide support for that. And I hope that an announcement on that will be able to be made very soon in terms of getting that support where it's needed.
I call John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Minister what considerations have been given to providing the Northern Ireland wool producers with urgent financial assistance, as they too have seen fallen revenue as a result of COVID-19 and will continue to see the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic as we move towards recovery?
Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the impact that COVID-19 has had on the global market for wool, although I am pleased to hear that wool markets have reopened and that local wool from the 2019 and 2020 clip is being marketed, albeit at a much reduced market price. On February the 15th, I met with representatives of Ulster Wool, British Wool, UFU and the National Sheep Association for an update on the impact that COVID-19 has had on global wool markets and the consequences for local sheep farmers and Ulster Wool. And representatives of British Wool detailed the figures that they had on the financial impact that COVID-19 has had. And these figures are now being submitted to my department in writing and are being carefully considered. With markets for lamb remaining strong this year, throughout the summer and autumn, the reduced wool price will have a relatively small impact on the total profitability. But we want to help where we can, and in the longer term, I intend to work closely with stakeholders from the sheep industry and Ulster Wool, as he's mentioned, about recovery, and to see what we can do and develop a strategy for sustainable wool productions. And a number of meetings have already taken place with my officials and Invest NI and also industry stakeholders who use wool as part of their business to discuss options for a long-term strategy to increase wool utilisation.
Call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, thank you for your answers so far. Minister, as you will be aware, the agricultural shows which have been used in the past to showcase much of our good agricultural produce here in Northern Ireland had to be cancelled last year, and therefore had not the opportunity of collecting gate receipts that would be used to pay various running expenses during this present year and during last year. Minister, I'm wondering, would you have discussions with members of the Agricultural Show Society with a view to perhaps support and giving them some financial support?
Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to have those meetings and to have those conversations, and I agree with the member. Our agricultural shows are really important, not just for the agricultural community but for the wider rural community as a whole, and I'm sure many urban dwellers have also experienced and enjoy what our agricultural shows have to offer. I fully recognise the difficulties that were caused as a result of COVID last year, and unfortunately that's now also impacting upon their ability to plan for this year as well. That's a real concern for me, and if we can look at ways in which we can offer our support as a department, I'm more than happy to do that, and if a meeting would help in order to facilitate that, of course I'll find time for it.
I call William Humphrey.
Mr. Speaker, responsibility for dealing with illegal dumping is shared between the local councils, who deal with low-level waste offences, and the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, who deal with large-scale waste criminality and hazardous waste. For large-scale serious and/or organised waste offending, my officials continue to work locally and nationally with a range of law enforcement agencies, departments and district councils to gather evidence, detect offenders and, where possible, report such criminality to the Public Prosecution Service. My officials are also continuing to develop interagency working with regard to the fly tipping protocol, which is in the process of being agreed with local councils. And this will facilitate quick and efficient responses to smaller cases of reported illegal dumping. It will consolidate responsibilities both for NIEA and councils, and will maximise the effectiveness of our collaborative efforts in dealing with illegal dumping. Throughout the last year, my department has been proactive in delivering a multimedia communication strategy aimed at combating illegal dumping and fly tipping and littering. This was delivered via radio, social media and a flyer delivered to 800,000 households in Northern Ireland, and this has led to increased awareness of the impact of illegal dumping amongst the general public, generating more reports for my officers to investigate and more opportunities to target offenders.
William Humphrey, supplementary.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, you'll be aware that dumping across Northern Ireland is now happening on an industrial scale and widely across our country. Last year there was dumping on an industrial scale on the Crumlin Road at Edenberry Industrial Estate. This led to my having to contact the Environment Agency of Belfast City Council. Information from the Environment Agency was slow. The response in terms of information was nil. Belfast City Council were slow, hugely frustrating for the people living beside, having to deal with rats, flies, all sorts of noxious smells. Can the Minister assure me and this House and the people of Northern Ireland that he is working more collaboratively with local government, particularly in this city of Belfast, for those of us who represent this city, to ensure that this issue is addressed once and for all across government, both regional and local?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for raising the issue, because this is something that impacts so much on the people that we represent. And in recent days and weeks, I've had a number of complaints in relation to issues, and it's not just the fact that illegal dumping is unsightly, it's all of the other issues that come with it as well, and it's right that we do all that we can to target that. And my officials have been working closely with district councils to progress powers for both the Environment Agency and council officials, and the agreed position is that NIEA is responsible for the investigation of large-scale waste criminality and the removal of hazardous wastes, for example asbestos, and other fly-tipped waste over 20 cubic metres in volume, and district councils take responsibility for other deposits under 20 metres cubed, what might be more commonly understood as fly tipping, a casual dumping of household waste by individuals. But while it is the case that there are different responsibilities between councils and NIEA, I think it's absolutely right that there's collaboration and working together, and it should never be a case of simply passing the buck onwards, but getting the job done so that we can deliver for the people we represent.
Members of the House will agree that illegal dumping and waste is a scourge of the countryside, and I'll commend the council, but also local communities who have taken control of the roads and their byways and went out and have been engaged in litter picking, great over the course, particularly over the course of the last year during the lockdown and the restrictions. The member will be familiar that the issue of illegal waste and dumping, it knows no borders, no boundaries. So I would just ask the question, has the Minister been engaged with his counterpart in the south of Ireland to try and take measures to tackle this issue?
Mr. Speaker, well, the member will be aware I've only been in office for a short time, and I haven't had that opportunity to engage on the particular issue that he raises. But certainly, if there is a cross-border element in regards to waste, I think it is important that the authorities on both sides of the border work together to try and deal with that issue. So, although I haven't had that direct engagement, of course, it's absolutely the right thing that it happens where necessary.
I call Pat Kennedy.
Minister, I was wondering what recent analysis has your department done of the materials being illegally dumped?
In general, what analysis has been carried out of dumping, I think, is the question that the member has raised. That is not information that I have, unfortunately, here with me today, Mr. Speaker. But of course, I would be more than happy to see what, if any, analysis that the department has carried out in terms of the types of waste, or perhaps or where it originated from. I'm sorry I don't have further detail from the member, but if he does have a more specific query he wants to bring to the attention of my department, I'm more than happy to look at that and furnish any information that we have.
Call Alan Chambers.
Minister, there has been a substantial amount of illegal dumping in the countryside since lockdown, and frequently, if the owner of the land can't be identified, there's often an issue between the councils and the Environmental Agency as to who should be responsible for its removal, to such an extent that the illegal dumping is never removed. Now, I know you've alluded earlier in an answer there that there should be no buck passing, but in such cases, who does the final responsibility actually lie with?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've already outlined, it will depend upon the type and nature of the waste that is there and of the nature of the dumping that has occurred. And I think it is so frustrating for individuals and for us as elected representatives as well. And I think this is why he's raising it. Whenever we have examples in our own constituency, and there can be at times seem to be a disagreement of who's actually responsible and who needs to come forward and deal with it. And I hope that we can get that clarification that people do take responsibility in their own areas. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing is that the people who are actually doing this take responsibility, and where we're able to find out who has dumped this, who has been practising and partaking in this illegal behaviour, that they are punished in the way that they should. And he'll be aware that the legislation that currently exists has provision for fines of up to £50,000 and a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. And I think it's very, very important that the responsibility first and foremost lies with the people who are involved in dumping when they shouldn't be.
Can we please bring Paula Bradshaw into the spotlight?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, my officials have been working with DEFRA, other devolved administrations and the Science Foundation Ireland to inform development of a Northern Ireland programme for SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus surveillance in wastewater. In November 2020, DERA agreed to co-fund a research project to establish this wastewater surveillance and reporting. In Northern Ireland, a team at Queen's University Belfast is leading this work with collaborative partners in University College Dublin. They commenced their research in December 2020 with an initial scope of work that included sampling 2 wastewater treatment sites in Northern Ireland, with plans to extend to a further 6 sites. That's 8 sites in total. DERA agreed a funding extension of the initial research grant award in January, which will enable the capability being established through the programme to process a greater number of samples in the coming months. And DERA officials are engaging with counterparts in the Department for Health, the Public Health Agency and the Department for Infrastructure to develop an effective cross-departmental approach to long-term wastewater surveillance.
Paula Bradshaw, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister, and that's very, very helpful. I'm just wondering, I'm pleased to hear that Queen's and my constituency are involved in this and that there is going to be cross-departmental working. I'm just wondering to what degree will the public be made aware of any of the findings of this research? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the member will be aware that we are still at the early stages of this research so far. We don't have any of the we don't have data to share yet or the results of any of this. However, I think if we're to publicise the research that we have done, it's right that that's made available to the general public so they can see the benefits of doing this. Perhaps she's referring specifically to those that are affected whenever this is actually rolled out. And of course it's right that if this work is being done and if issues are detected, the whole point will be to tell the local public so that they can take precautions as and when it's necessary.
You call Roy Beggs.
Minister, you've referred to the ongoing monitoring that is occurring. But my question is, has that activity and research determined that there's a need for additional protection for staff who may work in wastewater treatment works, or indeed is there a need for additional treatment to protect the public against any risks that may result from that treatment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that the staff that will be involved in this will take all proper precautions, as they always will, anyway, due to the nature of the work that they would do. I'm not aware of any particular impact on the public or extra treatment that might need to be carried out. If there is, I'm more than happy to furnish the member with that. However, I think it is right that we highlight the importance of this. It is innovative, and I think it's really positive to see this collaboration as we try to do more to deal with this pandemic.
Nicola Morris-Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 6.
Mr. Speaker, my department fully funds the companion animal welfare service delivered by local councils. £1.25 million has been allocated to the delivery of this service for the period April 20 to March 2021. As part of its service, councils take forward a range of actions to address animal welfare concerns in companion animals. For example, they provide advice, issue improvement notices, take animals in need into their possession, and initiate prosecutions where appropriate.
Supplementary, Morris-Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for your answers, Minister. But my office has been contacted by a number of constituents in connection with puppy smuggling. Can I ask what steps is the Minister taking to tackle puppy smuggling? It's an increasing problem across Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I thank the member for raising the issue, and it's one that I have also noticed an increase in the number of people that are getting in contact with me about it, and it is a growing issue of concern. And my department has established a multi-agency forum with representatives from local councils, the Police Service of Northern Ireland, Harbour Police and departmental portal staff. The forum aims to ensure that the illegal breeding and movement of dogs and pups is addressed on a more joined-up basis. The Police Service of Northern Ireland is actively investigating individuals involved in illegal movements and has been involved in reactive seizures of animals. My department is also raising awareness of the matter through its online presence. Messaging includes general advice on how to spot an illegal puppy farm, putting a stop to illegal puppy farming, and who to contact on suspicion of a puppy farm.
Call Rachel Woods.
Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Bradley must have seen my questions on puppy smuggling there, but in terms of the multi-agency forum and the aims, what engagement is there to stop illegal puppy smuggling cross-border, given that we don't have Lucy's Law in place in Northern Ireland?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think someone said behind me that Robin Newton is bringing that in, and I'm committed to ensuring the welfare of pet animals in Northern Ireland, that it remains protected, and this includes pups and kittens. And I'm aware of the changes to legislation in England, which now means that pups and kittens cannot be sold to third-party details. And I believe there is considerable merit in having similar protections for pups and kittens being sold in Northern Ireland as well, and I'll support legislation on that issue.
That ends the period for a list of questions. We now move on to topical questions for 15 minutes, and I call Robbie Butler.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I've written to you and a number of other elected representatives in the Lagan Valley area have also raised this issue with you. So with regard to the smells emanating from Mullaglass landfill site, can you give us an update as to the work that the Environment Agency and the owner of the site have undertaken to eliminate the smell?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and first of all, can I just recognise the huge concern that there are in the wider West Belfast, Lisburn area in relation to this. Not only have I got people getting in contact with me via the department, but a number to my own constituency office and online in different ways as well. So I do recognise just how important an issue that this is, and I'm aware of the large number of representations that elected representatives such as Mr. Butler have made. I know there are a number of potential odour sources in the area, including Mullaglass landfill, which is regulated by NIEA, and there may be other sources. and NIEA have been working with the local council environmental health officers to investigate residents' complaints, and in undertaking a number of odour checks have confirmed the continuing presence of odours in the area surrounding Mullaglass landfill site. I have instructed NIEA staff to work with the local councils to increase their efforts to ensure that all regulated sites have in place all necessary measures to reduce the off-site odours which are impacting the wider community.
Robbie Butler, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thinking in the wider context of landfill sites, not just Mullaglass but other landfill sites, in terms of environmental impact. What is being done to protect our environment and modernise how we deal with our waste and such a nature?
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, it's a priority for us to ensure that we move away as much as is possible from putting our waste into landfill. We want to see that increase in recycling, which I think we've done a very good job in over the last number of years here in Northern Ireland. We're doing really well when it comes to our recycling take-up. But I think that we also need to look at different technologies that can come online that can deal with this issue. So we need to take a holistic approach to it all, and I think that that's very important.
Keith Archibald.
And I thank the Minister for his responses so far. And Minister, your instruction to DAERA officials last Friday is in terms of the ministerial code both cross-cutting and controversial. Do you therefore accept that only the Executive can take that decision?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've received advice on this issue, and certainly there is the opinion that issues that are cross-cutting in this way that the member has described should come to the Executive. It was my opinion that DAERA had been given the responsibility for this. However, I know that others take a different view. However, if it is the case that issues relating to the protocol need to come to the Executive, there will be a lot of other things then that before my department carries them out will have to go to the Executive, and that will require the support of the Executive if they are to proceed.
Supplementary, Keith Archibald.
Thank the Minister for his response. Minister, you have said that you are putting a halt to the construction of facilities. These were contracts awarded by your department. Are you seriously now interfering in contracts and procurement to score political points?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's interesting that in all of the questions that I've received from members on the other side of the House, they've never even prefaced their comments with any concern about the people of Northern Ireland. They have never expressed any concern about the damage that the protocol is having on people in Northern Ireland. They have never even acknowledged concerns that there may be issues in getting goods from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. They don't acknowledge that we do far more trade with Great Britain than we do with anywhere else, and it is absolutely my concern also that public money is being spent properly, and I think it's entirely appropriate that as discussions are ongoing with the Joint Committee, and as a result of the uncertainty that is out there in front of us, that we are not racing ahead in a way that would be considered unreasonable and inappropriate.
Call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Would the Minister outline if he is supportive of garden centres reopening in a safe and an appropriate way, given the health benefits that there are to the general public of working in their garden, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, to the need for the businesses to be open at this time, given they have a very limited window of business activity?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with the member, and for a number of reasons. I think that we can look across to other parts of the UK, and garden centres are completely open. And I think that even to open garden centres on a click and collect basis would have been good. It supports businesses that obviously need to have the plants and other materials sold because of the planting season and the nature that we find ourselves in at the minute. I think that these places are normally in open spaces where people can space out as they queue to pick up whatever they have ordered online or by telephone. And I think that while we have a stay-at-home message, it's entirely appropriate that we try and help people to stay at home as much as possible, and that can be via making sure that they can be out in their gardens and enjoying their gardens. So for all of those reasons, yes, I would agree that we should find a way to allow them to be open.
Supplementary, Robin Newton.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, you will recognise, indeed I think it's well established, that working in the garden can indeed make a very positive contribution to the health of individuals, the mental health in particular. Could I ask the Minister if you have discussed this matter with the Minister for Health?
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Economy brought a paper to the Executive and had included the possibility of opening garden centres. The Executive did not agree to open them on a click and collect basis. I had argued at that time that I thought it would have been appropriate for garden centres to open, not only because of the impacts that it could have on the businesses themselves, but also the health and mental health of all of our constituents. Subsequently, I've also put that in writing to the Minister for Health to outline the reasons why I believe that it should be allowed. Mr. Speaker, I take very seriously our responsibilities as an executive to deal with the pandemic and to try and keep the R number under 1, but it is our responsibility and our duty to look at these issues as a whole, to look at the impact on COVID, on health, on mental health, on businesses and the economy, and taking all those things in the round, I think that it would be appropriate to allow click and collect for that, and I'll continue to advocate for it.
Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for his answer so far. I find it interesting that the Minister and his colleagues are now interested in the impact of the people of the North when they weren't so interested when they're pushing through a hard Brexit. Minister, it's my understanding that there's been no changes to the arrangements at the port since last Friday. Can you confirm that?
Mr. Speaker, it is the case that the work that is ongoing, the checks in regard to the protocol continue.
Supplementary, Liz Kimmins.
Can the Minister therefore confirm then if your decision was based on advice from departmental officials?
Mr. Speaker, whenever I made the decision last week, I based it on a number of factors that came to me from within the department, and I hope the members had the opportunity to listen to the explanation that I gave in the Assembly here yesterday. There are a number of reasons why I took the decision that I took. One, of course, was the responsibilities that I have under Section 46 of the Internal Market Bill, which requires me to have a special regard for Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market, Northern Ireland's place within the Customs Union, and Northern Ireland's the free flow of trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. In addition to that, there are legal uncertainties, and in addition to that, there are practical barriers to some of the things that we might be expected to do. So taking all of that evidence and all of that into account, that's why I took the decision that I did.
I call Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister, in terms of his predecessor who was in office in the month of January, there was a meeting with some retailers. Can the Minister outline what risks was identified at that meeting?
I thank the member for raising this question, and I think it is important that we highlight what was actually said at that meeting, and I know the minutes of that are now public, but there were a number of concerns that were expressed. If rules don't change in regards to EHCs, there were concerns regarding food service, hospitality, disruption to supply to schools, hospitals and prisons, issues raised about the official control regulations, the need for clarity at the end of the easement period, otherwise there will be a sudden and rapid reduction in range. and also a difficulty to see how frozen and fresh food can comply. That's what took place, and that's what was said to Minister Putz at that meeting. He then accurately reflected what was in those minutes, and other parties then came out and accused him of scaremongering and scaremongering on steroids. They were clearly wrong, and I think that they owe Minister Putz an apology.
Clark, supplementary.
And I think, I suppose, maybe in your answer, you've answered what I wanted you to say in the sense that, because given as you have highlighted the members opposite, and indeed forms of the media criticise Minister Putz, so we'll go beyond the members in the House. Would you actually even call indeed the media should apologise for some of the commentary around Minister Putz's assertions at that time?
Well, yes, absolutely. I think everybody that was calling into question the accuracy of his comments need to reflect on the fact that that has now been refuted very clearly. And I think it would be appropriate for people to recognise the accuracy of what it was that Minister Putz had said at that time. Of course, for a lot of people out there, they don't want to recognise that there are going to be issues. A lot of people want to put their heads in the sand and think that a simple tinkering with the protocol is all that is needed. We do face fundamental questions, we do have fundamental concerns and challenges, and we need to wake up to those.
Call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my question follows on. We all know the saying, there are none so blind as those who will not see, and I think that that's certainly applicable to some of the warnings that have been issued over the protocol and about goods in our internal market. So on that basis, could I ask the Minister if he would spell out the full implications for Northern Ireland of rigorous implementation of the protocol?
I apologise to the member because I have only 2 minutes to answer that question, and it wouldn't be possible for me in that time to express the impact that it's going to have on Northern Ireland. Where should I start? Perhaps the red tape and the additional bureaucracy that it's going to cause. Perhaps I could mention the reduction in choice that there could be for consumers. Perhaps I could touch on the issues that hauliers are going to have. And the issues that have already presented themselves and will only get worse. We also have to take into consideration the barriers that are going to be placed within the UK internal market and all of the difficulties that are going to come from that. We have to think of the businesses that are now going to not be able to trade or say that they don't feel they're going to be able to trade with Northern Ireland because of the extra cost and complexity of that. We also have restrictions on livestock that can come in and out of Northern Ireland. What about guide dogs as well? The difficulties bringing guide dogs in here to be trained, and the impact that that's going to have on our citizens as well. And in addition to that, we've also seen issues as well around the importation of machinery into Northern Ireland. So when you take all of these things as a whole, these are only a short summary of some of the issues that we are facing, which is why it is so important that we get an alternative to the protocol, because no amount of tinkering with it is going to make it work. It needs to go.
Supplementary, Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer. So on that, in light of that then, what discussions has he had with the DEFRA Minister to highlight and reinforce that this can't continue for Northern Ireland?
Well, in my time in office, I've had a number of letters that I've sent to him outlining these concerns, and I actually had a phone call with the Secretary of State last night, and I highlighted the impact that the protocol was having on Northern Ireland and the impacts of that the end of the grace periods will have, the horrendous situation that we will be in if the OCR charging comes in. And I made the point to him, he represents a Cornish constituency, and I said to the Secretary of State, how would you feel if a border had been put in place between Cornwall and Devon, or Cornwall and the rest of the UK? How would you feel about needing common entry health certificates if you wanted to get produce into Northern Ireland? How would you feel about the extra paperwork? How would you feel if delivery companies said they were not delivering to Northern Ireland? These are the issues and the concerns that people here in Northern Ireland are facing. We are part of the United Kingdom, and it's intolerable that we are facing these problems here, and it would be intolerable for the Secretary of State as well. That's why action needs to be taken.
And time is up, members. Thank you for that. Can members please take a ease for a moment or two? You want to do a point of order? Point of order, Mr. Clark. Go ahead.
Standing Order 19.5 in relation to questions, where questions should be answered in a timely manner. I have tabled questions to the Health Minister since September last year. Much of those questions relating around Mucklemore, I mean, it's all well rehearsed in terms of the difficulties in Mucklemore and investigations. But indeed, I have raised questions about the fact that some of the cameras haven't been working, and questions around the complaints that some of the families have submitted. I think it's unreasonable, Mr. Speaker, after 5 months that those questions remain unanswered. Indeed, I tabled a subsequent question to ask when those questions would be answered, and have failed to get an answer. So can I ask you, Mr. Speaker, through your office, can you liaise with the Minister's Department to get answers to those questions, please?
Well, look, the members are aware that I have very limited authority, if you like, to address the matter of unanswered questions, but I am very much content to allow members to raise these matters and put them on the record by way of a point of order. I will say that I do take every opportunity that I can do to encourage the Executive to facilitate and to respect the scrutiny role of the Assembly and its members. So I would obviously suggest to yourself that there are some other measures that you should consider as well, which would be everything from putting further questions in, including for topical or oral hearing, and also looking at tabling a motion or taking it to the relevant committee on procedures. So, as I say, I have limited authority, as the member is well aware, but I do think it's important to put it on the record, and I would support you putting it on the record. Thank you.
Order, members. We now resume the debate on the budget bill, and the first person on my speaking list is the Chair of the Communities Committee, Mrs. Paula Bradley. It's gone. Sorry, Paula.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I didn't think I was that unforgettable. I'll never speak to you again. Mr. Speaker, almost a year ago in this House, I assured the Minister for Finance that the Committee for Communities would work closely with the Department to achieve all that it could, whatever its budget allocation. However, having had 2 briefing sessions with officials at its meetings on the 28th of January and the 4th of February, it is not an overstatement to say that the Committee is dismayed at the allocations in the draft budget for 2021-22 for communities. In fact, in some cases, the allocations currently are so low compared to bids that the committee actually wondered, was this reality or just a worst-case scenario being presented to them to garner support? Sadly, as the briefing continued, it became clear that it is the reality, and the committee is fully supportive of the Minister as she continues to lobby for additional funding to support the most vulnerable in our society. Any flexibility from Treasury to carry over the significant amount of money that came from there at the end of last year will have no trouble finding a home in communities. It is worth highlighting that the Research Service of the Assembly recently drew our attention to the fact that the non-ring-fenced resource DEL for communities has decreased by over £33 million between 2016-17 and 2020-21. In fact, according to the presentation, over that time period, Communities is the only department to have seen such a total reduction in non-ring-fenced resource DEL. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, before I get into detail, I'd like to take this opportunity to comment on the budget process. The Communities Committee, like others, wishes to express their dissatisfaction with the nature of the 2021 budget process. Granted, there were delays due to the Chancellor's spending review being late, but the Executive also failed to consider the draft budget in a timely manner and so lost the Committee's valuable scrutiny time and opportunity. The Committee understands that the impact of COVID-19 has meant the reconsidering of the plan to provide a full multi-year budget. So here we are in the position again of facing a single-year budget, which makes planning for services and programmes so much more difficult, and therefore the scrutiny role of the Committee equally difficult. With only a one-year budget, it is difficult to align the budget beyond short-term priorities. However, for COVID recovery, we really need to be looking to aligning spending as well to medium-term recovery strategic priorities. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I will move on to highlight the Committee's concern at the overall draft budget position for 2021-22 before going into some of the key details for communities. Overall, the proposed budget of £824 million is effectively £1.5 million less than in 2021. As a clear example of the pressures, a very basic bid for £18 million for baseline funding for pay and inflationary pressures is not met. Members expressed significant concern that the overall funding in the draft budget for communities to deliver on its NDNA commitment falls significantly short across all areas. Overall, the Department bids for £149.1 million of COVID-19 funding have not been met. These bids were a range of crucial activities to help ease the economic impacts of COVID-19 and support recovery. At last week's meeting, the committee were somewhat heartened to hear that in producing the draft budget, the Executive agreed to retain some COVID funding to allow departments time to refine their pressures. Despite this, the committee believed that the draft budget allocation would have huge detrimental impacts in respect of welfare benefit delivery, employment support, support for homelessness, supporting people, arts and heritage and sports sectors, community support programmes and support for councils. In terms of capital, the department bid for almost £330 million of net capital and was allocated almost £225 million. This represents an increase of over £10 million on last year's allocation and will at least allow the department to meet its statutory obligations. The committee asked the officials the hard questions around what efficiencies could be made going forward and was advised that an urgent exercise was being done to look at what could be stopped, paused or done differently in all areas. With the best will in the world, it is unlikely that any creative efficiencies that the department can come up with will be sufficient to meet the drastic shortfall in funding for communities. The committee's concern is being compounded by the continued uncertainty around the Shared Prosperity Fund. We heard at our last meeting that Whitehall engagement and information on this fund has been severely lacking, and there has also been a failure to engage on the £220 million pilot programme which was promised in the spending review. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to now take a few minutes to highlight just some of the committee's concerns in relation to resource allocation for communities. It is hard to know where to start. There is so much need in our communities, even before COVID. On COVID resource, the committee acknowledges the very welcome over $271 million COVID funding received by Department during 2021, with over $85 million of that allocated to councils. The committee has scrutinised closely the COVID funding programmes for councils, charities, sports and the arts over the past year. So members were shocked to learn that the draft budget means that the department is starting 2021-22 with zero for COVID-specific schemes, and that many bids have not been met for those schemes at this point. On welfare delivery, at the last count, the universal credit caseload had increased by almost 130% during the past 10 months, and is expected to increase further as the furlough scheme ends. Yet a bid for $149 million of COVID funding is not met in the draft budget. This will have significant impact on the plans to recruit 900 additional staff to pay working age benefits. So never mind the 5-week wait. We could soon be looking at a 6- or 7-week wait for people receiving their first claims of universal credit. Many more families could be left without proper advice, as there is no recurring funding provided in the draft budget for independent advice work to support welfare reform change. The committee was met with frustration from organisations as money was handed back unspent from a number of the discretionary support schemes. It consistently asked Department to consider redirecting money where budget process allowed. On labour market interventions, the committee has highlighted on a number of occasions the delays to labour market interventions, and particularly the delay to the Job Start scheme for young people. It has expressed concern that Northern Ireland is well behind the rest of Great Britain in introducing such a scheme, and as there is no funding for labour market interventions in the draft budget, this is causing huge uncertainty. The committee is equally concerned about the knock-on effects on the department's annually managed expenditure spend, as it will then not be able to help people to move into work and reduce their dependence on benefit in the next financial year. On supporting people, the committee has been consistently concerned with the inadequate funding for the Supporting People programme, which supports people to live independently in our community. Although it remains a protected area in the budget, there has been no real-time increase in recent years, which of course means a substantial decrease in real time. On New Decade New Approach, where do I even begin on New Decade New Approach? The department has made bids totalling $139 million for New Decade New Approach, and bids totalling $96 million were not met. Only the bid for existing welfare mitigations is met in the draft budget. How are any new welfare mitigations to be delivered, and where is the money to support amending the special rules for terminal illness and the removal of the welfare reform two-child policy? At its meeting on the 18th of February, the committee considered the 3 elements of the department's proposals on welfare mitigations work. There will soon be a bill to provide for the extension of the social sector size criteria mitigation scheme by accelerated passage, a statutory rule that seeks to extend the remaining welfare mitigation schemes, and 2 further statutory rules that will seek to amend the existing mitigation schemes by closing the loopholes in those schemes. The accelerated passage of the bill was agreed by the Executive over a year ago, as the end of March 2020 was fast approaching, and now March 2021 is upon us. Over the past year, the committee have repeatedly asked the department to engage with stakeholders and the committee on the proposed legislation and the review of welfare mitigations. Yet as recently as last week's meeting, it was still not possible for the committee to be given a definitive list of the organisations the department intends to engage with. Despite being exceptionally busy with the licensing bill, the committee made time to hold its own informal stakeholder event on the 26th of January to discuss the review of welfare mitigations, universal credit and the terminal illness rules. Members are simply very concerned about the pace of action on these issues and the impact on very vulnerable people and families. On the Northern Ireland Housing Executive Reform, prior to Christmas, the committee was pleased to hear that from the Minister of long-awaited plans to the reform of the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. However, the bid for £3.4 million for housing transformation is not met. This impacts on the ability to bring about the Housing Executive's revitalisation programme. On some other key bids, bids for strategies for the Irish language, Ulster Scots, disability, gender equality, sexual orientation and anti-poverty were also not met. What sort of signal does that send out to those groups who are waiting for a strategy and action in all these important areas? Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, moving on to the capital allocations, as I stated earlier, the Department's capital bid is in a somewhat better position, as the almost £330 million net capital allocation represents a £10.7 million increase when compared to the Department's 2020-21 allocation. The Committee is reassured that this allocation would allow the Department to meet its statutory obligations, such as housing disabled adaptations and renovation grants, and meet its new social house building targets of 1,900 units in 2022. The Committee fully supports the aims of any additional funding to be used for prioritised projects in regeneration, housing, culture, arts, sports, libraries and other sectors, though I suspect it will be stretched very thin judging by the many necessary projects. The Committee is pleased to see £38.8 million of financial transactions capital in the draft budget to support the co-ownership housing scheme in 21-22. The Committee continues to keep a watchful brief on the regional stadia and sub-regional stadia programmes and heard at its meeting last week that the current cost estimate for Casement Park is now £112 million. The allocation of public funding remains £62.5 million, with additional committed GAA partnership funding of £15 million. This is still subject to change depending on the conclusion of all matters associated with the planning application. The Committee are concerned that there will be similar cost increase for sub-regional stadia, as there are no final plans yet on this either. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to express the Committee's concern that the impacts the draft budget would have on Section 75 categories. It will impact particularly young people, given the fact that there will be limitations on the labour market interventions. It is likely to impact on people with disability, who will now be even further from the labour market. It will impact on people with dependents, as households who are on benefits such as universal credit are likely to experience delays in payments. The lack of funding for the advice sector will also impact on people most in need of financial support. However, the Committee were somewhat reassured by confirmation at last week's meeting that the Minister has given assurance that these services will continue next year as an essential element of the Department's budget. The Committee therefore waits for some unease and outcome of its draft budget equality impact assessment public consultation, which only closed last week. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to finish by reiterating what I have said in a previous budget speech last October, because it warrants restating. We should not show a lack of ambition in our planning, but regrettably our ambition for our population continues to be tempered by our finances and the continued ongoing COVID crisis. Thankfully, the Programme for Government Draft Outcomes Framework is now out for consultation, for without a PFG we will not be able to properly scrutinise the link between budget bids and allocations and outcomes. Without that, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, we stand accused of reacting rather than planning, and of leaving the most vulnerable in our communities without access to the support, advice and basic financial assistance they need. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Dr. Kiva Archibald.
And I rise to speak first of all as Chair of the Economy Committee. As I've commented in previous budget-related debates over the past year, we are in very strange budgeting times, and this obviously has had an impact on the Department for the Economy's budgeting. The committee was briefed by the Department for the Economy officials at its meeting on the 10th of February regarding the Department's allocation of the draft 2021-22 budget. As I indicated in yesterday's debate on the estimates and vote on account, the committee has engaged with officials on a regular basis regarding budgeting over the past year due to COVID and EU exit. The Department has seen vast budget in and outflows, making scrutiny extremely difficult for the committee. The committee has registered some concern that the department's modelling regarding COVID response schemes has lacked accuracy, leading to considerable underspends on early schemes, including over £50 million being returned to the centre last year. Again, the committee appreciates the greater flexibility regarding the movement of funds between COVID relief efforts announced by the Finance Minister. However, the department has continued to make significant returns to the centre, as well as making significant bids for urgent funding in year. The committee welcomes the Minister's publication of an Economic Recovery Action Plan, which draws heavily on the committee's micro-inquiries into energy, skills and rebuilding the economy. Members' intention in undertaking those inquiries was to inform the department's development of policy, and it's always gratifying to see the committee's work feature so prominently in such a major piece of departmental policy. As I highlighted yesterday, the Economic Recovery Action Plan requires considerable in-year funding beyond the allocated draft budget, almost £300 million, and I would urge the Economy Minister to engage with the Finance Minister and other executive colleagues to ensure that this necessary funding is forthcoming. Privlas Cancorlia, I'd like to turn to the draft budget for 2021-22. I believe it's a timely occasion to do that and to indicate the unsatisfactory nature of the budget process from a committee scrutiny perspective. While the committee has seen high-level funding allocations, members would greatly appreciate a much greater degree of granularity in the detail that is provided to the committee, say to levels of £1 million and above. The department's non-ring-fenced resource DEL baseline remains at £805.4 million for 2021-22. Despite the significant pressures placed on the department's budget due to COVID and Brexit. The department has indicated that it has already made substantial advance bids for funding in the 2021-22 financial year. However, the committee has expressed some concerns about this kind of budgeting. The department has been allocated a further £15.8 million of non-baseline funding for EU exit, EU match funding and its share of the Executive's change in A-level policy funding. Additionally, the department has been allocated £12.2 million for operating the protocol. The committee noted these funds and has requested that the department provides details of how the protocol-related funding will be spent. The non-ring-fenced resource DEL baseline budget will be allocated across 7 business areas. Members again expressed concern that the allocations for Economic and Business Development and Intertrade Ireland were static, considering the role that these business areas in providing funding and other support to businesses as a result of COVID and EU exit. Again, officials confirmed that they anticipated that the department's advance bids for funds in 2021-22 would allow additional resource to be applied in these business areas to supplement the baseline budgets. Officials highlighted the department would face £17.8 million of unfunded inescapable resource pressures. Additionally, existing COVID relief schemes will mean an unfunded pressure of £31.7 million for 2021-22. These deficits do not address further requirements to provide support to businesses and other stakeholder groups as a result of COVID and EU exit. Privlas Cancorlia, members are again concerned that so many vital streams of work do not yet have identified funding streams. The department's dependence on additional funding allocations from the Executive and the Treasury does not represent good budgeting. The department has made an advance bid for £147 million for COVID relief in 2021-22 to cover a high street voucher scheme and a holiday at home voucher scheme. These schemes are key to the department's plan to help the economy recover by stimulating spending. Again, members are concerned whether funding will be forthcoming and whether these schemes would provide value for money as part of an economic stimulus package. £167 million of advance bids for economic recovery funding in 2021-22 were made in October 2020. The department acknowledged the difficulties around timing with respect to recovery spending. Applying funds too early risks them being wasted or underspent, while applying them too late risks them being ineffective or coming too late to support businesses' recovery. Skills development will be a vital part of building recovery, and the committee has undertaken considerable work on this. The committee therefore supports the department in its belief that skills will be key to our economic recovery and our greater prosperity going forward. members again expressed concern when officials highlighted that the Department would require £460 million additional funding to bring spending back to 2010-11 real terms. To this end, the Committee has written to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to highlight the need for investment in skills and to advocate that the Executive looks favourably on skills-related bids that the Department makes going forward. Similarly, the Committee has written to the Economy Minister to urge her to prepare the necessary bids for submission to the Executive once additional funds have been identified. The Department indicated that its draft capital allocation of £89.8 million represents 70% of its capital spending plans. However, officials suggested that they were broadly content with this allocation and again believe that they will be able to make successful bids for additional funding in year. The Committee welcomed the allocations for aspects of New Decade New Approach and City Deals and will continue to monitor progress on commitments regarding these. The Committee is aware of the heavy toll that pressurised working regarding COVID relief has taken on departmental staff and is exacerbated by the number of vacancies the Department is carrying. The Committee is concerned that so many aspects of the Department's work in key COVID and EU exit response areas are unfunded going into the new financial year, as well as the Department's reliance on advance bids for funding being met in year. The issues highlighted around the deficit in funding for skills have the potential to derail any economic recovery or development if they are not addressed. With the demands on the Executive's funding, the Committee worries that the Department's needs will not be met. Príomh-Las Concholia, I'll now make some remarks as a Sinn Féin economy spokesperson. Yesterday, as part of my contribution, I reflected my view that with the funding available to spend before the end of the financial year, that there are still groups of businesses and workers who need specific support packages, so I won't rehearse all of that again, other than to say that it is my strong view that the Economy Minister in particular, as having responsibility for businesses, looks at what flexibilities could be introduced in existing schemes to provide that much needed support. As we look forward to the incoming financial year, we know this is a difficult budget. We know there are constraints on what the Executive would like to do to deliver on the type of recovery we want and need. This, of course, is not helped by a single-year budget and the resulting inability to plan spending over the next few years. This is also exacerbated by the way in which funding for COVID support has come to the Executive over the past year, a bit here and a bit there, making it impossible to properly plan how to spend it, and it looks like that for the incoming year too. The budget for the forthcoming financial year is still in draft form, and there will be an announcement tomorrow from the British Chancellor of further allocations that will be welcome, but it shows a lack of strategic thinking from the British Government last November when it was clear we were facing a second wave of restrictions. It has been reactive rather than proactive over this crisis. One only has to look at the furlough scheme, mooted to end at the end of October, subject to a last-minute reprieve, extended till the end of January, an extension till the end of April, and hopefully a further extension will now be forthcoming. In other EU states like France, they gave certainty on their job support scheme that it would continue into next year, months ago. That would give businesses the confidence to be able to plan going forward. So hopefully we will see some more longer-term stimulus coming from the British Government, because let's be clear, that's exactly what is needed to reboot the economy when it is safe to reopen. So that brings me to the Economy Minister's publication last week of her Economic Recovery Action Plan. And it was good to see a plan for economic recovery. I don't think any of us would disagree with the priority areas within the plan in terms of skills, greener economy, trade and investment. However, I think it was a missed opportunity to set out an executive vision of an overarching strategy for economic recovery, which had cross-departmental buy-in and which clearly set out the response to the new trading arrangements post-Brexit. It's really important that we look to those new trading arrangements, deal with the difficulties that have resulted from implementing a major change in trading, and politically and diplomatically work with businesses to do that, and then support those businesses to respond to the new reality and opportunities it presents, including to reorientate supply chains locally and across this island. We can rebuild and strengthen the all-island economy through cooperation that benefits North and South. In terms of the Economic Recovery Action Plan, it was disappointing to not see within it the New Decade New Approach commitments on workers' rights. We have heard many times in this chamber and in commentary over the past year about the need going forward to recognise our essential workers, and I think upholding and strengthening their rights, as was agreed to by all parties before the restoration of the institutions, would send a strong signal. I know the Economy Minister has previously spoken about wanting a skills fund and an economic recovery fund, and I wonder if the Finance Minister could, in his response, reflect on any discussions with the Economy Minister in respect of her economic recovery plan and funding it. And going forward, I think there are particular areas that we do want to see particular attention paid to in terms of economic recovery, and that there is likely broad support for. One of those is the need to support our young people. Young people who have been badly hit by the pandemic, they are more likely to have been furloughed. Recent NISRA statistics show there are 26,000 more unemployed 16 to 24-year-olds than the same time last year. We need to ensure there is a strategy to provide opportunities for young people. And this is an area where there is a need for cross-departmental approach that I talked about wanting in terms of economic recovery. We also need to support our small businesses, our self-employed people and our entrepreneurs who have been really badly hit by the pandemic and who are important employers in their own rights in all of our communities. We need to support them get back to do business when it is safe and to rebuild their confidence and capacity. And this will require both practical and financial intervention to help them respond to the new working normal. There is a particular role for Invest NI in this. Their remit needs to also be about supporting SMEs and micro-businesses, as well as those seeking to export, and that's something I will continue to raise with them and the Department for the Economy. And finally, we need to have a real focus on the green recovery, and again, that requires a real cross-departmental approach. I was glad to see the focus on that in the Economy Minister's strategy. However, I think it would have sent a very positive signal to have a clear commitment to a Green New Deal, which again was a New Decade, New Approach commitment, covering infrastructure, skills and job creation. A Green New Deal can be a major driver for the type of jobs-led recovery we want to see. Infrastructure development to support decarbonisation, training opportunities for our young people and investment in R&D to help with job creation in expanding fields like renewable energy, with a retrofitting programme to help tackle fuel poverty. Obviously, paying for all these things will be a huge challenge, and I've already spoken about how difficult a budget we face, and that is one of the reasons why Sinn Féin advocate for the devolution of greater fiscal and borrowing powers, to give the Executive the ability to plan for the type of recovery that we here in the North need. A recovery that is responsive to our local economy and our citizens. And I think that is something everyone here should be able to get on board with, to have the conversation about what we invest in and how we pay for it.
Thank you, Dr. Archibald. I call Mr. Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I've listened with interest to what the previous speaker said, and indeed what several previous speakers have said, debating budgets, whether it's budget bills, draft budgets, or supplementary estimates in this place, can feel a little bit like living in a Beckett play in this place, because we tend to say the same things over and over again, whether it's our local pet projects, whether it's the need for more longer-term budgeting, whether it's the need for more strategy, a more joined up approach across the Executive and better behaviour from the Treasury. The same things tend to get said again and again, and they never, unfortunately, seem to happen. The stage directions seem to mean we stay put and we keep repeating the same lines again and again. Nevertheless, I'll play my part today and repeat some of my lines about the need for longer-term budgeting and the need for a more strategic approach, because they are vital, and there is something we can do about it. And I hope, despite what I've just said, that the next couple of years will see, and indeed the next few months might see, some glimmer of hope in terms of a better approach to budgeting in this place and to spending money. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, yesterday we debated the spring supplementary estimates, and as I said, I and others decried the lack of a coherent plan from the Executive, and indeed the lack of real proactivity from the Department and Minister of Finance during financial year 2021 in terms of delivering that joined-up approach. Today, as we examine the latest budget bill, I'm going to focus more of my comments on the financial year to come and what we should be delivering on, where we should be prioritising, and offer some thoughts about how we might, as I said, finally wrestle free from the debilitating cycle of short-term budgeting and improvised, unstrategic policy. because the past year has shown us more starkly than ever before that in the absence of an agreed programme for government, and as I said yesterday, we haven't had a programme for government in this place since 2016, since before Brexit. It seems like a dream. It seems like a dream period now. Before Brexit, it did exist. I waved about the draft budget, which referred to the 2016 still draft programme for government outcomes that we're still some departments are still working to in the absence of any other agreed outcomes or priorities. In the absence of those agreed outcomes or priorities, what happens is that our budgeting process by default becomes the de facto programme for government. I recognise and I understand, and to an extent I sympathise, that the Finance Minister may not want him and his department to have to take on that strategic coordinating role in a de facto sense, but I'm afraid it does, and we should all recognise that. The Minister said in the Chamber yesterday that the means by which the devolved institutions receive their funding was a huge determinant of how we do government here, and he's right about that. The structure of how we receive the block grant, the way we are funded, not just the quantum, the cash amount, not just the legal means by which the Treasury sends money to the consolidated fund and then it's drawn down by departments, the actual structure by which that money is spent determines how we do government here. And that's clear. And that's clear from the way we debate. It's clear from the way we debate monitoring rounds and the way we debate legislation. We end up by default debating the priorities of the executive, and we have to ask ourselves whether that is a good thing. I don't mean the principle of drawing down money from the Treasury, because that's the system we have. I'm not saying we shouldn't take money from the block grant and the consolidated fund, but we do need to ask hard questions about whether that model is leading to bad outcomes in terms of policy delivery here. As I said, I agree with the Finance Minister that the budget process where we receive allocations in occasionally a very unplanned, uncoordinated and peremptory way from the Treasury leads to negative outcomes. It is true, lots of members opposite will point out that we have received significant support from the UK Treasury. Obviously, we're taxpayers here too, but we've received significant support from the Treasury over the past year. I don't think anyone would deny that financial support has been critical to supporting public services and businesses. But it is also true that the way in which that money has been dispersed has not necessarily led to good policy outcomes. I'm sure the Finance Minister would agree with that. But the corollary of that is that the Finance Department and the Finance Minister have a huge role to play in setting and executing strategic policy goals for the whole executive and, by extension, all of the people of this region. So, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, it isn't enough for our Finance Department to act as an inbox for departmental bids or indeed a pigeonhole for cash or, as is often the case, cynicism from the Treasury in London. Our budget process needs to act as a driver, perhaps in the absence of a programme for government, the critical and dominant driver of priority setting and policy delivery, but it simply isn't doing that at the minute. Yes, COVID has made this a completely unique year, but even when you strip out the COVID effect, it has in many ways been a typical year in terms of improvisation and haggling over allocations. That is one of the striking factors about this past year, in my view, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. It's been, to use a phrase, it's been same but very different. It has been completely unique and unprecedented in the sense that we've had an unprecedented global pandemic which has shaped how governments everywhere have had to deliver public services. It's completely shut down our economy in large part, and the executive, like public administrations everywhere, has had to react to that. But at the same time, it's reinforced many of the habitual behaviours that exist in this place in terms of budgeting. And it starts, I'm afraid, from it starts upstream, as it were, from London, whenever the haphazard and occasionally slightly thoughtless way the money is allocated via Barnett, and then that information is communicated to officials in the Minister's department. That then flows through to the way we do budgeting here. The Finance Department canvasses bids from other departments who are worried both about retaining their own baseline budgets, but also whether they'll be able to spend allocations that have come in late in the financial year, what that will mean for their baseline going forward for the next year, and what that will mean, truthfully, for the political position of their minister and their minister's party, because that's all civil servants have to think about that too. All of those strange behaviours that get reinforced by our budget process are not conducive to good policy outcomes for the people we serve. That's the blunt and hard truth of it. So we need, as we go forward, to properly acknowledge that and to think about how we can change it. And I do think, and I'll come on to this in a little while, I do think there are ways, there is light at the end of that particular tunnel. It might not be very bright light, but there is some light. As I said, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, COVID has made this an unbelievably strange and unique year, but has been typical in the ways I've just described. In a sense, it's reinforced some of the not necessarily bad behaviours in the sense of being malign or malicious, but bad in the sense of being not particularly conducive to good policy outcomes. But it has also shown the absolute necessity of having a clear need for priorities for this place, both in the short and the long term. We today are going to be debating a roadmap or a set of principles or whatever it actually is, pathways out of the current restrictions. That's something that people throughout society and the economy have been yearning for, to have some kind of framework for understanding where they're going in the short term. But they also want something else, which we've signally failed to deliver them over many years, which is a pathway through the medium term, whatever, by the way, and it's always worth saying and caveat in this place, whatever your constitutional preference, there are clear medium and long-term things that need resolved in this jurisdiction. As I said, we hope to be seeing today the roadmap out of lockdown, but we need something much more ambitious for this place in the short and medium term as we emerge from the pandemic, or at least from the most acute phase in the pandemic. Because as we emerge from that acute phase of the pandemic, we are also entering a new phase in our economic life, and a crossroads in more ways than one. What are those crossroads? Well, first and most obviously, in addition to coming out of a pandemic which will have an effect on the way we all live and work in ways that we haven't predicted yet. We know that it's going to lead to much greater working from home. We know that it's going to lead to disruption in significant areas of the economy. We know sadly it's already shut down large areas of retail and hospitality in our towns and cities, not just our towns and cities everywhere. So our economy and the way we work is going to have to adapt to that. But this is also, for good or for ill, coincided with, as we know, the UK's departure from the European Union, a subject of much contention over the past 5 years, and in particular over the past couple of months in this place, and going forward, no doubt, in terms of the trading relationships between the UK and Europe, Northern Ireland's trading relationship with Great Britain, and indeed Northern Ireland's position vis-à-vis the European single market. But Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, to come to my point, Northern Ireland is now at the crossroads of the European single market and the UK market. That means we have something that we have never had before. We have a potential competitive advantage. Two of the things which have led to us in the past not having the kinds of economic performance that our people need are geographic. The fact that we are geographically marginal, and the fact that we are in some ways a hybrid society with contention, shall we say, around national identification and a dual quality where we look both east and south. Those two qualities, which had in the past been hang-ups, might actually be positive benefits. We, because of the protocol, have access to both markets. So what we need to do, in my party's view, is to maximise the benefits from that, while also acknowledging and dealing with the very real consequences that flow from the disruption to trade. Yes, certainly on the Irish Sea, absolutely on the Irish Sea, but also in terms of services on an all-island basis. What we would like to see is a proper budgeting of potential opportunities for in terms of being at the crossroads of those two markets. We'd like to see Invest NI, as was mentioned previously by Kiva Archibald, and also Intertrade Ireland, and also the IDA in Dublin, and also the Department of International Trade work to an agreed set of priorities for inward investment and trade opportunities in Northern Ireland based on our crossroads status or dual market access. But we're also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, entering a new phase in terms of, or we are entering, as we leave the acute phase of COVID, we're going to have to deal with another key priority, and that is the devastating effect that COVID and the associated lockdowns have had on our young people. My party has published a list of priorities that we want to see in the long-term recovery from for our economy and for our society. One of them is, as I said, taking advantage of our new unique dual market access, but another one is creating a new deal for young people who have been uniquely hit by the consequences of COVID, from primary school children all the way up to graduates in their 20s. We know what the problems are. Many of the problems were evident before COVID, but they've been reinforced by COVID. So we want a proper skills strategy. We want a strategy and to be fair to the Education Minister, he's doing some of this work already. We want a skills strategy. We also want a strategy that looks at the causes and effects of the brain drain in this society, because we uniquely in these islands export a very high volume of talented young people who never come back. We want to see action on that. And finally, the third clear priority that we think is absolutely critical in terms of a long-term priority that we should be attaching a budget lines to is around reform of our public services. We've seen in this pandemic the extraordinary effort and commitment of our health service, in particular in dealing with the pandemic, but we know that our health service remains in a permanent rolling crisis. We know that waiting lists are absolutely unacceptable. They are devastating families and individuals. So what we need is a proper commitment to overhaul our health service in a way that properly invests in transformation. So those are three, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, potential areas, potential priority areas that we think are critical. I just want to briefly talk about the issue of how we do budgeting, the Fiscal Council that has been mooted, and also the Fiscal Commission, because the three broad areas I just talked about, a new deal for young people, taking advantage of being at the crossroads of two markets, and reforming and overhauling our public services, is only possible if we have a much better, more coherent, long-term approach to budgeting. As I said at the beginning of my speech, it feels at times like a Beckett play coming and debating budgeting here, because we all say that we are committed to multi-year budgets, but no one ever does anything about it. It's a little bit like what Mark Twain said about the weather. Everyone complains about it, but no one does anything about it in this place. Well, hopefully we can do something about it, and I believe the Minister when he says he's committed. I know he wants to bring the papers on the Fiscal Council and the Fiscal Commission to the Executive and the Assembly, but it's critical that we do, because whatever your view of the big challenge that faces, whatever your view of how we've dealt with COVID, whatever your view of Brexit and the protocol, whatever your view of our constitutional future, it's clear that there are long-term structural things that we need to attack in this society, in this region, and in order to do that we need long-term budget lines and spending attached to them, because it's all well and good constantly coming up with reform plans every few years, but if we don't have the political commitment and the finance attached to them, they won't work. So in brief, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I hope by the time we come back to debate the next budget bill, we will have detail on a Fiscal Council which will properly hold the Executive to account in terms of the sustainability of its spending, but also in terms of its commitment to transformation, but also a one-off Fiscal Commission which looks at long-term how we do budgeting, how we do policy delivery in this place, and how our potential new powers that could be linked to enable us to do that work better is also critical. If I may just say, finally, before I conclude, as people are, well, I'm sure be delighted about, that we have economic forecasting, the power of economic forecasting attached to both of those bodies, because it's really, really important that we as MLAs and the broader public in Northern Ireland can understand not just why an individual budget line is important, what we're doing around it, what we're doing around education policy or skills, for example, but how that feeds into our broader economic forecast over a matter of years. So in that regard, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I will conclude my remarks on the budget bill. We will be back here, no doubt, in the next few months, and I will repeat my lines again like a character in a Beckett play, calling for longer-term budgeting and multi-year budgets, or maybe not. Maybe we'll have some progress. Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Mr. O'Toole says we use these budget debates to rehearse our pet loves or pet hates or pet projects. I will resist the temptation not to do the same again, and start by repeating what I said this morning in an intervention with Mr. Frew. Police numbers are close to crisis. On the 8th of February, the number was 7,005. The Chief Constable has warned he may need to shed 300 officers because of a budget deficit, and that would leave him a net 800 below the 7,500 in New Decade, New Approach, and indeed the recommendation of Chris Patten all those years ago when he chaired the Independent Commission on Policing and published in September 1999. And among his recommendations, I draw the House's attention to recommendation 44, because this is the impact of losing 800 officers or 500 officers. Patten said, "Policing with the community should be the core function of the police service and the core function of every police station." Frankly, that cannot be done if the numbers drop so far below the 7,500 that Mr Patten recommended. And remember, he also said there should be a part-time reserve of 2,500. So at any given time, the Chief Constable should be able to deploy up to 10,000 officers. He's well short of that. My second point, and I only have 3, Principal Deputy Speaker, is with regard to the payment for the victims and survivors of the conflict who are suffering severe permanent disability. They've won the argument. It took them years, but they've won the argument. Those payments are in law, they are in statute. We have not just a moral obligation to them, but now I have a legal obligation to pay it to them. And yet we haven't paid because of an ongoing, deeply unedifying squabble about which pot of money it comes out of. I understand for politicians it is important to have a debate about which pot of money those payments come out of. But let's look at it from their point of view. Whatever pot of money it comes out of, it's the public purse. And they've been told it's theirs. In law, they deserve it. So I want to spend a couple of minutes, Principal Deputy Speaker, inviting members to think of it from their point of view. Take yourself back to the early 1970s. The Troubles at their most vicious on a daily basis. A young wife, pregnant with her second child, is changing her first child's nappy when the husband comes in to say goodbye because he's going to work. She's so busy changing the nappy that he kisses her on the top of the head and says, "I'll see you later, love." He never saw her again. He was dead within the hour, murdered at his workplace. Skip forward to the point where she's going for the compensation. And she made a terrible mistake, a natural mistake. She got dressed and did her makeup and made herself look as good as she can. In her own words, she said, "I got myself all dolled up." And the judge looked at her and told her she was a fine-looking young woman and would have no difficulty getting another husband, and adjusted her compensation accordingly. That's how we treated her. Let's go up to the northwest. A lovely man from Derry, he calls it Derry, so I will call it Derry out of respect to him. And one day he's on a bus going down the Strand Road. And as he put it, a young soldier in a Sanger went berserk, discharged the entire magazine of his rifle. The man beside him in the bus was killed. He suffered severe injuries in and around his groin, which led to multiple medical processes, operations. He told me he felt no ill will towards the soldier. I thought it was remarkably generous. He said he was a young fella, scared a long way from home. He just lost it. The person he was angry with was the judge who awarded him the compensation. Because despite the fact the judge had no medical qualifications, And despite the fact there was a very thick medical file in front of him, he told this man to drop his trousers so that he could verify for himself the injuries. I told that story in Omagh a few years after the Omagh bomb, and I could see a woman getting visibly very upset. And when the meeting was over and everybody was having a cup of tea, she came back into the room and she explained. She'd been badly injured in the Omagh bomb, physical scars. When she went for her compensation, she explained to her solicitor, her legal representative, she was very nervous because she'd never engaged with the criminal justice system before, and he said, look, don't worry about it, that's why I'm here. And as they went into the office, he said, just one thing. At some point, somebody will put a bit of paper on the table. I want you to ignore it, because that's the initial offer, and it's all part of a game. It'll be ridiculously low. So she went in, and she answered the questions until the judge invited her to take off her dress. To take off her dress, despite the fact he had no medical qualifications and there was a medical file in front of him. She was so humiliated, she lifted that bit of paper and she settled. That is why we have a payment scheme for the severely, permanently disabled. And in the name of God, can we not start operating it? On Thursday, it will be the 49th anniversary of the last time Jennifer McNairn went for a walk. She had the misfortune to choose to walk to the Abercorn bar to have a drink with her sister. She lost her legs. She's been in a wheelchair for 49 years, waiting for this payment, taking us to the High Court to get a judge to tell us to get on with it. Well, please, Minister, please, get on with it. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr Nesbitt, and I'm not glad, but I'm pleased that you were finished before the time, because I was loath to interrupt you. Such was the import of the comments that you were making. Members, this debate will now be paused to allow the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to make a statement on the Executive's pathway out of COVID-19 restrictions. Can I ask members of the House to please take their ease for a few minutes? Thank you.
Okay, members, we resume the sitting. Members, I have received notice from the First and Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement setting out how the Executive will approach the relaxations as the first steps towards a wider recovery process. I have taken an unusual step of allowing today's business to be interrupted because I am aware of the significant interest from MLAs, the general public and the media in relation to this particular issue. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement have been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do so, but may do so by rising in their place as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions because there are a lot of members who will want to contribute this afternoon. This is not an opportunity for debate and long introductions should not be engaged in. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period afterwards. And I call the Deputy First Minister.
And thank you for the opportunity for allowing us to make this statement here today and for disrupting your business that was planned. I think, as we all know, this year we will turn a corner in the COVID-19 pandemic, but there is much more to do and we're not out of the woods yet. For some, this year has been the most difficult year they've experienced, and it was a sad milestone last week when we reached the first anniversary of our first COVID-19 case here. We have sadly lost over 2,000 of our fellow citizens, and over 112,000 of our people have also tested positive. It is, however, time to look to the future with hope, and the conditions for doing that are starting to emerge. The vaccines programme is a foundation block for building forward towards our recovery. But the vaccines programme cannot take the heavy lifting on its own, especially not at this time, and restrictions will be a fact of life, unfortunately, in some form for some time yet. We are incredibly proud of the vaccines work. The Department of Health has a first-class programme of delivery, and our citizens are responding exceptionally well to the offers of taking the jab. As at the 28th of February, there had been 558,597 vaccine doses administered here. This is made up of 525,400 first doses and 33,197 of second doses. That is a crucial step forward. We also continue to see good adherence to the current restrictions, and again, we're very grateful for that too. Consequently, the R number has reduced to between 0.8 and 1.05, and the pressure on our health service has started to reduce. So we believe that now is the time to look forward in a hopeful way, recognising that there is still a huge risk around COVID-19, especially for the potential of new variants. We cannot afford to let the numbers go back up to the point where the health service is overstretched again. Our colleagues, our friends and family who provide health and social care services deserve our duty of care and our ongoing respect. Nor do we want Concordia to be in a cycle of opening and closing huge sections of business and society. We must do everything that we can to try to make this one the last lockdown. And with the underpinning insurance policy, that this Executive will take the steps needed to protect the health service. Taking all these factors together, we can take some tentative preparatory steps towards the lifting of restrictions, but great care is still required. That is why the Executive has agreed today a careful, cautious and hopeful approach to existing restrictions, and we will be publishing that later today for everyone to see. Concordia, we want to outline our thinking in this Assembly first. From the very outset of the pandemic, we undertook to keep the Assembly and MLA colleagues up to date, not only on our decisions but on our rationales, and we are glad to do so again today. The Executive's approach will be a cautious one. We have developed a pathway out of restrictions which builds in time between key steps and relaxations. This leaves time for decisions to be properly informed by the health, community and economic data, and to see the real-time impact of the prevalence of the virus. That time will be used carefully to look at the results of the regular modelling and to assess if it is safe to take the next step. This is a risk-based strategy and one which we hope will be understood in the current COVID-19 context. Our aim is to find a safe, secure, sustainable and understandable way forward for our citizens, sectors and businesses. And we will be hopeful, we'll be optimistic and we'll be realistic in our pathway. We recognise that our citizens need the hope, that they need hope and that they understand that we will need to move carefully through the coming months. Hope and care are equally important, and that requires a balanced approach. Our approach is built on some core considerations, and we will set those out now. First and foremost, our approach is risk-based and will be driven by health, community and economic data and analysis. We will not be driven by hard dates. We recognise that everyone will be looking for certainty, but we do not want to set potentially unachievable dates that will only disappoint. Our commitment is that we will keep restrictions in place only as long as needed, and as and when we build headroom to open a sector, we will most certainly take that opportunity. Second, we will continue to be open and transparent in our decision-making. We will keep everyone up to date and we will explain our thinking. Keeping restrictions in place will only be done if that is necessary and proportionate to the threat that we face from COVID-19. Third, we will continue to look holistically at the challenges that we face. While our focus today is on the pathway out of restrictions, we are also working on our Building Forward recovery strategy. This is where we will draw together the key interventions and the actions that are needed to jumpstart economic and societal recovery. We are joining up the collective effort through the Executive's COVID-19 Task Force, and alongside the Protect and Recovery work streams, we are building an increased focus on adherence and strategic communications. Finally, while we set our own course here, we do not operate in a vacuum. We work closely with other jurisdictions, with the Irish Government, we work closely with other administrations on an east-west basis too, and we're willing to learn from what works best elsewhere, and we're also willing to share our experiences here. Our pathway includes conditions outlined by the World Health Organization. The Executive will of course take our own decisions, and we have set our own pathway on the basis on which those decisions will be reached. Evidence-based, necessity, proportionality and sustainability will be key to all decisions. And we will be driven by health, economic and societal impacts, and will be informed by key data sets in those sectors. We will work towards the gradual and careful reopening of the 9 sectors, which are vitally important for our citizens and for their families. These are home and community, education and young people, worship and ceremonies, sports and leisure activities, work, retail, hospitality, travel and tourism, and culture, heritage and entertainment. The pathway looks at each of these 9 sectors in detail. It sets out a step-by-step process, starting with where we are now and then taking the first cautious steps, gradual easing, further lifting of restrictions and then preparing for the future. It also illustrates our hope and our aspirations for the practical, real-life benefits that this will bring to our citizens. And we're very keen that everyone can find some comfort in the document and what we hope it means for them while seeing the cautious steps we will need to walk through. In line with our commitments on transparency, the pathway also explains how we will take our decisions and the process for that. It sets out the pathway in the context of our plans for recovery. The pathway does not seek to take us back to where we were before the pandemic, and it recognises that there will be some adaptations in our lives. That will be the case across a number of sectors for some time to come. The Executive is, however, committed to getting education back as quickly as possible for the sake of children and young people, for their education, for their well-being and for future aspirations. We will do this for parents too, and in partnership with our colleagues in the education system who are working so hard to adapt to the current pressures. Cancórlia, it is vitally important that all of this is grounded in the reality of the pandemic. COVID-19 continues to impact every aspect of our lives. The new variants are a sharp reminder of the need for care. Our health responses have developed considerably over the last 12 months, and we have a debt of gratitude to everyone who's worked in the health and care sector. The role we all play this year will be important, and that starts with sticking to the public health basics That remains vital, and we will all benefit when we get this right. Washing our hands, keeping a safe distance from others, wearing our face coverings and reducing social contact as much as we can. This makes a real difference, and we cannot let those good habits go. Adhering to the remaining restrictions and engaging with our communications have played a key role in getting us to this point, where we can start to think about lifting the restrictions. And we really want to say thank you to everyone for all of this. There are new variants, and that needs to be guarded against, and that is part of the reason why travel is so severely limited, and we ask for patience and understanding on that point. COVID-19 is a successful virus because of its ability to transmit between people so easily. The new variants are even more so. So the stay-at-home message remains important today. We know and understand that people go out for essential reasons, such as shopping and for exercise, for necessities and for well-being. But we are concerned about crowded places, even outside, so we continue to ask everyone to take great care and to think about the risks. That is why we've set out very clearly in the pathway the approach we are taking to decision-making for everyone to see. Each week, departments will meet as a collective to discuss the available information and to proactively consider which steps can be proposed to the Executive. After each step that we take, we will pause, we'll reflect, we'll look at the data and the impacts, we'll engage with the key sectors and enable them to reopen only if it's the right thing to do. And I think that gives us all the best chance of achieving sustainable steps and to avoid another lockdown. In summary, Ceann Comhairle, we published our documents today and we ask everyone to take the time to read them, to digest them, to think about the need for caution in our approach, to continue to follow the public health advice, and most certainly to take the vaccine whenever it's offered. We all have hope for this year, and together we will get through this. Gor Maggart.
Gor Maggart, thank you. And I call the chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office, Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the First Ministers for their statement today. It is a bit disappointing, however, that MLAs only got this statement 30 minutes before on such a serious issue that is so profound and cuts right across all of society, and that we have yet to be provided with the actual plan, even though some journalists have had versions of this from early this morning. COVID has caused major problems for most in our community, ranging from annoyance and interruptions to matter of financial existence and indeed death for many and grief for many more beyond that. It's not an understatement to say that there is no one in our community that hasn't been impacted, and managing that has not been easy. And as an Executive Office, you've gotten some of it right and you've got some of it wrong. But today has to be about looking forward and providing positivity and ambition, something for people to look forward to, as it has been a very long, dark and depressing winter. Now, I want to raise a note of concern because, as I understand it, the Executive Office pathway has 9 streams with 5 stages moving at different speeds, meaning that there are 45 variables moving at different paces for people to engage with. I can see that causing confusion for people and it not being that easy to follow. So can you give us a commitment today here that you will front up a substantial information campaign as part of this, updating people about where we are in each pathway and where we will be going to next? Because people in various trades and businesses will need advance notice about when they will move from each stage to the next and what that means to them. And are you prepared to go on to the airwaves and pledge to people today that this Executive Office plan will be explained at each stage so that people can get the clarity that they need?
Ceann Comhairle, and thanks to the member for his question. Can I just correct something that you've said? This is not an Executive Office plan, this belongs to the entire Executive. And it's for us all to work together to get us out of this current phase in terms of dealing with the pandemic. And it's for every department to do the heavy lifting, and it's for every department to engage with the sector in which they are responsible for, and it's for every Executive Minister to work together, to be on the airwaves, to do everything that we can to communicate this to the public. We actually have, as an Executive, just agreed, obviously you know the Executive went on into the afternoon, and that's why we were late in terms of even asking the Speaker to give us the space in the Chamber today to make the statement, but nonetheless we are here. I'm glad we're here. As part of the plan, there is a strong communication plan and engagement plan, because whenever it comes to getting ready for recovery, for being able to open things up. It's really important that we work with all the different sectors, whether that be sport, whether that be the retail, whether it be close contact services. No matter what it is, the Executive has committed as part of our plan to work with the sector, and we've actually started that process today. So as I deliver this statement on behalf of the Executive to MLAs today, there is a parallel process now underway with engaging with key sectors. But that's not going to be just done today. That has to be done the whole way through this recovery, because it's not going to happen overnight. There's a journey to be travelled here. I think that the plan is a good plan in this way. It's flexible enough to be able to allow us to move at pace where we can, and actually slow down a little where we can, where we need to, if we need to. So I think that dealing with every sector in a separate way, the 9 different pathways, allows people to look at what's important for them and see where they fit into the plan. And I hope that people take some comfort from that, and that many people get some comfort from this. We haven't been date-led. We said we'd be led by the data, the specifics, how the vaccine's going, the situation in our hospitals, and the pressure in the health service. We've said we'll be led by the transmission of the virus and the rollout of all these things. I think that all those things in the mix, it's really, really important that we take decisions, but that we tell people why we're taking those decisions and we communicate it. So I hope that the communication plan that we've also agreed upon today will allow us to be able to do the very things that the member has set out.
Okay, and just before I bring in the next speaker, can I just remind the rest of the members that you don't have the same latitude to ask your question as a chairperson. Obviously did, and appropriately so, as a chairperson of the committee. So I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement to the House after what has been an incredibly difficult year for many, not least those who have been so vulnerable, and indeed those whose families have been bereaved and been unable to process that grief in a normal fashion. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister if she would make it clear that these indicators around which the Executive as a whole will take decisions on relaxations will include economic and educational sectors and not just be about the figures that are produced by the Department of Health?
Again, thanks to the member for the question, and I can say to you that we've set ourselves, I suppose, a range of principles in which we will take our decisions. So it's health, community and economy. And all 3 things are obviously crucially important. So it's about the issue of the vaccination rollout, it's about the capacity in the health service, it's about the rate of transmission of the virus. Alongside that, it's about the mental health and physical well-being of all of our people. Because this has been one of the most challenging years that many of us have been through, and I think that we recognise that, so we want to obviously factor that into our decision making. The education of our children and young people, and making sure we can, and the Executive has prioritised the issue of schools being opened safely, the impacts on the more vulnerable in society, which you have referred to, and then obviously alongside that there are the economic impacts, so the impact on workers, on businesses, and the availability of economic support to assist businesses. So those 3 areas will be factored into all of our decision making.
And I genuinely thank the Minister for a really welcome statement, and I join with the Chair in being disappointed that I've been following this on social media for quite some time, and we really need to fix this leakage that's coming out of the Executive. So can I ask you this question based on part of that? Because you said something which was really important, that we will move at pace and we will move slowly where we have to, and that's the right thing to do in the various different sectors. But Boris Johnson made a very clear commitment: we'll not go backwards. Will you be able to make that commitment today, that once we've gone forward to a phase, there will be no going back?
Just on the point of leaks from the Executive, I think that is unfortunate, and the media have not even the final version, so whatever's been leaked has been done in advance of the Executive's final considerations. However, can I say that the approach that we're taking, as I've said, is to try to... Today we want to give people hope. We want people to know that there's something to grab onto, that we have a way forward. I think we should be very honest with the public also to say that this virus is still among us, it's still spreading, it's still too high a rate. There are new variants there. But what we have done today and what we're trying to achieve with this plan is that if we do this in a gradual way, in a very considered way, if we work our way through it gradually, and be cautious and take the right decisions at the right times, then that mitigates against the risk of going backwards. Nobody wants to go backwards. We only want to go forwards here. So we've deliberately stayed away from giving dates because I think that gives people false hope and it builds up an expectation that people grab onto and then, unfortunately, can be disappointed. So we're trying to do this with the public, with the sectors, gradually easing our way through this, and we hope that this, and we think that this is the best way, this plan is the best way to avoid any slip back into stricter restrictions again.
McCrossan.
Gerry Carroll, I want to thank the Minister for her statement today. I think the publication of this Pathway to Recovery document will give our citizens some sense that there is an end in sight to this unprecedented crisis that we've all had to contend with over the past 12 months. Given the experience of coming out of previous lockdowns, can the Joint First Minister set out how the Executive will engage with each of the key sectors, such as sport, arts, culture, business and of course the community and voluntary sector, so that they can properly prepare for the steps that they need to take to aid in this recovery? Thank you.
Thanks to the member again for the question, and she's right in saying that we've been through this before. This is our third reversal out of restrictions, so what we're trying to do is learn from experience of the past and actually find a way to work in tandem with the sectors where we can. We understand absolutely that people need time to plan, to adjust, and we want to work with the sectors. That's why there's already some discussions happening this afternoon, but we intend, as part of our engagement plan, to engage with the key sectors, retail, business, hospitality, sports, the arts. We intend to give as much notice as we can where measures are to be eased, and then we'll do all this in a very balanced way in terms of the health, economic, social and family impacts. The member may know that in the past, junior ministers would have led a lot of this work around the engagement with the sectors, and we would envisage that again will happen. It's just really important that we put as much information into the public domain as possible around our decision making. We inform. We hope that people can see from our plan that it actually sets out how we will make decisions, it actually sets out when we're going to make decisions, and it sets out that we are going to work with the sectors. So hopefully that gives some comfort to those sectors that have been so detrimentally impacted by the pandemic.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to say thank you today to all in the Executive. Today we have a light at the end of the tunnel. We have a society who for over a year have been struggling, so at least we have something, and that leads me to my question, which is today people will see this document and be looking desperately for the date of stage number 2 that's listed. And I can appreciate that we need to be led by the medical advice. Is there anything that we can tell the public today about, I know it mentions about the 16th of March will be an executive review date. Is there anything that we can give for the public to help get them an aim towards the future of when they can look forward to our section 2 in the document being released?
Member for her positive comments in terms of the hope, because I think this is a day very much of hope, and even though we're saying to people be very cautious and be steady as you go, but there is a way out, and this is where we're headed. In terms of the different phases, so 9 pathways, 5 different steps across them, and you can move at different speeds across each one. But we have set out that we will review the process every 4 weeks. And so the first date, which we previously had announced, was the 18th of or 16th of March. Actually, is going to be our review date, where there will be a paper comes forward from Health that will actually set out. So here's what we can do next. I would caution and be upfront enough to say that we don't expect there to be any sort of major change before Easter, but we hope that on the other side of Easter that there will be room and flexibility. So our dates for the comprehensive reviews by the Executive are the 16th of March, the 15th of April, the 13th of May, and the 10th of June. So people, probably in their own heads will compute that to a sort of time frame. However, they are review points in time. It doesn't mean we can do everything within each step at those periods. It'll depend on all the other factors, but it gives people a bit of a judgment in terms of what it is that we're trying to aim for.
I call Paula Bradley.
Speaker, can I also thank the Deputy First Minister for the statement here today. Minister, I note then where you've put down all of the 9 sectors. Maybe I'm reading too much into this, but hopefully that is not in order of when we might see the easements on that. And I notice number 4 is sports and leisure. I just want to ask, has the executive given sufficient importance to sports and leisure when it comes to mental health and physical health of our greater population, and just especially our young people, when we need to see that easement happen sooner rather than later?
I couldn't agree more. I mean, this has been such a desperate year for, particularly for everybody, but for children and young people in particular, who've been denied access. They haven't been in school with their peers, their friends. They haven't been able to go to their sports clubs, do whatever it is that they're interested in. So our priority is to get children back out into the outdoors as quickly as possible. I am glad to say, in terms of our pathway document, one of the first, if you move to the first step in terms of sport, it actually looks at being able to give more flexibility to children and young people, and we will see organised sport. Outdoor sports facilities will reopen for training and organised group activities. That's young people getting together for their sports clubs, whatever it is they're interested in. There'll be some outdoor sport. Sorry, it specifically mentions outdoor sport for children can resume with accompanying responsible adults allowed to attend. So that's your Saturday morning, maybe games that many children have been denied because of the pandemic for the last year. And we're looking at, in that first phase, hopefully another area that we've looked at is around outdoor competitive sport being able to resume. So given how important sport is to our physical and mental well-being, then I think this is something positive, I think, particularly for children and young people. They can look at this and think, well, we're in the first category, so hopefully that's not too far off.
Call John O'Dowd. And I thank the Joint First Minister for the statement today and welcome the publication of the Pathway report. There's much debate, even in the Chamber today, around data vs dates. Would the Joint First Minister agree with me that COVID doesn't have a calendar, it doesn't have a diary secretary, it doesn't work to dates? But what it does work to is human behaviour, and that's why I think in terms of the plan it is correct that we're operating to data. Would the Minister further outline as to why it's important that we operate in regards to that data? I think the Minister outlined that it's economic, health and community, rather than dealing simply with dates.
Thanks to the member. And we think that this is the best way to be upfront, to be honest with people around what it is that we're facing into. We're not out of the woods, and we have a difficult weeks and months ahead, actually. And there are so many uncertainties with COVID-19 that it's really hard to be definitive at times. But as you have recognised, we're judging our ability to move based on the capacity in the health service and the vaccination programme, that it remains on track, and that our test and trace and protect strategy is doing its job. And also we're going to be our health will be rolling out additional testing in different settings. So all these things allows us to have optimism. But I think that the data, not dates approach essentially means that each time we take a step, that we will take a step back in terms of our own decision making. We'll pause, we'll reflect, and we'll look at the impact of that. We'll engage the key sectors, and then we'll plan for what comes next. So I think this gives us an ability to move forward cautiously, but also to move forward based on the evidence that we have in front of us and in conjunction working with the sectors.
Call Paul Given.
Mr. Speaker, people will look at this document and ask the question, what does it mean for them and when? That will be the first reaction. And then they'll want to understand the parameters by which those decisions are being informed. So data is very important, but it is the analysis of that data that then leads to the decisions, which is going to be the test for the executive. And Deputy First Minister, you've said that this plan gives flexibility to move more quickly. If that is the case, given that today's data has our transmission rates where they were last September, given that we have the vaccination programme and we are much further ahead than the Republic of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, England will all have their children back to school, is this not an opportunity to prove, as this party wants, that our children are prioritised and they're brought back more quickly, given that the data provides the evidence for that decision to happen?
Well, I mean, you can interpret the data in whatever way you wish, but I think that we are in a different position here than if you compare it as to what's happening in the 26 counties, what's happening in England, Scotland or Wales. Our rates per 100,000 are higher than elsewhere, so it's really, really important that that we take all these things into account. I'll remind you that your party is also in the executive and agrees with this approach. This is the plan that we've all signed up to. But listen, I think this is not a day for division. This is a day to show a united front that we want to get to the other end of this as quickly as possible, that will pull out all the stops to do so, but that we must be very cautious in doing so. If you remember what happened last September, October, November, December, and where we ended up in January, nobody wants to be there again. The health service staff don't want to be there again. So everybody needs to put their shoulder to the wheel. Every minister in the executive, every elected representative needs to be responsible. And I know there'll be a temptation to move very quickly for, you know, what about this sector, that sector and the other. This is a planned way to do it. There's no room for it to be haphazard about this. It needs to be done gradually. It needs to be done in a sustainable way, because we don't want to go back into it again. So let's take our time, move cautiously. Our priority is to get children back into school safely. That's what the document says again today. We've already announced 2 phases in terms of schools. We've also said in the document that after Easter we'll commence on to the next phase, and that's where we should be. And the executive as a whole has prioritised getting children back into school, but it must be safe. And there are so many variables right now. We have to also be careful and be very, very cautious. But today is a day of hope, and that's what I want the public at home to feel from what we're doing here today.
Call Colin Gildernew.
Gormahagat Chanforlia and Gormahagat Joint First Minister for the statement and the answers to questions today. And I suppose I want to particularly welcome within the document the acknowledgement of the willingness and the recognition of the ability to learn from other places that have done better in this pandemic and previous pandemics. And also I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the very significant contribution to this in terms of experts and academics who have, both in the Health Committee and in other fora, contributed to this. But despite the enormous difficulties that we have faced as a society over the past 12 months, this strategy for recovery also does present an opportunity to do things differently, and indeed that we strive to do things better moving forward, and not simply returning to normality, but doing better. As part of that building back after the pandemic, will the Joint First Minister commit to ensuring that there is equal consideration given to social improvement as well as to economic recovery?
Thanks to the member for the question, and absolutely yes, I think that we have an opportunity to build. And I think that this is only the first step. So the executive, in terms of our pathway out of restrictions, have clearly set out that we have 3 sort of layers of work to take forward. The first is this piece of work, which is lifting the restrictions, and that builds the foundation for short to medium term recovery. Then secondly, it's about, in the short to medium term recovery, what are the interventions that jumpstarts the longer term renewal, both economic and community and societal renewal. And then the third phase of that work is around the renewal and the programme for government outcomes and the longer term aspirations. But I think that there has been so much good over the course of last year, and so many people have adapted what they do, whether that be healthcare students stepping up to the front line, social workers stepping up to the front line, people that have retired coming back into the health service, businesses repurposing their businesses. You know, the sports sector right across the sporting code stepping up and helping communities. The work has just been amazing. I hope we never lose that again, and I hope that we help in terms of building for something better into the future. Then we have to have a clear focus on protecting jobs and livelihoods. It has to be about a more inclusive, a more caring society. It has to be about a whole of government and a whole of society approach. And particularly, if there's one thing the pandemic has certainly exposed, it's the fact that over the course of this year, the pandemic has disproportionately impacted on those who are more vulnerable in society, those families that are living in poverty, those families that are living in crowded homes, those families that are working on low incomes. It's particularly hit women who have usually shouldered more of the caring responsibility. So all of these things, certainly for me, this has highlighted it, and that what we need to do now in terms of building for the future is how do we build a different and a better society, and that has to be the outworking out of the executive's pathway for recovery. It's certainly where I would be focused.
Call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for the statement today. It is disappointing, as a member of this House, Deputy First Minister, that the pathway document has made its way onto the TEO website before it's been circulated to MLAs. the communication strategy really needs to change with members of this Assembly urgently. It's long past due. Just in relation to the document, it is welcome that we've finally got this document, Deputy First Minister, and you're right. It has said, it is to be said that it offers some hope to people who have been at home for some time. There are many couples that are hoping to get married. Many in the last year have delayed their ceremonies because there was uncertainty over whether or not there would or wouldn't be a reception because of the level of infection in communities. But now with this document, Deputy First Minister, could you provide some clarification as to when those who are planning on getting married can do so with members of their family in attendance, be it 25, 50 or otherwise? If you could provide some clarification, it would be very welcome. Thank you.
Can I say that I've also spoke with many very disappointed brides throughout the course of this year, because this pandemic has been so detrimental in so many ways to the really important times in people's lives, milestones in people's lives. In terms of the worship and ceremonies, actually, in the last, I think it was last week, the junior ministers have had a meeting with the faith leaders, and we believe there's going to be a recommendation coming forward to the executive around how we can return services in places of worship, so including weddings, the ceremony part, obviously back to where it was previously. If you remember, there was a risk assessment and mitigation, so we expect to receive a paper on that. I think it's imminent. And I think that will hopefully then give some assurance and clarity to those couples that are waiting to know if they can have their wedding reception or their wedding ceremony and the size. I think the reception end of things will be a bit of a period away. Obviously, if you look towards the hospitality piece, it'll be a bit of time before you'll be able to get back to larger numbers there. But it is a hopeful day as well, and we hope that to give people the clarity as quickly as we possibly can, and we will not keep these restrictions in place for any longer than is necessary.
Call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy First Minister, you quoted in your statement the fact that over 2,000 people have died and over 112,000 people have tested positive. And I think it demonstrates the scale of this pandemic. And I think today is a day when our thoughts, all in this House, will be with those people and their families. We certainly do have something to be proud of with our vaccination programme, and it does offer hope. And you have acknowledged in your statement, Deputy First Minister, that vaccinating on its own will not defeat this pandemic. You also acknowledge the good adherence to the current restrictions, and you have reinforced the need to continue for us all to work together. I'd certainly like to take this opportunity to place on record the huge debt that we owe to our own medical and scientific experts. But would you agree that there continues to be a huge responsibility on the shoulders of all public representatives who serve in this House and other places not to say or do anything to undermine the corporate public health messages? Thank you.
Thanks to the member, and can I say, I absolutely concur in terms of the vaccination rollout. It's been excellent, and all credit to the teams of people that have been working to get that rolled out, and also listening this morning to the reports around the vaccination centre at the SSE Arena. I think again shows another positive step forward in terms of vaccination. So yes, the message here is consistent across the executive. The message here is consistent for us all. This is a day of hope. This is a day of optimism. This is a day for us to look to the future, but to tread carefully as we walk our way through it. And I think that if we continue to communicate this in the right way to the public, then that, I think, will help bring the public with us, because it's very understandable that people are tired of COVID. We're 1 year going through this, and everybody has been denied so much, whether that be family gatherings. There's been just so many milestones, birthdays, everything that people have missed, and they'll want to be able to know when they can get there again, and we'll get there quicker if people help work with us just through this next period of time till we get to the end of the current restrictions.
William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement today. What encouragement can she give to business owners desperate to get their businesses open again? Many of these have been at wit's end corner. What encouragement can the Deputy First Minister give to those businesses?
Well, as the member knows, the pandemic has been detrimental to many of our businesses, and particularly small businesses. There's so many people still in furlough. I mean, the consequences of the pandemic are enormous, and we're dealing with it every day. We've done our best in terms of trying to be able to financially support businesses, obviously, to get through the pandemic, and the furlough obviously has helped, but it is very challenging for businesses. That's why we've committed to, in our plan, to say that we're going to take into account the health implications, the community implications and the economic implications, and that's what will help inform our decisions. We have no desire to keep any business's door closed for any longer than necessary. We have a priority to save lives, and we have a priority to make sure that we do our best for the public, but it has to be done in a staged way, and I think this offers us the best opportunity to get to the other end of these restrictions in as quick a possible manner.
Can we please bring Karen Mullen into the spotlight, please? Karen Mullen, could you ask your question, please?
I also thank the Minister for the statement and welcome the hope that it provides. The Joint First Minister will appreciate the enormous contribution that sports and sporting bodies make to our health and well-being. Coming through this pandemic, children have been at home for months. Many parents are anxious to know when their children and young people will be able to return to sports. Minister, how can we assure parents that it is safe for them to return, those children to return to sports, and support our sporting clubs to reopen?
Thank you to the Minister. It's my first question from Starleaf, so your experience. Can I say that obviously, and I mentioned it earlier in a question I got from Paula in terms of children and young people. They need to be outdoors, they need to be exercising, they need to be back at their sport. Certainly that's what I get in my own family from the young people, and certainly I know it's the concern of many parents. So the pandemic has denied children so much over the past year, and we're determined to get things opened up as quickly as we possibly can in this area, because we know how important sport and leisure is to physical and mental health. And even for just to get together, it's about team building, it's lifelong bonding, it's all of that. So I am delighted that in terms of the first step around sports and leisure activities that we actually, and we had a discussion on this at the Executive, that we actually have made a commitment to resume outdoor sport for children, and that is in that first phase. So hopefully we can get there fairly quickly, all being well, things continuing as they are. The public continuing to work with us, then I would be pleased if we can get there fairly soon, because it is so important that we can get to that point as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As has been mentioned, children and young people have paid a great price for the safety of others during this pandemic, and as a youth sports coach myself, can I also welcome the scheduled return of outdoor youth sport training and games without spectators at stage 2 of the sport and leisure pathway. I also note the commitment to publish a building forward recovery strategy. So can I ask if and when you will also publish a children and young people's recovery strategy, including educational, emotional and physical recovery for all children and young people?
So the Executive hasn't discussed that, but I think it's a very good idea. I mean, we should be putting particular emphasis on children and young people? I mean, we've talked about them in terms of the overarching plan, but in terms of specifics for the year ahead and the couple of years ahead, what can we do to try to support children and young people, whether that be in the school setting, in the sports setting, in community? So I'm more than happy to take that back to the Executive and just to see if there is something more we can do to progress it.
Keith Archibald, called Keith Archibald.
Gormaga Cancoya, and I too thank the Minister for the very welcome statement. As she stated herself, it is really important that we give people hope for the way forward. As the Minister will be very aware, the pandemic has highlighted and in some ways reinforced social and economic and health inequalities across our communities. It has exposed some very difficult issues that need to be addressed in a strategic way going forward. Can the Minister set out how the Executive will address these issues as we move forward to recovery and try to build a different and better society?
Thanks. And again, I mean, I think it's really important, and I touched on this earlier, that we try to build a better society on the other side of the pandemic. And I'd pointed out that in rebuilding our community after the pandemic. It has to be about how do we target those who are more in need, those in housing need, those who are living in poverty, those people that are living in overcrowded homes. Homelessness has obviously increased also during the pandemic. So a lot of good work actually has been done through the Department of Communities in supporting targeted groups. However, I do think that there is an awful lot more to be done. I think that particularly when I reflect on the impact of the pandemic on women, for example, I think that there's a huge issue there that needs to be addressed. As I said, many women bear the majority of caring responsibility, and that thing. We also know that there's been a rise in domestic violence, which has been particularly alarming throughout the course of the pandemic. So there's a lot of things that we need to do to build a better society, and that has to be a major factor in terms of the economic recovery and the pathway that we are adopting.
Can we please bring Cara Hunter into the spotlight, please? Cara Hunter, can you ask your question, please?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. Looking through the pathway, it is welcome that one of the strategic priorities is maintaining the health and well-being of all our citizens. Given the welcomed pace of the vaccine programme so far, what plans does the Executive have to introduce an improved, full-scale and comprehensive track and trace system? And what further steps have been considered, which means future outbreaks can be contained so that we're not having to reverse any further steps in this plan? Thank you.
Thanks to the member for her question. She'll note, if she has seen the pathway, that it talks about that there have been a major number of developments in terms of the health front, and obviously in terms of track, trace and isolate systems. That comes under the remit of the Department of Health, and it's for them to bring forward improvements. Certainly I agree with you. That is the best way in which we can target the virus, we can track the virus and we can isolate it down. So I think that from the very outset of the pandemic, the World Health Organization were saying that for us to be successful in terms of dealing with the pandemic, then we needed to have a first-class test, trace and isolate system. So I do welcome the fact that in the pathway to recovery there are comments that there are a commitment actually in terms of the Department of Health and the work that's going to be done there, and we need to be very focused on that. Alongside that, actually, there's going to be additional testing. There's talk of developing the testing within schools, so lateral flow tests, quick tests that can be turned around. All these things combined will give us the best possible chance of being able to lift all the restrictions. It will not be one thing. We shouldn't put all our eggs in the vaccine basket, because clearly, whilst the vaccine is hugely effective, it doesn't stop. We don't have evidence to say that it stops the spread of the virus. So we need to have a combination of efforts and make sure that we implement every one of them faithfully in order to give us the best possible chance.
Okay, and before I call the next speaker, I just want to remind people there's a number of people still wanting to speak and contribute to ask their question, so I would ask everybody to be as succinct as possible. Pat Sheehan.
I thank the Minister for her statement today. And the publication of this pathway document will be welcomed by most people across our communities, insofar as it signals a return to some sort of normality in our lives. I'm wondering, can the Minister detail the process that will determine movement between the different phases in the easing of restrictions?
Thanks to the member. As I've said, the Executive Recovery document outlines the 5 phases and how we plan to reduce and then also ultimately to remove the restrictions that are currently in place. But we'll have to use a broad range of data, information and also statistical indicators to inform decisions on the relaxation of restrictions, or whether we need to return to strengthen them, which we're obviously trying to avoid. So I think that all the factors that I've talked about, the fact that we're making rapid progress when it comes to the vaccine, but it's really, really important that alongside that we suppress the virus, and that has to be at the forefront of our considerations across all phases and beyond. Because you see, if we move too quickly, we could end up with transmission rates rising so fast that our health service then becomes overwhelmed again, and we want to avoid that. The other thing is that with the emergence of the new variants, I think it's even more important for us to be cautious in our approach. But I can say to the member that there will be linkages and interdependencies across the various pathways, and that's critical, because taking action in one area may require action in another. So I think it's really, really important that we sequence all these things, that we be as careful as we can, but that we follow the pathway that we have set out, and we consider at all times the pathway as a whole.
Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy First Minister made reference to the impact of the pandemic on women, but it was on the 16th of November last I asked the Deputy First Minister and the First Minister for the reaction to the Women's Policy Group COVID Recovery Plan, Feminist COVID Recovery Plan. That's more than 3 months ago, and I've heard nothing.
Well, I'm more than happy to get back to the member. I know you did raise it here as part of question time. I'm absolutely all for a feminist recovery plan, and I'm more than happy to make sure that, factored into all the decisions that we're taking as an executive as a whole, is that we actually take on board the fact that the pandemic has been so detrimental towards women, disproportionately actually towards women, for a whole variety of reasons. I actually have had quite a number of engagements with the women's sector, also with women in business, for example, around how we can build a fairer recovery, particularly in relation to women, and that's all incorporated into the work that we do every day.
Pat Kennedy.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister, for coming to the Minister. Additional certainty for business is obviously welcome, but there will be many disappointed that this statement and the accompanying infographic will not allow them to make the important decisions needed to protect jobs. Will the Executive Office provide a more detailed breakdown for business owners?
I think I've set out clearly in terms of what our next steps are. This is sets out the pathway. It lets people see the 5 areas and steps that we will take. It also gives a commitment to work with the sectors, including the business community, around where they fit in that, how we get ready for them opening, because this should be about getting ready to open. So we've committed very strongly to working with the sector to allow them to get to the point where they can open as quickly as possible, as safely as possible, but most importantly, as sustainably as possible.
Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. May I thank the Deputy First Minister for her comments so far and her answers so far. Obviously, one of the most fundamental questions we have here is people's confidence in the Executive and the political message going forward to do that. Can the First and Deputy First Ministers assure us and the people of Northern Ireland that they will maintain the message and have their political parties roll in behind it?
Can I hope that, certainly I'm making this statement today on behalf of the entire Executive, can I hope that, that all ministers work together, that all elected representatives, chairs of committees and everybody else works together to deliver what is a collective message?
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Deputy First Minister for making the statement today. Yet again, members of this House had the discourtesy of having to get the information regarding this statement from the media. The document itself looks like a copy and paste job of what was published last May, and that plan wasn't worth the paper it was written on. So I would like to ask the Deputy First Minister, is the Executive finally ready to take politics out of a response to COVID-19, and what input has the Executive Task Force or the Expert Task Force had in this recovery plan? What role will it play in moving forward to ensure that it's not going to be about competing political priorities?
Well, you know, the member refers to not playing politics, so I would encourage that to be the case also today in terms of this statement. This is an executive statement. It's all ministers working together. It's a collective effort. It's to try to get us out of the path. It's to give us a pathway out of the restrictions. I'm very hopeful about it. I believe that it is the right pathway to take us out of restrictions. I certainly have never played politics in terms of the pandemic, and I never would do so. It's really, really important that all ministers work together, that all elected representatives work together. This is a very serious situation. It's been a very difficult year. However, people have reason to have optimism. People have reason to look to the future with some degree of confidence. But what we need to do is take them out of it in a staged way. More than happy if the member has any ideas of her own, if she wishes to send them to me. I'm more than happy to listen to her in terms of her own approach and how else that she thinks that this plan could be improved.
Allister.
Thank you. Well, other regions have been given hope and dates. We have been given a cliche-ridden algorithm for dither. It's not much of a sat-nav if it doesn't tell you the route or when you expect to get there. High-sounding cliches about being data-driven, of course, are really about providing opportunities to cover executive indecision and disagreement, but they do nothing to answer the questions that ordinary people have. When can we get our kids permanently back into school? Not on some hokey-cokey basis. When can we get our businesses open? When can we get our kids back to playing sport? When can families again engage in recreation and use their caravans and whatever? Those are the questions people want answered. All we have today is a maybe. It's not good enough.
Well, the member in his typical negative form makes his views known, but I'll tell you when kids will be back in school, when it's safe. I'll tell you whenever businesses will be opened, whenever it's safe. I'll tell you whenever children can get back to playing sport, when it's safe. I'll tell you when families can get back together again, whenever it's safe. That's the most important thing, Corley. If we can go through, deliver this pathway, work our way through this in the most sustainable way. This needs to be sustainable. None of us want to roll back. We only want to make progress. And the best way that the public can have confidence that we're only going to keep going forward is if we actually work our way through this in the staged approach which has been set out. We do not want families apart for any longer than necessary. We don't want business doors closed for any longer than necessary. We don't want friends kept apart. We don't want all the detrimental realities of life that we're facing because of this pandemic to continue for any longer than necessary. But I do believe this pathway gives us the best plan to take us out of the current period of restrictions.
Gerry Carroll.
With these announcements, more questions tend to arise and hope more time can be set aside to discuss and scrutinise this document. In the leaked document, Minister, section in relation to work, Stage 2 will see relaxation of restrictions in workplace attendance, whereas Stage 2 of home and community life retains home and community life. Serious restrictions on households and private life remain. So to me this repeats making the same mistakes of the past. Huge restrictions on private lives, yet people forced into unsafe workplace conditions. So what assurances can the Minister give that there will not be a repeat of the old mistakes of the past and pushing people into unsafe working conditions when it's not safe to do so?
Well, I can certainly say that no one should be forced to go into an unsafe workplace. We've made that very clear the whole way through the pandemic. Employers need to be responsible. They need to allow staff to work from home where they can. If staff are staff that need to go to work, then there needs to be strong mitigation in place. So I think I remember previously at some stage in one of these debates that I actually encouraged the member who had concerns to raise them with the relevant authority, whether it be the local council or the HSE. If there's any issues in terms of staff, that should always be the case, and it's incumbent upon us all to do so. The difficulty in all of this is to try to get the right balance and to try to allow the maximum amount of things being lifted, the maximum amount of restrictions being lifted with the least amount of risk. And that's challenging. And it's particularly challenging around our family lives. And I mean, we all miss our families at this period of time. We in this chamber are no different to anybody else in that regard. And I think the challenge that we have, certainly from the health point of view and the public health advice, is always that whenever we're together, you naturally let your own guard down, which is just what you would do because it's the nature of life, and that's why those things perhaps take a little bit longer. But I do welcome the fact that, for example, from the 8th, that more people can get together outside from two families. That's going to be an improvement. And then I think I welcome the fact that if you walk across the different steps in terms of home and community life, then you can see that we'll be able to move quickly to try to get that back to some sort of sense of normality for people over the course of the plan. Look, as I said, none of us want to see families apart for any longer. This has been one tough year and we want to remove these restrictions as quickly as possible, but we need to do it in a safe way, otherwise we'll be back to square one.
Can we please bring Claire Sugden into the spotlight, please? Can I invite Claire Sugden to ask her a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, members, and also thank you to the First and Deputy First Minister for their statement this afternoon. It is clear that the virus is responding to the vaccination programme, but I also expect it's responding to the change in season. Autumn, winter will come again. Variants, as the Deputy First Minister has discussed, there could be a spike toward the end of the year. I think it was yourself, Deputy First Minister, perhaps the First Minister, who said in November that we need to learn to live with the virus. How do we do that? Because we can't keep finding ourselves in restrictions and lockdown and shutting down our economy and our society.
Thanks to the member for that question. And actually, that is one of the things that we factored in. So it's about resilience into the future. So we obviously want to be able to get to the point now where we can lift these restrictions, but we have to be very much also focused on how do we make sure that things are resilient into the future. So what are the mitigations that we put in place that preempting what potentially could happen in the autumn again? Because you're right, actually, it is the season change. It's a combination of things probably that actually has us in the position that we are today. We know that the virus is seasonal. So part of the plans for the future, if you like, as we go through this, is what are the resilient things that we need to put in place to allow us to cope with that in the autumn. So it is factored into the plan.
And members, that concludes questions on the statement. Thank you all for your contribution. And could members please take their ease for a moment or two? Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Standing Order 18A dictates operations on oral ministerial statements. 18A2 holds that the Minister shall make a written copy of the statement available to members as early as possible and at least 30 minutes before delivering the statement to the Assembly. And 18A3 holds that the written copy, whether or not embargoed, shall not be given to members of the news media before it is made available to members. Mr. Speaker, could you advise, is there anything that you can do using the power of your office to ensure that in the future members receive the courtesy afforded to them in standing orders when it comes to ministerial statements?
Well, I would say that we did receive the ministerial statement today. Whoever leaked documents to the media, that's a matter for the people who leaked the documents to the media. You are in the political world, you're a big woman, so you'll understand that people unfortunately do leak confidential documents, which is a great disservice, in my view, to the members of this House. So your point has been made, and as I've said, there was a statement received in accordance with the requirements. So whoever leaked the documents. I can't comment on that. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with regard to the 18A2, with regard to the statement being available to members as early as possible, not least 30 minutes. The statement was received by my office via the email at 15:23, and the statement was made and scheduled for 14:45, so not within 30 minutes. So I'm just wondering if that is something that your office would be able to look into to ensure that we do get it 30 minutes, as is in the standing orders.
I'll look into that. Thank you. We're not quorate. Okay, members, ready to resume the debate on the budget bill, and I call Paul Gibbon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chairman of the Committee for Justice in this debate today. Throughout the last year, the Committee has scrutinised the Department of Justice budget through regular briefings and updates, both oral and written. This has included in-year monitoring rounds, bids for COVID-19 funding and the forecasting performance. The Department also provided briefings on its financial planning and the draft budget for the year ahead. Like all departments, the Department of Justice's budget planning for the 2020-21 took place before the COVID-19 crisis had materialised. The pandemic continues to affect the delivery of services, with new ways of working having to be found and new procedures put in place across the justice sector. Inevitably, this has impacted on planning and expenditure, with a number of the COVID-19 reprioritisation exercises being undertaken to try to assess requirements and align resources to manage emerging pressures and changing circumstances throughout the year. Over the course of the year, bids for COVID-19 funding totalled in the region of £63 million that were submitted, and the Department received £31.5 million of that funding requested. This included funding for the police, the prison service and the Northern Ireland Temporary Resting Place and for PPE. A number of the unsuccessful bids were funded by reduced requirements within the Department, or costs that were originally anticipated were indeed no longer required. Of the ring-fenced COVID-19 funding received by the Department, £4.6 million was returned at the January monitoring round, £4 million of which was for PPE. For the police services, costs were less than anticipated, and £500,000 was as a result of an increase in expected courts income due to the increased court activity in the later part of the year. The pandemic also impacted on capital expenditure, with £5.5 million being returned by the police in October, mainly due to the issues in the supply chain and reduced capacity to deliver due to the impact of COVID-19. The Department retained a further £3.4 million in January, which came from the easements relating to delays in IT projects and the Northern Ireland Temporary Resting Place and income for the disposal of police vehicles. In respect of other funding, the Department was allocated EU exit funding of £4.5 million resource and £1.1 million capital for the police in year. That relates to the funding of 308 officers and staff who are already employed and for whom funding was received last year. A reduced requirement of just over £300,000 of EU exit funding was declared in January because of a delay in filling posts in the courts. The Department confirmed that it still intends to fill those posts in the 2021-22 year. The Department advised that at the conclusion of the January monitoring round it was in a break-even position for 2020-21 in terms of both resource and capital. Following publication of the spring supplementary estimates last week, the Committee sought urgent clarity on the additional £40 million that has been included in the AME for the Legal Services Agency. The Department has confirmed that this is to cover legal aid provisions and represents the total balance sheet value of all future liabilities for accounting purposes, and not the actual in-year cash value of claims that are due to be paid out. So, Mr. Speaker, turning to the budget for the year ahead, the Department officials provided an oral briefing in early November on the Department's submission to the Department of Finance for future year's budget information gathering exercise. The Committee heard that the Department was facing inescapable resource DEL pressures of just over £55 million in the forthcoming financial year, which officials advised would be difficult to absorb without impacting on frontline service delivery. In a subsequent written update, the Department pointed out that these pressures should not be considered in isolation, but in the context of a baseline which has fallen by around 9% since 2011. Details were provided of the range of measures that have already been taken by spending areas to manage that reducing budget, along with further pressures that may be required across all spending areas in the future. Following the statement on the 2021-22 draft budget by the Minister of Finance on the 18th of January, the Committee did write to the Department's non-departmental public bodies requesting their views on their proposed allocations for the year ahead. The views of the Policing Board on the police budget were also requested, given that the PSNI service accounts for such a significant proportion of the Department's budget. These responses, which do make for grim reading, helped to inform members' discussions with officials on the draft budget allocation for the Department of Justice during our oral briefing that was held on the 4th of February. The Department's draft allocation for non-ring-fenced DEL was £1,124 million, which on the face of it appears to be a 5.1% uplift on the flat baseline budget. It has been pointed out, however, that the increase is not new funding, but takes account of funding provided in previous years that was not included in the baseline, and so does not compare like with like. The committee heard that the legacy allocation of £4.2 million could be considered to be the only new money, which represents an uplift of less than 0.5% on the baseline. Essentially, the department is saying that it is looking at a flat cash budget for the year. In terms of capital, the draft allocation for the department was £96.4 million, which is an increase of £8.3 million from the previous year. The department views this as a reasonable capital budget and believes that it will be sufficient to meet inescapable requirements. The committee has noted that it is significantly less than the £150 million worth of capital bids submitted in the information gathering exercise, and is awaiting further information from the department on the key projects that will be delivered and those which will not now be taken forward in the new financial year. During the oral briefing on the 4th of February, officials advised that work was ongoing to assess the impact of the budget, determine priorities and finalise allocations across the department. Responses from spending areas were due to be provided to the department by the following day. Officials therefore had not had sight of some of the information at that stage that had been provided to the committee, and undertook to update the committee when information from the spending areas had been collated and considered by the Minister. In the absence of fuller information, the committee was therefore unable to properly assess the department's budgetary position in order to provide a detailed response to the Committee for Finance's deadline, which was a consequence of the limited time afforded to the wider consultation on the budget. Instead, the committee agreed to provide a summary of the key areas discussed with officials. I wish to take this opportunity to highlight some of the key issues that are likely to feature in the committee's ongoing scrutiny of the Department of Justice's priorities and budgets in the year ahead. On inescapable pressures in staffing, the department is facing pressures of almost £56 million, and these cover a range of matters that include pay, legal aid, staffing, victims and witnesses, and PSNI operational pressures. The department has advised that there will be no additional funding available to manage these. Officials were unable at the time to indicate how they might be managed, but advised that the aim would be to minimise frontline impact. They pointed out, however, that it is possible that there will be an impact on staffing across a range of bodies, as around 70% of the department's budget goes towards staff costs. The concerns around staffing were echoed by a number of the NDPBs in their responses to the committee. In respect of the police, it would be fair to say that the information from it and the Policing Board on the measures that may be required to live within its budget allocation gave the committee cause for considerable concern. Members throughout this House will be aware of the commitment in the New Decade New Approach to increase the number of police officers to 7,500. To achieve that, a bid has been submitted for funding of 153 officers in this financial year. However, based on the indicative draft budget allocation, the PSNI has advised that it may be necessary to reduce the number of officers in the next financial year by up to 300, taking it down to 6,700. Therefore, even if the bid for the NDNA funding is successful, we're actually moving away from the target of 7,500 police officers rather than towards it. As was the case in 2020-21, EU exit funding for the police has again fallen short of requirements, and as I've mentioned, additional funding was secured for that year through the in-year monitoring process, and the committee understands that discussions are ongoing with HM Treasury to secure the balance of funding required for the forthcoming year. The PSNI has advised that protecting neighbourhood policing and its existing level of resources will be its priority. This focus is to be welcomed, but it will inevitably create pressures in other areas of service delivery and capability, such as specialist functions, which may in turn have a knock-on effect in other parts of the justice system. For example, in its consideration of the Criminal Justice Bill, the committee has heard that delays in progressing criminal cases are often due to the length of time taken to extract digital information from various devices and systems. Any reduction in this type of specialist function will only serve to exacerbate delays in the criminal cases, which are already too lengthy. In respect of the Probation Board, concerns were also raised with officials regarding the potential wider impact that any cut in its budget might have on the wider justice sector. Staffing costs account for 88% of that budget, and the Probation Board advised that the only way to meet pressures may be to reduce its headcount. Any reduction in staffing levels would then have an impact on the rehabilitation of offenders and could, for example, result in a rise in crime and increase in court appearances. Members also highlighted a potential knock-on effect of a reduction in funding for community and voluntary organisations who do important work in this area. The committee heard that the Probation Board had indicated a concern about its ability to fulfil its statutory functions and provide a safe probation service in its earlier response to the information gathering exercise. Officials were, however, unable to provide further comment, as at the time of the oral briefing, the Probation Board's updated response to the Department on its draft budget allocation had not yet been received. Officials did advise that the draft budget allocation to PBNI did not include problem-solving justice funding, which will be allocated in year. In addition, the Department will bid for tackling paramilitarism funding, under which the Probation Board's Aspire and Engage programmes are funded. And indeed, Mr Speaker, the Minister for Justice, I think, has just provided an update to her own executive colleagues on this afternoon, where there has been now match funding provided by the UK Government in respect of that particular scheme. So there seems to have been some progress made in terms of phase 2 of the Executive's programme in this area, which I welcome. In respect of the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme, although responsibility for this scheme, which has become known as the Victims Payment Scheme, however, I think it is important that it is called what it is, which is the Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme. That scheme does rest with the Executive Office. Responsibility for the delivery of the scheme, though, does rest with the Department of Justice. So an allocation has been made to the Executive Office for the implementation arrangements for the scheme, which will allow the Justice Department to continue with that work. But funding for actual payments has not yet been agreed. The committee has been keen to ensure that there is no undue delay in getting payments to victims and has been pushing for updates on progress to secure this funding for some considerable time. Members are aware that discussions have taken place very recently with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and the committee will continue to monitor this issue. In respect of the New Decade New Approach, the bid for the 153 additional police officers, which is in line with the 3-year business plan to get us to that target of 7,500, I mentioned that earlier, is part of a £16.6 million bid for funding towards the NDNA commitments, which fall to the Department of Justice, and that was made part of the unique funding exercise in November. This bid also included funding for commitments relating to tackling paramilitarism, implementation of the Gillen Review into serious sexual offences, and speeding up justice by reducing delay, which an issue that has not been adequately tackled since the devolution of policing and justice back in 2010, or indeed before that. The committee will be keen to see the outcome of that funding exercise, as it is important that these issues are progressed in a timely manner. Some other issues, Mr Speaker, there were a range of other funding issues and concerns raised, which I'm not going to detail today, but they do include the future COVID-19 requirements, legacy-related issues, European Union exit, and around tackling paramilitarism. The committee is also aware that the Department is reviewing its priorities in the context of the budget. So the committee will focus on all these issues, both as part of its scrutiny within the 2021-22 budget cycle and in its wider scrutiny of the Department, its agencies and NDPBs. In addition, the committee does have a heavy legislative programme, and it will wish to ensure that there is adequate funding identified and committed to ensure that the legislation can be fully and properly implemented. The committee recognises that this is a challenging budget position for the Department of Justice. So departmental officials have advised that some difficult decisions will have to be faced, considering the magnitude of the pressures that the Department is facing. The committee expects there to be ongoing engagement and that it is kept fully informed to help ensure the Department's budget is maximised and key priority areas are funded to deliver effective outcomes across the justice sector. To conclude my remarks in my capacity as chairman of the committee, the committee did note the disappointment in respect of the time afforded to adequately undertake proper scrutiny of the 21-22 draft budget. I know the Chair of the Finance Committee touched on this earlier. It is important that this Assembly and its committees have an important scrutiny role, and that shouldn't be compromised by delays at executive level. I appreciate, obviously, the politics of executive level agreement sometimes can be frustrating for all of us. Speaking just in an individual capacity as an MLA for Lagan Valley, Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw out a couple of points in terms of the overall budget picture. And I do think it's important that we consider the context in which the Chancellor is making a budget statement and outlining a lot of the challenges that is facing the Treasury. We do recognise that as a result of the COVID-19 situation, that the United Kingdom has borrowed some £270 billion, and that presents a challenge for the United Kingdom as a whole. And it's in that context that, of course, there can be implications for Stormont. We have obviously a significant dependence upon the subvention and the Barnett consequentials when it comes to decisions that are taken, and that, of course, informs then our own executive's budget. And in terms of the deteriorating public finances at a UK-wide level, that does raise concerns as to not just in this financial year but in future financial years. What is that going to mean for this executive and for the citizens that we represent? And as the public finances are squeezed at a UK-wide level, then I do have concern as to what's going to come down the tracks for this executive. And we know that we as an executive wanted to deliver for all of our people, and being starved of the finances to do that creates in and of itself political tension. And I would appeal to the UK government to recognise the politics of this place, and that we do need to have continued financial support to ensure that we can continue to make this place work. That doesn't mean we duck difficult decisions. Of course, we need to take on a job of work to do that. But those financial pressures can create political tensions, and that doesn't make the job of work of moving this country forward any easier. Indeed, it makes it much more difficult. But the UK-wide position also leads, in my view, the UK as a whole to be more vulnerable. We're more susceptible to global challenges as we become financially dependent on other financial institutions and indeed other countries. That presents a threat to the position of the United Kingdom as a whole. You think about the impact on the value of sterling, and now we're thinking about how this impacts on our citizens. We look at the concerns about the potential for interest rates and what that could mean. So when interest rates go up, that'll impact on people's mortgage repayments. Our own people will suffer as a result of that. If income tax levels are frozen, those that are currently not paying any tax up to the £12,500 limit, if that is no longer going to increase in line with inflation, that will hit the lowest paid in our society as well as those further up the different tax bands. That limits the money that we have to spend to support economic activity in our own country. So the UK-wide position is one that I think is very relevant, that we need to be alert to. In terms of the levelling up funding, there is an issue here around respecting devolution. And whenever the UK government announce funding schemes, and I know this is a new significant sum of money around levelling up, I do believe that we need to defend the role of devolved institutions in this place, in Scotland and in Wales. And I suppose I do put a question mark over the powers being retained in this area of funding. If we're not going to be given that, and that London is going to retain control of that, that does, I think, raise a question for us to consider. I have some sympathy, however, with the UK government in terms of maybe the decisions that they are taking around this, because we look at the way in which the infrastructure project is greeted by some even in this House, that whenever we want to see greater infrastructure links that connect us to Great Britain, and I for one moment will not dismiss the ambition to create, whether it's a bridge or a tunnel, because I do think that there is great opportunities that would come from that. We need to have high-level strategic vision for our infrastructure projects. It can't just be about, as important as it is, and I campaign on it, fixing potholes and resurfacing country roads. That's important to do, but we need to elevate our eyes to a much greater strategic ambition. So, on the one hand, I put a question mark over an approach that may not respect devolution, but I also can understand the concerns potentially at a UK-wide level about a levelling up funding scheme for strategic projects that it actually doesn't achieve that kind of aspiration. In terms of then just the COVID spend for the next financial year, there is obviously going to be continued pressure, and we've had now the roadmap to recovery published by the executive, and I know that we want to see this country reopen as quickly as possible, as safely as possible, but we also have to bear in mind the financial realities and what influence that's going to have, because we don't have an infinite amount of funding. We have had huge amounts of funding from London in terms of COVID-19 spend in this financial year. I have some sympathy for the Finance Minister and Executive Ministers that some of that money has been coming very late, and that makes it difficult to get back out. But whenever we look into the next financial year and what we're going to be able to do to support businesses if they're going to stay closed, that will be heavily reliant and dependent upon what other financial assistance we're going to get from the UK government. So if the furlough scheme is extended, as has been trailed, to the end of June, if we're, as an executive, still going to be having businesses closed, I don't think that's a tenable position, because this executive isn't going to be able to afford to bankroll a furlough scheme. So we can't have relaxations of our restrictions in isolation to the financial reality of the support that we have had from the UK government, and that's around furlough as one of the biggest support structures for our businesses. If that hadn't have been there, look at the devastation, the tens of thousands of people who have still been able to stay in employment. Some, however, have had to take a reduction. But if that's not there, and that ends, and this executive is still keeping businesses closed, I don't think that's a tenable position. And that has to inform the decision-making process. So whenever we look at the variables announced today around health, economic and community, well, it's very clear, in my view, what needs to happen if we're not going to have that financial support to continue to bankroll the furlough scheme. The rates holiday has been a lifeline for a lot of businesses in Northern Ireland, and going into the next financial year, that is going to continue to be a significant pressure for businesses. And I know the Finance Minister is alert to the need to continue to tackle the issue around supporting businesses when it comes to the payment of rates. I do want to note and pay tribute to my own council area, Lisburn and Castlereagh, that struck a 0% when it comes to the rates increases. So that will be, I suppose, a real terms cut when we look at inflation. I note Newry and Mourne, the Finance Minister's own patch, wasn't quite able to reach the same position. Maybe we had more influence in helping our councillors get to the right place on that one, but nevertheless, the 0% in my own council is one that I do commend. Yes, I'll give way to Mr McCrossan.
The member for giving way, and just on the topic of rates, absolutely, it is vitally important that the intervention continues, particularly with the uncertainty around how long businesses will remain closed, and hopefully the Minister later will provide some clarification on that in his response. But just specifically in terms of councils, would the member agree with me that given how the pandemic has affected everyone's lives right across Northern Ireland, it would have been very, very good and positive for every council to take a similar approach to the members' council in striking a 0% rate, which I'm very proud that my colleagues in Derry and Strabane did last night?
To that one, so well done on getting in. I'll be careful because I'm not sure on what other councils have done and what my colleagues have been able to achieve in other council areas. But it was important, I suppose, to get as low a rate increase as possible, in line with what the executive was doing. I know the Finance Minister had been corresponding with councils in respect of that. But it does raise the issue about how fair the rate system is. And when we look at our town centres, and the impact that's going to be upon our retail sector, hospitality. Having support in terms of rates is going to be very important. And there is a gross unfairness, in my view, around the online activities of businesses when it comes to then levying rates. And people have referred to it as the Amazon tax. And if ever a global organisation has benefited from the COVID-19, it is Amazon. And yet we seem to be unable to find a taxation system that properly ensures that they make their contribution into our society. I know this is something for the UK government in terms of what they need to be doing. I don't know if this is something that our own executive is able to look at in terms of trying to find a way to levy an appropriate rate system upon those kind of online transactions, but to continue to place the burden on physical premises at a time when we're moving to online and remote is going to be an unfair allocation of the financial burden for our public services, and that's something that I think we do need to tackle. Finally, I just want to mention one constituency case, and I do it as a way to provide an example, I think, at a time when we're trying to maximise financial resources. I'll give way to Mr. Catley, yes.
What to inform? Thank you. I want to inform the member I'm off drink for Lent. If you don't hurry up, you're going to put me back on it.
I would hate for the member to break his vows for Lent. I will get to this one, and he might want to make an intervention and commend this community group when he gets the opportunity. But in terms of providing financial support to community organisations, often as elected representatives, we will have groups come to us and they're unable to provide their own financial wherewithal or resources to do it, and they expect government to provide 100% funding. Others will be able to bring their own resources to it. But Ballymacash Sports Academy, in the constituency I share with Mr. Catley, raised through a community investment fund £112,000, where local businesses and individual communities bought into a new model, which they then were able to bring to funders. The Department for Communities being one. We had the Minister Deirdre Hargey down at the facility, and they were able to then provide support for that first phase of an over a £1 million project, delivering a new sports facility as well as the second phase now. But that community investment was able to unlock central government funding, then other sources of funding that came together. And now we're into the second phase, seeking the local authority to provide additional financial resource, and then we likely will be coming back to the Department for Communities as well. But I think as a model for other for departments to look at is that kind of community buy-in, and when organisations can provide their own financial support from the community, it is more than likely to succeed because they're personally invested into it. And that is something that I'd like to see this executive explore further. What opportunity is there for all of the departments to capitalise on that kind of community investment support? And I want to commend that organisation for the tremendous work that it's been doing in Ballymacash, and I'm sure Mr. Catley will break his Lent when their social club gets to open again, and he'll be able to do it. On that, Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Knowing the member as long as I do, I'm surprised he didn't go on for another 20 minutes just to spite Mr. Catley, but mercifully he didn't. I call Mr. Pat Sheehan.
And I'm surprised he didn't go on for another 2 hours. I was going to go down to the canteen and have my dinner. In any event, yesterday I referenced the hope and expectation that the NDNA agreement brought last year, particularly in terms of the British government and its responsibilities to the people here. Pledges to invest in our public services here, commitments to multi-year budgets which would provide stability and allow ministers to plan for the future have disappeared like snow off a ditch. The British government has reneged again on its promises and commitments. Quelle surprise. The Finance Minister is now in the unenviable position of delivering another budget in the context of this global pandemic and all the difficulties that it provides along with the previous 10 years of Tory austerity, and most likely more of that to come. And once again, I want to put on record how grateful I am that we have a Finance Minister who works on behalf of our most vulnerable citizens, on behalf of workers and families, and who recognises the need to prioritise investment in children and young people and their futures, despite the limited resources available to him and his department. At critical junctures over the last 12 months, the Finance Minister has allocated significant sums to the Department of Education in its response to the pandemic. And I want to commend the Minister on his allocations, which supported children with special educational needs. There was £10 million given to that, and funding for holiday hunger, which amounted to £30.6 million. And I mentioned yesterday the campaign of the Manchester United footballer Marcus Rashford, and how his campaign had pressurised the Tory government into providing funding for meals outside of school terms. And fair play to Marcus Rashford, and he should be highly commended for the campaign that he ran and was able to use his celebrity position to bring pressure to bear on the Tory government. And he is someone who comes from a less than affluent background and was able to empathise with young children from a similar background who would be suffering, who would usually depend on free school meals during term time, but in the holidays were left without. And I suppose, and I mentioned yesterday, Marcus Rashford got a gong for that from the Queen, and I'm no great supporter of the honours system, but it has to be acknowledged and applauded that he did get that. And his campaign received widespread coverage in the media for quite a long period of time. Yet here we were well ahead of the curve. The Minister for Finance had already provided funding for holiday hunger, and it hardly got a mention. And this concerns all of us in this chamber and all the parties, because the media is often very, very critical of what is done here, particularly in the executive, and what steps are taken to alleviate particular difficulties in society. And here was one case where Across the Water got massive publicity. The fact that a footballer had embarrassed the Tories into providing funding for this issue. And here, when the executive decided to provide for that, and the Finance Minister allocated the funding, it hardly got a mention. But I suppose that's what we've come to expect from some elements of the media here. And of course, we all know that it's disadvantaged kids who are going to suffer disproportionately in all of this. It's the kids who don't have access to the proper IT devices who are going to fall behind in their learning. And of course, there's greater incidence of mental health issues in disadvantaged communities, and children are going to suffer in that respect also. And I have to say that without the global pandemic to contend with, our education system was already on the brink of a financial crisis. Starved of investment for 10 years as a result of Tory austerity, the system was facing up to a £400 million shortfall. And the new decade, new approach, the British government committed to investing in our schools to ensure that they would once again have access to sustainable core budgets. Unfortunately, with the resources that they have provided, it won't be possible to achieve this. And this is particularly concerning in the context of COVID and all the disruption that has brought. The extended breaks in classroom learning have been difficult for young people and will no doubt have profound
consequences. Our schools and teachers desperately need the necessary resources so that they are equipped to begin the process of rebuilding their pupils' mental health, their well-being, and supporting their education recovery. And I also mentioned yesterday that Professor Siobhan O'Neill, who is the mental health champion, gave evidence to the committee some weeks ago, and she agreed with the assessment that there was a tsunami coming at us in terms of the mental health and well-being of our children in schools. I mean, it has also been one of the strongest arguments for the reopening of schools that the mental health and well-being of young children is being damaged, and we need to get them back. They need to get that interaction with other children and the normal development that happens within schools. And at a time when we're sorry, before I go on to that, in the next part of my speech, Cian Corla, I have said in the committee, and I'm saying here again, given the difficulties that our children and young people are facing in terms of mental health and well-being, the Education Minister needs to make a serious and ambitious bid for some of the COVID funding that can be carried over into the next year. It needs to be a coherent, he needs to put in place a coherent and integrated strategy that's going to deal with all those well-being issues, that's cross-departmental in nature. He needs to involve the Health Department, as well as probably the Department of Communities. He needs to bring on board the community and the voluntary sector, who have a lot of expertise, not just in the field of education, but also in terms of well-being and mental health. And even in my own constituency in West Belfast, the West Belfast Partnership Board are involved in many schemes that assist, in particular, young children, or children and young people who may be falling behind in their learning, or may be on borderline passes in important subjects like maths and English. And many people who have been involved in the Education Committee will be aware that they hold Easter schools for children who sit on a borderline CD in maths and English in St Mary's University College every Easter. There has been difficulties last year because of the pandemic, of course, and perhaps again this year. But they were achieving, because English and maths are so important, even in terms of getting into university and applying for other jobs, these were identified as being important. And the pass rate among the kids who attend those Easter schools is well in the high 80%. So organisations like this need to be involved in any sort of strategy the Minister's going to put in place. But what we need from the Minister is some sign that he's even thinking about a strategy and that he's going to make a bid. There's 300 million sitting there. I think about 200 of that is resource funding. So, I mean, it's not something that he needs to dither on, because that's been a characteristic of his tenure in office so far. He needs to make a move now and move quickly. And also, at a time when we're severely restricted in terms of what we can do financially, we must prioritise. The mental health and well-being of our children and young people must be that priority as schools reopen. And I acknowledge the fact that the Minister put in place after the the lockdown in the spring, the Enhance programme, which was to deal with lost learning from kids who missed out
in some of their learning. But in terms of the overall problem that we're facing, the Engage programme, I think I said enhance. In terms of the overall problems that we're going to be facing, the money that was allocated to that and the nature of the project itself would not cut the mustard in the face of all the problems that we're going to face in the time ahead. And we need to equip our schools with the resources they need to support our children, whether it be with additional counselling services, well-being initiatives or other supports. And of course, sporting organisations can also be part of this strategy, Ulster Rugby, GAA, the IFA and so on. And the point has been made before that some ministers need to take greater responsibility over how they spend their budgets in these difficult financial circumstances. And it's disappointing, therefore, to read the Audit Office report into special educational needs, which found that despite the hundreds of millions of pounds that the Department of Education and the EA spent on supporting some of our most vulnerable children, the report showed that neither could demonstrate value for money. And that's unacceptable. The waiting times for children being assessed for statements for special educational needs is unacceptable at the minute. And those children and their parents are not getting the proper support they need within the proper time scale that they should expect. Certainly.
I thank the member for giving way and welcome him most recently to his appointment to the Education Committee. There are many challenges, and the member has recognised the huge crisis that faces SEN children and their families. Will the member agree with me that it wasn't so much about a lack of resource or financing, it was more about a real lack of leadership, and there was a deliberate attempt within the EA to cover up their failures as opposed to facing them down, addressing them and helping these children? That the system has failed here, in fact?
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly with that assessment. I mean, the Audit Office referenced hundreds of millions gone into special educational needs, but the children and their parents not getting value for money. And that's a disgrace, and that needs to be resolved. And it's a problem that has been there for a long time, and it needs leadership. It needs the Minister to give leadership, and it needs the Education Authority also to stand up and take responsibility for the shortcomings that have been present within that organisation. Ministers need to be responsible and accountable for the large sums of money they're allocated. And in this particular case, the Education Minister must also provide an effective and strategic response. I referenced earlier the inadequate core budgets that many of our schools are trying to operate with. And many of these schools are doing so in substandard and crumbling buildings. And at this point, I want to mention the Irish medium sector, because this is particularly true for the Irish medium sector, where many schools remain in so-called temporary accommodation for over 20 years, despite the sector growing rapidly in that time. Children deserve better than inadequately funded schools and porta-cabin accommodation. And the Irish medium sector also needs to be adequately funded for the unique challenges that face this sector, not just in general terms, but also in the context of this pandemic. When they asked for signage that was being provided to every other school, they were told they would have to translate it themselves. In other cases, and only last week, I had complaints from some stakeholders in the Irish medium sector about documentation and other written material which had clearly been translated from English to Irish on Google Translate, and it was just mumbo-jumbo. It made absolutely no sense whatsoever. And if someone's going to tell me that in some way is value for money, I'll tell them they're talking through their hat, because that is going to have to be done again. And it's totally unacceptable. It's an insult to the Irish medium sector, and it's an insult to the children who are in those schools. And I speak as a parent who has 2 children in the Irish medium sector. So, to conclude, I want to again express my thanks to the Finance Minister for the initiatives that he has taken over the past year, and I look forward to what's going to be a challenging year, but I hope we keep our priorities right and ensure that those in our society who are most vulnerable will be taken care of.
Thank you. The next person on my list is via Starleaf, and that's the member for North Down, Mr. Andrew Muir. Mr. Muir.
Budget Bill as the Alliance Party's finance spokesperson. In many ways, the 2021-22 budget outcome is disappointing for Northern Ireland. However, until we have an executive that is united in tackling Northern Ireland's underlying structural problems, the departments will always struggle to meet their inescapable pressures. I'm disappointed that the departmental expenditure limits for next year are essentially flat. This budget does little to alleviate the financial stress that departments have felt for many years, now made so much more acute as a result of the historic economic downturn. Better news is, however, a nearly 7% increase in the conventional capital budget. However, I remain concerned regarding how effectively departments can spend the capital funding they receive, an issue I will come on to later. Since the onset of the pandemic, the Alliance Party has consistently called for ministers to take advantage of the ultra-low interest rates and to borrow additional funds. I therefore welcome plans to draw down 140 million of RRI borrowing. Worryingly, however, it remains unclear exactly how much EU funding Northern Ireland will lose this financial year because of Brexit. I ask the Minister for Finance to provide an update on this key issue. I'm also concerned that there is a lack of detail regarding how the Executive will respond to the long-term economic impact of the pandemic, particularly in terms of reskilling and getting people back into employment. Over the past few days, 2 of Northern Ireland's biggest lenders, the Ulster Bank and the Bank of Ireland, have announced the closure of dozens of branches across Ireland, no doubt accelerated by the pandemic as more and more people move to digital banking. This is exactly the sort of scenario where the Executive needs to ensure that a comprehensive plan is in place to offer retraining.
Mr. Muir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is new for me, but from the Chair to ask you if you're prepared to give way to Mr. McCrossan.
I understand I can do that, but I didn't know whether you did interventions with Starleaf, so that's fine.
I'm happy to facilitate Mr. McCrossan on this occasion.
First one then. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Mr. Muir. I have to say, surrounded by 8 of you is quite strange. Mr. Muir, thanks for the intervention. Just on the banking situation, you're right, it has been accelerated. The closures have been accelerated as a result of COVID-19 because we're more dependent than ever on the online links to our accounts. But there are rural communities, such as my own in West Tyrone, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, where many people will not have that luxury because broadband provision is so bad. Is this not just banks being opportunistic in using this to their advantage by abandoning rural communities such as parts of West Tyrone, as opposed to actually putting the interests of the communities they serve, loyal communities, first? Would the member agree?
I thank the member for his intervention. I do agree. I think the banks need to reconsider their decision to close the branches of both the Ulster Bank and the Bank of Ireland, which will have a devastating impact not just upon rural areas but also upon town and city centres. So this is a significant decision, and it's a decision that the Executive needs to respond to. And it does need to have a comprehensive plan to offer retraining, reskilling and re-employment opportunities for those who have lost their jobs. The trend that we are seeing in banking, where certain jobs disappear and people in Northern Ireland lose out, will only increase as restrictions ease and support payments taper off, such as the inevitable ending of the furlough scheme. I note with concern the Department for Communities' response to the budget consultation and that it may not have sufficient resources to deliver the support needed if, as they expect, there is a further increase in unemployment, which will have a particularly acute impact upon the long-term unemployed and minorities. This is an extremely worrying assessment from the Department of Communities, and I'd be grateful if the Minister for Finance could provide us with his response. The Alliance Party welcomes the budget's commitment to the freezing of rates next year and the Minister's commitment to further rates relief for the businesses worst affected by the pandemic. But as I've outlined yesterday, we need to go further with an independent review of the non-domestic rating system to take the burden off bricks and mortar businesses, alongside the fulfilment of the commitment to establish regional hubs for civil servants. Two simple but important ways through which we can look to support regional towns and cities across Northern Ireland as we strive to emerge from the pandemic. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, there is still a considerable uncertainty regarding our overall budgetary envelope for the forthcoming financial year. We await to hear whether any additional funding via Barnett consequentials will be forthcoming following the UK budget at Westminster tomorrow. The fact that the UK budget is tomorrow and more Barnett consequentials are perhaps likely, whilst we debate a budget drafted without any insight into what Her Majesty's Treasury plans, seriously impacts budgetary planning in Northern Ireland. The Alliance Party continues to call for the introduction of multi-year budgets so that departments can plan their spending on a more long-term basis. However, in spite of a disappointing and short-term resource allocations this year, a number of ministers' unwillingness to tackle the structural issues in Northern Ireland remains the primary reason why our finances are in a mess. Since the restoration of power sharing, the largest parties in the executive have continued to behave as if it was business as usual. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, if you do as you have always done, you will get what you've always got. While departments are struggling to meet inescapable pressures, we're seemingly content to continue not to address the cost of division in our society, estimated to be at least £500 million annually. Sectarian costs, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, it costs in terms of policing, it costs in terms of segregated housing, and it costs in terms of duplication of services from hospitals to schools to leisure facilities. A united executive could and should bring forward a strategy to tackle division head-on or bring down those costs, but seemingly the main parties are happy to sit in their hands and let things carry on as per usual. The cost of division isn't just about the extra money we spend to maintain a divided society. It's about how sectarianism hinders our ability to attract highly skilled talent into Northern Ireland and how it drives away some of the best and brightest to seek their futures elsewhere, and how the threat of violence discourages business investment. But we know what needs to be done regarding structural change in Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland Audit Office's recent report painted a bleak picture in terms of talent management processes within our civil service, hindering our capacity to deliver on public service transformation. On health, while this year the focus has of course been on the immediate challenges of responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, we can no longer afford to let the Bengoa report sit gathering dust on ministerial shelves. Our waiting lists are a national disgrace, and it is long past time for the Health Minister to enact the necessary reforms to change that. The list of overdue reforms to public service delivery is lengthy, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. On top of this, the Executive has failed to produce an investment strategy for economic development in Northern Ireland. We're still waiting for details of the Fiscal Council, a crucial institution to enhance scrutiny of public finances within Northern Ireland. Furthermore, the Executive must bring forward proposals for an independent infrastructure commission, a body that could publish a 30-year investment strategy for Northern Ireland and hold the Executive to account for its delivery. In conclusion, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, whilst the budget outcome for Northern Ireland departments as a whole is disappointing, and a cloud of uncertainty continues to hang over the forthcoming financial year, there is much that a number of ministers have failed to do and are continuing to fail to do to tackle the problems that we are facing. The Alliance Party will continue to fight for and champion policies that tackle sectarianism, support public services and the economy, and improve the lives of all people here in Northern Ireland. Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I now call Mr Robin Newton.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. It is I rise as a mere backbencher and a member of both the Communities and the Education Committee to make some comments. And I suppose, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, there have been others speaking before me who have taken the very global look at the matter of budgeting, budgeting strategy and budget allocation, and talked about the time that we have, or the lack of time we have had to scrutinise the budget this year. And I'm not going to do that. I would like to drill down a bit into the two departments that I sit on the committees. But I would like to pay tribute to my party colleague Paula Bradley as chair of the Communities Committee. First of all, in the leadership that she has provided during the course of the past year, and indeed in her presentation today, when she actually outlined the difficulties that the Communities Department will face over the incoming year. I say that, Principal Deputy Speaker, not to be in any way critical of any of the officials within the department, because the officials have, over the course of the past year, faced real challenges, and the officials have not been found wanting. It has been a difficult year, and I do believe it's going to be a difficult year to come. And I know that the Minister of Finance over this year, and it doesn't matter who the Minister of Finance is at any stage in the past few years, but the Minister of Finance will face real challenges. I don't think it's right, though, to blame everything on, as has been for a few members, to blame everything on Tory austerity. Because it is most important that we manage the department and the finances allocated to the department in the most effective manner. So therefore, whoever the minister is of a department has responsibility for the governance of the department, responsibility for the finance allocated in the department, whichever department it is, and indeed has responsibility for the effective use of the monies allocated for the various projects. So there is much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that we can do to help ourselves. It's not always the Tory austerity policies that have. And I would like to make reference, I've made reference to this before in the Chamber, but for the purpose of this debate, I think it is important, on how money is managed within the departments and the guidelines that are laid down for the management of the money, the allocation, the effective use, the monitoring of and ensuring that there are outcomes provided for that investment within the department. With your permission, I'll just read out a few sentences. Devolved administrations and their arm's-length bodies are required to monitor and manage information about spending more effectively and improve the skills needed to deliver their spending plans. They will be required to share that information with the Treasury on a regular and consistent basis. Those with good financial management will be given more freedom, while those with bad management will be subject to more Treasury control. And while the exact requirements for each department are to be agreed with the Treasury, improving spending control states that, at a minimum, accurate information on actual and planned spend must be shared with the Treasury on a monthly basis. This expenditure information is frequently required as outcome and forecast outcome information. Mr. Speaker, I do have to agree with some, not often I agree with Pat Sheehan, but I do have to agree with him on an expression that he used. Ministers do need to take accountability. Ministers do need to give leadership. I do agree with them on that. And within the communities and within the Minister's document, Finance Minister's document, where he's outlined his draft budget, in reference to communities, he tells us that the department recently launched its strategy, Building Inclusive Communities 2025, that sets out how the department will work across government. Now that is true that the department did, and the department officers came to the committee and outlined the strategy, Building Inclusive Communities, to the members of the committee. But there were no strategy targets. There were no long-term goals. There were no specific and measurable targets. There were no points that one could have measured them against in terms of being achievable or realistic or time-based. Now, I queried as a follow-up to that, and I wrote to the Minister. I wrote to the Minister about the effectiveness of her plan. I wrote to the Minister, I got the reply on the 21st of December. And I asked the Minister for Communities when the measurable targets will be confirmed for her 5-year strategy document, Building Inclusive Communities. I got a reply. The Minister was courteous enough to send me a reply. And her reply reads, delivery of the Building Inclusive Communities 2025 strategy will be measured through the department's business plans, which my officials are currently engaged in developing. My officials will attend the Communities Committee on the 25th of February 2021. Officials did not arrive at the committee on the 25th of February. So therefore we have got a document, but it's not a document within which we can hold the Minister to account. So I do agree with Pat Sheehan. We do need to see leadership. I want to turn to another area. And consultation, the Minister Department for Communities has responsibility for the administration of sport, promoting a culture of lifelong enjoyment and success in sport. That's their function, and they do that, generally speaking, through arm's-length bodies. In 2011, 36.2 million was allocated by the Executive for the sub-regional stadia programme for soccer in 2011. And it was allocated on the basis as a priority spend in the next comprehensive spending review. Now, the consultation by the Communities Minister started in November 2015 and concluded in February 2016. And for some reason, I'm not sure that anyone knows it, but for some reason, the Minister wasn't happy with that consultation, and a second consultation was undertaken. So from 2011 to March now, 2021, no money has been allocated for the sub-regional stadia programme for soccer, despite the fact that many clubs who had hoped that they would be successful in their bids engaged professionals to make drawings, engaged consultants to draw up a strategy for the club, who spent their money in the hope that the money allocated in 2011 would come to them. They did all the necessary preparations. So yes, I agree with Pat. We do need leadership from ministers. I want to turn then to the other committee that I'm on, Education. And I regret, and it was my colleague, Paul Frew, who reminded me this morning that the Education budget minister, in making his bids for additional money, was less than 50% successful. And we regard education as a major priority. And we've talked about education and the need for our education and successful education. So we're less than 50% of successful bids. But I want to pay tribute to our teachers who over this past year have done such a phenomenal job in being innovative, in being how they have dealt with problems, how they have had to reconstruct how they deliver the curriculum to the children, how they've engaged with the parents in terms of support for parents and providing packs for parents and so on, have done a phenomenal job. And you only have to go on to the internet to see some of the work that is being put out in how the schools, principals, Board of Governors, teachers have approached the difficulties. And I want to pay tribute also to the Minister for his initiative in, first of all, his initiative in addressing underachievement and his initiative in the review of our educational system. But in terms of our return to school, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt that as we return to school, there is the potential of us experiencing aspects of school life that we have never, the teachers experiencing aspects of school life that we have never faced before. And I haven't seen a survey in Northern Ireland, so I'm going to refer to a survey of teachers and head teachers, 3,000 head teachers and teachers in England. And the survey indicates that, or the educational researchers who carried out the study indicate that they have identified four particular areas where they anticipate problems. 98% of teachers stated that their pupils were on average of 3 months behind in the curriculum. So over the past year, 98% of teachers believe that the pupils have lost an average of 3 months learning. 21% of teachers believe that boys were further behind than girls. And we know all about boys' underachievement in Northern Ireland and boys having to play catch-up at a later stage. And we also know that, they also found that the learning gap with poorer pupils has widened by 46% by comparison with those from a better-off community. And 53% of teachers in deprived schools said that their pupils were at least 4 months behind in the curriculum, compared with only 15% of teachers from schools in better-off, more affluent areas. So if this information, if this study is correct, then there is a big piece of work to be done in the months ahead. I also agree with Pat Sheehan on another area, that there is a return journey to school that is vitally important. I don't think I take the same emphasis as he. But this return to school has to have an agreed route. and are recognised, and it is, I believe, recognised around the committee table, that support for the Education Minister and the leadership that he will show in, I believe, as we return to school, as he plots a way forward, as this Assembly plot a way forward, as the committee plot a way forward, that indeed it cannot be done by the Education Minister alone. And bearing in mind that when the Minister made bids for extra money, he got less than 50% of his bids made successful, then this return to school bid, the return to school bid, will require additional funding above and beyond what is currently in his budget. And for that, in that case, then, it requires the Finance Minister to step up to the plate. If we agree that it's important to find a route for our children to return successfully to school. And indeed, it's, I think, required also of the Health Minister to play a part in the journey on the return to school. And the Health Minister will need support, financial support, to do that. But the Health Minister has at his disposal specialist experience on mental health issues, where it is anticipated, there will be work that needs to be carried out with the pupils. And indeed also those who work in our communities, staff with specialist skills, contacts, based on local councils, presumably working with our educationalists from the youth service and doing a joined-up exercise. And bearing in mind that we have outdoor facilities that are second to none and have not been used since March of last year, when they were put into mothball. So there is a need, I think, for a joined-up approach. If we are serious about working with our schools, working with the principals, working with the Board of Governors, with the principal aim of helping our children return. And we need to be aware of overall children's physical and mental health. We need to be assured that they can become engaged in play and leisure, to play with their peers and indeed to enter into physical activities. It's not all about learning and achieving, but it is about learning and achieving, but it's wider than that. And it's about the economic potential of the children for their future and indeed their environmental well-being. And that always, I think, has to be based on a school-home partnership supported by this Assembly. Reference was also made about our special needs children. And I believe, Principal Deputy Speaker, that around the executive, around the committee table, there's a great empathy with the leadership group of the special schools. And I had, it wasn't long after the committee was formed, I think I regard it now as a privilege. I was asked to attend, as a number of the committee members did, an informal meeting with the principals leadership group of special schools. And I have to say, I came away from the meeting actually quite disturbed when I tried to understand how they were performing their role of educating children with special needs. And to say that it was on a shoestring was certainly not an exaggeration. They were meeting very challenging conditions with not the level of support, indeed, that they deserved. And indeed, I suppose, and I'm indebted to my colleague William Humphrey as he chaired the Public Accounts Committee. And indeed, when the committee called for an urgent overhaul of the system, when it was taking, a year for the needs of a child to be identified, and when those from the Education Authority at senior level attended the committee, you would nearly have thought, how could this be? How could this be that we were operating, if my memory serves me right, with 5 different computer systems across Northern Ireland? We were trying to combine an IT system with a paper system. That because the Education Department needed cooperation with the parent over the school holidays and also needed cooperation with the health authorities. Because it was the school holidays, things nearly closed down. So for 2 months, nothing happened in the identification of the needs of the child, special needs of the child. And I'm sure every MLA in here has had parents in their office pleading because they can't get an assessment of their children's needs. And when you contacted the Education Authority, and I'm hoping it's going to get better, I'm hoping it is, when you contacted the Education Authority, you were like an inconvenience. Like an inconvenience. I do want to say this, that I do think that is a matter which will be put right. I do think it's a matter that must be put right, and we need the support. We need to support those principals and those teachers and the staff in general in our special needs schools. But there is one other area in special needs, and they have the ministers. The minister, I think, recognises there certainly is a need for an additional school for special needs children. We have had representation from the principals of special needs who have identified that there is a need for another special school to address the needs of children, where schools are there's a greater number of pupils in the special needs schools than there ought to be. Not saying that's with all of them, but certainly with some of them. And that was targeted as a special needs school for the Belfast area. It was promised, I understand, 10 years ago, and hasn't actually gone anywhere. But the parents and the pupils need our support and need this investment. And the ethos really must be that whether it is in the mainstream school, whether it is in the special needs school, the ethos must be that every child has the opportunity to succeed. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, there are some famous quotes about education which I think provide us with good, the right approach to education. And it's not about the cost of education. And I think it was Tony Blair who in 2011, as he was launching a manifesto, just used the words education, education, education. And that stuck. That became, and I think, a major factor in his success at that election. So it is about education, 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 but it's investment, investment, investment in education. And it shouldn't be seen as a cost. It was Benjamin Franklin who said, an investment in education always pays the highest returns. And it was Mitt Romney who said, education is the investment our generation makes for the future. In just making some few remarks about the overall budgeting concept and budgeting activity and budgeting mechanisms. I agree with others. I argued in my days in Belfast City Council when we came to rate setting that we should never be setting a rate for a year. We agree the rate for 1 year, but we know what it's likely to be next year and likely to be the year after that. So if we don't move to multi-year budget setting, prioritising, then I suspect we are going to be back here and the Minister is going to be faced with exactly the same sort of challenges that he's faced with this year. And I do have to say that the parties opposite really do need to stop talking about purely Tory austerity, because there is scope. There is scope. Can you imagine the 36.2 million, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, if that was released to the building of the soccer stadium and so on, how many jobs would that create? How many people would that employ? What about the businesses that exist in around it? We'd be generating for certain areas extremely good income. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. And there is significant headroom provided in the spring supplementary estimates to allow for unallocated spending to be absorbed by departments on the basis of future executive decisions. I hope, Mr. Speaker, if I'm right in that, then one of the areas that we will look at is investment in our education and to support our teachers, as we all around the chamber say that we do. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. We now call on Starleaf for the member from Mid-Ulster, Ms. Linda Dillon.
Gormayogad, Privilege Can Corlia. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. There's just a wee bit of a delay there in terms of the images, but we can hear your voice okay.
Apologies. My contribution is going to be short, so hope to not delay is too long. And thank you very much for bringing me in by Starleaf. Just firstly to address, I'm speaking on behalf of as Sinn Féin spokesperson on justice. And I'm not going to go into an awful lot of detail because I did speak yesterday and I spoke to some of the issues around the challenges to policing and the probation board in particular, and obviously to prison service in terms of staff numbers. So those were all talked about yesterday, and I don't intend to go into all of that again. One of the issues that I do want to pick up on that comes under justice, whilst it is certainly cross-executive, is around the permanent disablement payment scheme. And I would like to thank actually one of the previous speakers, Mike Nesbitt, for his contribution in relation to this, because I think he really brought it down to where it should be brought down to, and that's the humanity and the humanising of the issue and of the subject. And that's where we need to be on this issue, because whilst we can bat back and forth on, where is the money within the budget for this, the reality is this is a massive cost and the money is not in the budget. And the Finance Minister and actually all of the executive have been very clear in relation to that. However, that's an issue for us politically. That's an issue for us to battle with the NIO, an issue for us to battle with the British government. It is not. We're out there waiting on payment to battle. But a number of members have said that these individuals don't care where the money comes from. That's not true. In fact, that couldn't be further from the truth, because the victims and survivors, those that I have met through the Victims Forum, through all of the different groups and organisations that represent those victims, have all been very clear. They do actually care where the money comes from, and they don't want to see it taken out of education, and they don't want to see it taken out of health, and they don't want to see it taken out of communities and organisations that are helping them and their families at this particular time and moment. But as I say, that is not a battle for them to have. And I think that we need to take the nonsense and the hypocrisy out of this issue and address it as a united executive and as a united assembly, and bring our case to the NIO, to the Secretary of State in relation to this issue. They widened the scope. They increased the cost of this scheme, and therefore they have to take responsibility for that. So I think we just need to get real and as I say, stop the grandstanding and the nonsense. It's unfair to the victims, and it's unfair to put them in a position where you're saying to them, you don't care where the money comes from, because that is not true. It's simply not true. I just wanted to address that issue firstly. In relation to justice, obviously they have a responsibility for administering the scheme, and the Justice Minister has united with the Finance Minister and the Executive Office in meeting with the British Secretary of State on this issue. And I hope that we will get a positive response, and I hope that we will get an update. And I did ask last week that we would get an update in the committee from the Justice Minister on where we're at with this issue. So hopefully we will see movement, and we will be able to progress that issue and give some assurance to the victims that they will get paid whenever their applications are able to be processed. I also want to raise the issue, obviously, in terms of the budget, and we have had an uplift for the Police Ombudsman's Office in terms of historical legacy investigations. But in the wider context, the budget here is severely impacted by the fact that we have not progressed the Stormont House mechanisms. And the failure to progress those obviously means that the British government are also not providing the money that was to come with those. And that's having a massive impact on our justice budget, because the PSNI are effectively picking up that issue without any additional funding from the Stormont House mechanisms. We need to address that again. That also needs to be dealt with, and the British government need to move forward in relation to that and bringing forward the legislation, putting in place the HIU, and removing not only the financial responsibility but also the toxicity of the legacy issue from the current day policing. I just want to speak very briefly as MLA for Mid-Ulster and the issues that impact us here. And I suppose just to pick up on some of what the previous speaker talked about in relation to education and all of the other issues in terms of Department for Communities that we want to see funding and finance in. And I think there was a bit of hypocrisy there in terms of talking about councils not raising the rate and then asking for money for sports stadium and for all of the different things we want. I think we need to, again, and he also talked about, not pointing to Tory austerity. And we'll not point to Tory austerity then. We'll not ask the British government for any money. We'll just say we want money for everything, but we don't know where the money's coming from, and we won't ask the British government for any more money. And I just don't get the logic behind that kind of a conversation. I think that, again, we could unite on some of these issues, because he's right. Investing in sports stadia, investing in our education, investing in our businesses will all bring money in. It is investment for the future, and that's what we need to do. But as the saying goes, it takes money to make money. So we're not asking forever and a day to get the same money, but we are asking for investment so that we can improve our chances of increasing our income here and make a more sustainable economy going forward, and have a better budgeting system then as a result of that. And I'm sure we'll get no argument from the Minister in terms of needing multi-year budgets. And I think actually we're agreed right across the House on that issue. I haven't heard one speaker say that is not where you want to be. We couldn't do it in our own homes. So I don't know how we could run the economy of our devolved institution without having multi-year budgets either. So I know that is a place that the the Finance Minister wants to get to. There are a number of other issues around. I mean, we can talk about roads and the lack of investment, and I was disappointed that the Infrastructure Minister did not put a bid in, particularly for rural roads. I come from a large rural constituency, and there are a number of issues. But just to go back to one other point, and that's the point on the bridge, and a number of people have talked about, it would be great and we would be linked up to Scotland, and what would be bad about that. I don't have any negative comments around that, but I would say this. I tried to get a bus from Newry to Cookstown, and it took me 5 hours to do that journey. That's a 45-minute journey, and it took 5 hours. So let's sort out the public transport here before we start looking to building bridges to other countries. And that's not ruling it out. That's just saying, use a bit of common sense. Let's put in place a proper rail network here. Let's put in place a proper bus network here. I'm sure there are very many rural villages that could tell you about their experience of not being able to get a bus service to their nearest local town. And, a number of the previous speakers again talked about access to banks and access to services. Many of our rural constituents don't have access to them services because they can't get a bus. Not because they don't have a bank in their village, but because they can't even get to the nearest town where there may well be a bank. So let's look at all of these issues with a wee bit of common sense, with an agreed approach, with a united approach. A number of previous speakers have talked about having a united approach and then very quickly went on to talk about all the ways that we can divide. So let's genuinely have a united approach. Let's back our Finance Minister whenever he's going with asks of the British government, very reasonable, sensible and logical asks of the British government. Let's support him in that, instead of making all of the case for the British government as to why they shouldn't or wouldn't give the money to the people here who deserve it. And I would put those who are awaiting payment on the permanent disablement scheme at the top of that list. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call Mrs Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate this evening. This budget debate is primarily about the 2020-2021 budget, but I believe it is also vitally important at this time to talk about the 21-22 draft budget. Today, I seek to express my party's reservations about the lack of a sufficient strategy for the Northern Ireland economy and public services. I remain concerned about the lack of sufficient progress being made on the road to economic recovery. There is a serious, disjointed approach to spending, and this needs to be replaced with a new strategy and a new vision for a better economy post-COVID and post-Brexit. And we need it to be matched by long-term budgets and coherent preparation, not random handouts, chaotic planning and unashamed pushing of party political self-interests. As economy spokesperson for my party, I wish to concentrate my comments particularly around the budget issues relating to the Department for Economy. Earlier we heard concerns from the Economic Committee Chairperson about whether the allocations towards skills development is adequate. I share her concerns. The weakness of skills is perhaps the most pressing of all the challenges facing our economy. Let us consider where we are. We are underfunding vocational training at about a quarter compared to other countries. We have a much smaller university sector than the Republic of Ireland and GB. And what we have is underfunded. Meanwhile, we continue to have far too many school pupils who leave without the basic skills and qualifications needed to give them good jobs or provide the skills our society needs to support local businesses to get bigger or to attract inward investment. And I would agree with the previous member, Robin Newton, when he said far too many of our school leavers are set on a course that could lead to long-term unemployment. And indeed, the scourge of our economy is actually economic inactivity. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, my question is simply, is the scale of investment going into skills development adequate to meet the challenges? unless the Executive finds substantial additional funding for skills development, then no, it isn't. So I urge the Executive to support new bids to improve our skills base, and I urge the Department for Economy to face up to the scale of the problem that we have in our hands. And now I want to speak as MLA for Foyle. I want to specifically put on record my concerns in relation to the Minister for the Economy's recent comments about Ulster University's McGee campus and the Coleraine campuses, which we have caused an absolute uproar in Derry. It is almost as if some MLAs want to revert back to the 1960s. We thought progress had been made with the New Decade New Approach agreement, that it had crossed the line. This contained commitments that the Executive will expand university provision at McGee and that the Executive will bring forward proposals for the development and expansion of the UU campus at McGee College, including the necessary increase in Mazen student numbers to realise 10,000 student campus target. I do not see that in any plan in the draft budget or any future planning. The Economy Minister, according to her recent reply to my written question last month, has unilaterally downgraded that commitment to the consideration of any expansion proposals for either its Coleraine or McGee campus. This is not good enough. It's a solar run from the Minister attempting to renege on commitments collectively entered into by her party's leadership, along with those of other parties. No problem. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. And just to highlight the fact, of course, the Ulster Unionist Party supports building the graduate medical school in McGee College. But obviously one of our biggest problems is trying to both recruit and retain medical professionals. And I think anything we can do to further this college and speed it up would be quite useful.
Thank you for the member's intervention. I'm talking about the wider expansion to 10,000 students, but thank you for your support. I would stress that this should be obvious by now that Derry has by a long way the lowest higher education student density of any city on these islands. And we have another challenge, the decline of our traditional commercial centres. There should be one of the most major priorities for this Executive Office, which is leading on the High Streets Task Force. This task force was announced... Sorry, that's me. Beg your pardon. This task force was announced at the beginning of August last year, yet only met for the first time last week. So much for treating our high streets as a priority. Reshaping our city and town centres will need vast sums of money, as well as new ways of thinking about them. Traditional commercial centres have been left empty as a result of COVID, but this crisis has been building for years, with the growth of home shopping and also internet banking. And as we have seen from the announcement of branch closures yesterday from Bank of Ireland, if we ever needed reminded that we have a crisis in our hands in our high streets. We need to make our city and town centres attractive places to live, to work, to study, to have fun. They must have a future, and we won't do that without necessary investment. Mr. Speaker, despite the pandemic, globally the most intractable problem remains climate change, and I'm not convinced that departments have fully taken that on board, just how difficult it will be to meet net zero carbon emissions target by 2050. If the draft budget for next year is a guide, then departments are clearly not taking it sufficiently serious. Nor does it seem that they are working sufficiently in partnership, which is absolutely essential given the cross-cutting nature of the problem with regard to energy policy. And there is no reference to the Green New Deal, a commitment in the New Decade New Approach. When are we going to begin really serious work on the massive retrofitting exercises needed to bring our homes to the level of energy efficiency needed to start the journey to a low-carbon future? Nor is there recognition of the scale of expenditure required to either cut our society's carbon emissions, nor to build an economy based on the renewable energy and low emissions technologies. Compare that, please, with the Scottish Government's commitment of £2 billion investment over the next decade, with the intention of achieving net zero by 2045. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, it's way beyond time when we just try to keep doing the things that we've been doing. We have to be radical. We have to radically reshape our expenditure profile. We need to do things differently. Investing in skills, investing in more infrastructure, investing in more green technologies, investing in the future. But it would be absolutely remiss of me not to bring forward a little dose of reality into this conversation. We are all very well aware that Northern Ireland is an unsustainable economic entity. We cannot pay our way, and we haven't been able to for many decades. We rely on a £10 million per year subvention that just about keeps us afloat. The output today in Northern Ireland is far away from the Northern Ireland of the 1920s, when Northern Ireland accounted for 80% of all of Ireland's exports and where Belfast was the largest city on this island. Today, Northern Ireland exports £10 billion worth of goods and ROI exports £285 billion worth of goods. The average income in the Republic of Ireland is £38,000, against the average income here in Northern Ireland is £22,000. This leads to the average spending power of Southerners to be almost twice as that of Northerners. There is a serious differentiation between our two economies on this small island, and it always astounds me that the DUP refused to acknowledge the economic failure and inefficiencies of our economic circumstance. But at this moment of time, I find it incredible that the DUP are so blinded by ideology that they are refusing to acknowledge an economic recovery strategy that maximises the benefit from our protocol position at the crossroads of the European and UK markets, with particular opportunities in agri-food, life sciences and low-carbon transition. The failure to grasp this competitive economic advantage will no doubt go down as another missed opportunity for unionism and a failure of their collective political leadership. Finally, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, can I emphasise again that this must be the last year when the people of Northern Ireland tolerate this farcical improvisation of budgets in this Assembly. The people of Northern Ireland deserve better, and based on the many contributions that I've heard right across this House today, I would ask Minister Murphy, could he please ensure that we do not repeat the mistakes of the past, and please, can he do better?
I call Mr. Philip McGuigan.
Gerry Carroll, Prio last can collier. I'm conscious that the budget debate taking place in the most challenging of circumstances. We are in the midst of an unprecedented global health and economic crisis. In the space of the last 12 months, COVID-19 has had devastating impact on many families and communities as the virus has spread throughout our population. Unfortunately, the human cost has been devastating, with over 2,000 deaths. So my thoughts are obviously with the families of all those who have lost a loved one in the past year. Necessary action to deal with the pandemic has also meant hardship, worry and difficulties for some businesses and employees. In the midst of a global pandemic, this was never going to be a straightforward year for the North's finances. Despite the high level of support provided by the Executive, there is no doubt the pandemic has left our economy in a difficult situation. I'm conscious that today's debate is primarily on the budget and spending in this current financial year, though it does make provision for the initial months of the 2022 financial year. Due to COVID, there are very good reasons for the number and value of the in-year reallocations that have taken place this year. And given the late announcements from the British Treasury, there are again many reasons why at this late stage considerable amounts of money are left by the Executive to spend. I have noted in the past few months that the Finance Minister has repeatedly called on his Executive colleagues to come forward with bids to ensure that this money is spent prior to the end of March. I, like others, will be regularly contacted, no doubt, in this difficult year by concerned businesses and members of the public who are struggling as a result of the pandemic, and some of those have not even received any support from the various schemes. So it is vital that all is done to ensure that this money is allocated in the short time ahead, and done so in a way that helps those that need it most. The Minister for the Economy obviously is key in that responsibility. As Vice Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, I just want to support the comments made earlier in this debate by the Committee Chair on behalf of the Committee, and want to add a few points. As a member of that committee, it is impossible to talk about finance or the budget without referring to the impact of Brexit. Brexit, as pushed by the right wing of the Tory party and supported by the DUP, presents a potential threat to agriculture and rural development here in the north. And within this sector, the negative implications of Brexit will have the greatest impact on our rural and peripheral communities. As we have left the EU, there is no long-term certainty to the future of the single farm payment, which, if discontinued post-2022, will plunge nearly 25,000 farm families into poverty. The British Government have dragged the North out of the EU against the wishes of 56% of the population here in the North, who voted against those wishes. In that context, the protocol has been an important mitigation that reduces some of the negative impacts of Brexit. The ERA Committee received evidence from Department officials on the significant threat that Brexit represents to public services. The budget allocation for what was previous CAP Pillars 1 and 2 is £315.6 million. There is a shortfall of £14.4 million, of which we would have received if we had remained in the EU. The North of Ireland will therefore lose out on £34 million of funding over the next 3 years because of the Tory government has netted this off our budget. The British Government is penalising the North for having used the flexibility under previous rules. This is also made worse by the loss of the EU Fund for Disease Eradication, which contributes to the cost of our TB programme. While the ERA Committee has been advised that reduction in funding will not impact on the current Rural Development Programme, it will impact on any future agricultural policy framework for the North. In the South, they have received approximately €10.73 billion in European Union funding under the Common Agricultural Policy over the next 7 years. The North is obviously now out of that policy, while our neighbours in the South remain in it. This will leave an uneven playing field on the island and could potentially pose a threat to our northern farmers' ability to compete. The DUP supported the end of the EU CAP funding, and we are now left with only a Tory commitment within their manifesto that direct payments will continue until the end of the British Parliament. However, with the Government repealing the Fixed Term Parliament Act, this provides further instability for our farmers and rural businesses who do not know what the situation will be beyond 2022. We currently have TRIPSI, Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation Programme. This is hugely important for rural communities, and while it is welcomed that the budget of £1.8 million have been confirmed, this needs to be baselined into the future. Rural policy in the North has largely been shaped and influenced by the EU since the 1970s. EU structural funds are currently worth £100 million a year. I note the Finance Minister has stated in the past that the British Government have made no commitments with regard to a replacement to these vital structural funds. Moving on from Brexit, COVID-19 pandemic has obviously also been particularly challenging to our agriculture industry. The £25 million support scheme for farmers facing financial difficulties, including £7 million for beef farmers, was welcome but didn't go far enough to address the challenges faced by the sector. Pre-Lance Cancollier, I represent a rural constituency, and it is important that we continue to mainstream rural and equality needs by maximising making it fully understood in all government departments and decisions. A vital part of the ERA Committee's work is obviously encompasses our environment, and as Sinn Féin's Environment and Climate spokesperson, I want to put on record again that we cannot let the tragedy of COVID distract us from preventing the current and future climate-based tragedies that will occur if we don't act on this topic. While addressing coronavirus and providing relief to affected businesses and workers must be our most immediate concern, the post-crisis recovery programmes present an opportunity to more closely align public policies with climate objectives and limit the risk of locking in carbon-intensive infrastructure. Recovery packages can be designed to orient investment towards sectors and technologies that can accelerate the transition to low or no carbon alternatives, improving resilience to future shocks from climate change and creating new industries and jobs here in the North in the process. One of the many things COVID-19 has shown us is the direct effect that we can have on our planet's ecosystem. As lockdowns took place across the world, we saw dramatic improvements in air quality, water quality and biodiversity, with the pandemic even leading to a major decrease in noise pollution. So while we are all eager to return to normal once the pandemic ends, it must be a new normal. We cannot revert back to the practices of the past. And if I can read out a quote from representatives of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions during their evidence to the Finance Committee on the draft budget for the incoming year, when they said, "You have been discussing the impact of the pandemic on budgetary matters. The impact of the pandemic has been incredible. It has been very significant. Having said that, it also demonstrated and given us a glimpse of what is possible. For example, we were told that you cannot move tens of thousands of workers from the workplace to home overnight. You can." So I think the ICTU representatives outlined a valid and vital point as we move forward. Príomh Ceann Comhairle, a green recovery is not only affordable, we cannot afford not to do it. Whilst getting the economy back up and running will inevitably mean an initial decline in the environmental improvements we've seen over the past year, we must not let them roll back too far or too long. Enhancing environmental health through better air quality, water quality, sanitation and waste management, along with efforts to safeguard biodiversity, will reduce the vulnerability of communities to infections and pandemics as we move forward. Moving to a conclusion, can I state that in addition to the challenges of Brexit and the pandemic, Tory austerity has meant the block grant not keeping pace with demand and thus undermining our capacity to deliver public services and limiting the Minister of Finance's ability to provide a budget which delivers improved public services to our people. And I noted Robin Newton's comment about Sinn Féin labouring this point. I should point out that whilst others may not use the phrase Tory austerity, it is clear from listening to the chief executives of the Health Trust yesterday, their concern on budget impacts on potential damage to the health service. I also noted comments made during evidence within the Finance Committee from the Irish Congress and Trade Unions, as I've said, but also the University of Ulster Economic Policy Unit on the uncertainty of the standstill budget this year and next year and the impact that that will have on our public services moving forward. So Sinn Féin believe what is needed is the full transfer of economic and fiscal powers here to the North. We want greater emphasis on all-Ireland integration and cooperation in the delivery of public services. And whether it's this year's budget or next year's budget or any budget for that matter into the future, one thing is clear: relying on a British government, especially a right-wing Tory government, is never going to be good for citizens on this island.
Mr. Pat Catney.
My legs asleep, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I understand the difficulties that the Department of Finance have in bringing forward this budget. I understand that the funding envelope was not confirmed by the Treasury until the end of November, and I understand the difficulties that the Minister had in bringing a draft budget to the Executive. However, here we are today once again debating a piecemeal budget that doesn't address the need for longer-term strategy, thinking on the fiscal position of Northern Ireland. This approach does not allow for a full conversation about the issues that departmental budgets face. The financial outlook for departments this year will remain largely unchanged from last year. But beyond that, we have a real lack of information on what that means for departmental spending going forward. More detail must be provided as soon as possible so we know what existing spending may continue, what new projects may arise, and what funding might stop altogether. If we look for specifically at the Department of Health and the Department of Education, these are two departments that just can't withstand another year of standstill budget. Health spending is predicted to grow by 6.5% every year. In 2015, we talked about health spending growing by 5%. So the situation is actually getting worse rather than better. Without much needed reform, our ability to fund an effective health service will cease to exist. We all know of the pressures that are faced by our education system over the last number of years. The pandemic can't have made anything better. If support is not provided to our young people in their return to schools as quickly and as effectively as possible, the events of this year could end up having a long-term effect. When the Executive returned last year, they knew they had to come up with an ambitious plan to get buy-in from the public. After 3 years of disastrous inaction, a year later, and members rightly asked questions about the UK Government funding commitments in respect of the new decade new approach. Although there is more discussion and clarity needed about the progress, a lot of key and the NA commitments, with the proper prioritisation of conversations taking place, the new decade new approach document could end up being another fig leaf agreement that sits on the shelf alongside your fresh starts and your Stormont houses. Where there is no plan to tackle health waiting lists, how are you going to develop a regional balanced economy with its proposed fiscal council? It's great having ambitious plans, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, but if you never implement them, what benefit is there? Going forward, we must get serious about public service reform. Budgets will always be tight, and circumstances will always come up that we think takes precedence over the important piece of work. However, the pandemic has drastically changed the landscape. Approaches that we have taken in the past may no longer be effective, and new opportunities should be grasped to better serve the public. Though work is ongoing on the development of the economic strategy, there must be adequate budget provision for the priorities that are highlighted by such a strategy. Our economic recovery from the pandemic could be maximised if we considered the benefits of our position. Due to Northern Ireland's protocol as an access point to both the EU and UK markets, particularly in the areas of agri-food, life sciences and the low-carbon economy. The need for strategic thinking is apparently across all departments. Work on investment and anti-poverty strategies are ongoing, but we have other long-term challenges in health and social care, climate change, and the need to develop skills in our young people that are fit for purpose for the employment opportunities they will face going forward. Without adequate funding to schools and training, the next generation will be condemned, we will be condemning yet another group of young people to low-skills jobs and the brain drain. Strategic thinking needs to be long-term, and it is incredibly difficult for departments to plan strategically and improve on what they deliver when faced with a single-year budget. They also encourage the continuous of existing allocations rather than facilitating a more fundamental review. On what effective funding should look like, multi-year budgets are central to enable long-term planning and to facilitate value for money. Capital programmes and sufficient public service reform. In my own area, strategic long-term thinking, I could allow for funding for the expansion of greenways, the Lagan Canal, which would completely transform our use of active travel and how we work and live. Behavioural change caused by the pandemic will create the need to transform our commercial centres. Regional towns will become hubs of our economic activity. This can only be facilitated with sufficient investment, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, in infrastructure, and I hear everyone was saying, especially in the rural areas, about the broadband. We also need to provide allocations to support a growing housing crisis that must look at where we live and how to bring more people into town centre locations. Can create micro economies and low-carbon hubs, with everything provided within walking distance of our homes. Further strategic infrastructure projects like the A1A and the M1A1 bypass are needed to promote the post-Brexit all-island economy, while work on the recently approved Knockmore rail halt just outside the Lisburn centre unlocks access to public transport for all using or going through Lisburn. Of course, there are limited areas, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, where completely new economic hubs can be created. For me, though, I can just about stretch myself to think of one key area that is left to be developed. One key area that has the potential to enhance the economy at a regional sufficient level. One area that, due to infighting and indecision, has been a black hole for the last number of funding and missed opportunities. I refer, of course, to the Maze Long cash. I noted with interest yesterday that 1.3 million has been allocated in the spring supplementary estimates to Maze Long cash. Maybe this is the year we can come together to unlock the potential of the land there. Maybe this is the year that sensible heads prevail, and maybe, just maybe, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I won't have to raise the Maze Long cash year in, year out during another budget debate. But I live in hope. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms. Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to speak today on another budget, on another accelerated passage. Now, to do my bit in saving Mr. Catney breaking his Lent alcohol fast, I don't wish to repeat much of what has been raised by many members during this debate today, but I have to admit that at this stage I'm really glad not to be sharing your commitment, Mr. Catney. We've heard from the committee chairs today in committee responses to this budget, and we've heard that we are still in extraordinary times dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic crisis that it has brought along with it. And we also know that women and children are impacted more severely during crisis, and that is, of course, already on top of the austerity agenda over recent years. We've heard about the identified strategies yet to be implemented by this executive to date: the gender equality strategy, the race equality strategy, disability and poverty strategies, still all unmet. Those who can least afford it are suffering, and that is to our shame. We have all been lobbied by sectors setting out some very clear plans as to how we move forward to a fairer and more just society. And the Feminist Recovery Plan, as was mentioned by Mr Nesbitt already today in the Chamber, is one example. And I do recommend to anyone who has yet to read it that they should take the time to do so. We can no longer continue to distract ourselves away from how we urgently need to protect those most at risk in Northern Ireland. And we need to urgently rethink our economic and fiscal priorities. Over previous year's spending shows that public spending per head in Northern Ireland to be the highest in the UK. We have the highest spend of any region in public order and safety, economic affairs in enterprise and economic development, economic affairs and employment policies, so agriculture, fisheries, forestry, health, recreation, culture and religion and social protection. We spent more than the UK average per head in each of these categories, but not for economic affairs in science and technology, transport, Environmental protection. Actually, on environmental protection, we have the lowest spend of all 4 UK regions. And the New Decade New Approach Agreement promised us much, but perhaps more relevant for this bill, it promised us an independent fiscal council. And the agreement states an independent fiscal council will be established in Northern Ireland by July 2020. As per the Fresh Start Agreement, the membership and terms of reference of this council will be agreed with the UK Government. It would prepare an annual assessment of the Executive's revenue streams and spending proposals and how these allow the Executive to balance their budget, and prepare a further annual report on the sustainability of the Executive's public finances, including the implications of spending policy and the effectiveness of long-term efficiency measures. Now, we all know that the deadline of July 2020 has long gone. Almost 1 year on, I'm not aware of anything solid yet being done to establish an independent fiscal council, but I'd be greatly encouraged if the Minister could give us an update to the House today on this issue and maybe include a new deadline of an intended establishment date, July 2021 perhaps. But a reply that goes further in commitment than the Minister has given a few weeks ago in response to a written question, when he stated, while this work had not progressed as intended earlier this year, as the Department focused on the COVID-19 response, I hope substantial progress can be made on this in the new year. Well, Minister, it's nearly Easter. But why have an IFI? Well, the OECD argue that IFIs can help address biases towards spending in deficits, foster greater transparency and accountability, and enrich public debate. So what's not to welcome about that? It's curious to know why this 5-party power-sharing executive seemed reluctant to have such a body established. And it has been mentioned, of course, that we urgently need a green recovery. And in response to questions from Rachel Woods, MLA, during last year's COVID budget debate on funding a green recovery, the Minister replied that the process we're dealing with is a COVID allocations. Monies that we received from Treasury this year that was not in the plans last February-March when we were setting the budget, or even when we were discussing the idea of a revamped programme for government. This money has come to us and has to be allocated within this year. So we are not talking about long-term plans being attached to this. We're talking about economic recovery in the here and now, meeting the challenges of the pandemic and trying to assist businesses to get through the crisis. That does not set aside the fact that the Executive will set a budget coming into this autumn. We will consult on that and agree it in early spring, and I hope that that will be a multi-annual budget if we can get clarity from Treasury. That budget and the programme for government that accompanies it will be where the discussion on long-term green recovery planning should be had. Well, following on from that, in a written response to the RSPB's written request to the Minister to establish a Green Recovery Fund just last week, the Budget Director in the Department said Ministers should reprioritise their own departmental budgets to fund green initiatives. So that suggests to me that the Minister and his officials have really no regard to their own role in a green recovery. Now is the time for a green COVID recovery strategy, and now is the time to deliver it and put the mechanisms in place. If we could not discuss it when dealing with the money for COVID allocations, and it's not included in this budget, when are we supposed to ever get it? The Green Party has said before, but I want to repeat it again today, that we must have a sustainable, fair and just recovery to get out of this. We need a plan that we can fund, especially as we face economic recession, and not like the one the government implemented after our last social and economic disruption through the economic crash in 2008 when we bailed out the banks, but actually look to provide stimulus through components of the Green New Deal and bail out our people. It will not have quick fixes, but we do need long-term plans that do not penalise people by entering into austerity policies on the long road we have ahead. And I want to reiterate that our Green colleagues in the European Parliament have already articulated that our re-emergence from the COVID-19 crisis will be difficult. We will grieve. For some, the pain will be acute. Many will be under severe financial pressure, and in many ways the current crisis has left us feeling helpless and with little control. We do still have options, though. Instead of refurbishing a system which has shown its inherent weakness, we need to revitalise the economy through legally binding targets and targeted investments. We need a just transition and a Green New Deal. As we in the Green Party have stated many times before in this chamber, a green recovery presents us with short and long-term vision of sustainable jobs for life, with simultaneous improvements socially, environmentally and economically. It's not about getting us back to business as usual, to a world where many struggle to get by, in a world endangered by escalating pollution and waste. But it aims to reduce waste, to cut bills for participating households, sustain employment through recession and modernise our housing stock. And I just want to also remind members that the executive parties committed and agreed to this back in 2011. And again, last year, in response to Rachel Wood's MLA's call for a green and just recovery, Minister Murphy, you said that I fully agree with her when she talks about a sustainable, fair and just recovery. That is exactly what I would like to see. I recognise that I am part of a five-party executive and that those agreements have to be won around the executive table, but I assure her that it will be my endeavour over the time ahead. Well, I and the Green Party in Northern Ireland fully accept that there will always be a finite budget, but doing the same thing over and over again with it will never bring a different outcome, but we can do things differently if there is the will to do so. And the very way that we carry out economic appraisals needs to be improved. If we are to justify the very necessary cost of investing in our environment, social infrastructure and a Green New Deal, we need to think about how we appraise future investments. Benefits seen far into the future cannot continue to be valued as lesser. There are issues around economically valuing non-economic goods such as nature, biodiversity and human health. And this can always be done better to make the argument for investing in our future. We must also consider non-economic costs and what will happen without a Green New Deal. The impacts will be catastrophic, and we know this. There are aspects of the Green New Deal that, because of the inherently new challenges posed by climate change and the need for imaginative solutions, will not be captured by the Green Book model. We need to include these benefits in our economic appraisals and capture the value of them much better. And let's end the narrative from some that there is no magic money tree. And indeed, for much reform, a magic money tree may not even be needed. I've already mentioned the areas where Northern Ireland's spend per head is higher or lesser than other regions. But we can no longer financially afford to uphold our fractured, segregated and divided society. If we work to end this, then finance can be redirected to a better and more sustainable outcome. For example, in education, we know that there are close to 50,000 empty desks across the school estate, and upward of £95 million per year wasted on duplication of services. An estimation given by the Integrated Education Fund is that as much as £1 billion plus over the last decade alone has been spent bringing our young people into contact with each other in various cross-community initiatives to correct the negative consequences and prejudice resulting from their initial segregation. Add this to the cost of school transport, approximately £81 million per year, which sees children being bused past their nearest school to attend a school of different management types. That demonstrates staggering costs and the economic costs of a segregated system. Well, in Northern Ireland, the health spend is equal to other regions. We have very little accountability and transparency to this spending. So the Green Party call for both reform of and reporting on our health services, supporting the full implementation of Bengoa in health, and the Delivering Together and Power to People healthcare transformation reports, and delivering more care in the community. When we hear a GP speaking to the media and saying, it feels like the whole service is crumbling around us, it doesn't feel safe, that's really serious. And that wrong can be put right if the political will and bravery to implement what is needed to be done is done. And we know that the whole of Northern Ireland local authority areas, except for Warrenpoint, I don't know why, Warrenpoint is an exception, has been identified by the Infrastructure Minister to have insufficient network capacity for wastewater treatment works, and yet we keep building private development projects. We spend the lowest on transport. Our public transport service is not fit for purpose. When it is cheaper for an average family to own a private vehicle than it is to travel on public services, we are in a no-win scenario. Only 3 kilometres out of a promised 27 kilometres of a Belfast cycle network, for example, was delivered. But annual funding to maintain roads is £50 million less than needed each year. The required maintenance of £1.2 billion is required just to keep the network safe. And we have a lack of a road maintenance strategy. And yet an executive response is to build more roads. Costs for the A5, for example, will exceed the outlined business case costs by 38%, and delivery will be 10 years later than expected. The sandbeds of Lough Neagh are being dredged to provide concrete that's needed for development projects, and the Minister tells us that there are no environmental detrimental impacts. The Muboy dump on the banks of the River Fawn is described as a super dump. We're all aware of it, one of the biggest illegal dumps in Western Europe. It's an estimated cost of £50 million for contractors to clean up the dump site, but yet no sign of that happening either, and communities still forced to live within that. Despite the NDNA commitments, there has been no progress on an independent Environment Protection Agency for Northern Ireland to prevent and deal with environmental crime, just like the operations of illegal dumps. The lack of a clean air strategy means that there's an estimated 500+ premature deaths in Northern Ireland due to particulate matter poisons. In the period of 2017 to 25, the total cost to the HSC of air pollution in Northern Ireland is likely to be in the region of £55 to £190 million. The sector that will bear the brunt of that cost will be the secondary care givers, historically known to be a low-wage, female-dominated workforce. However, the cost in all other sectors combined is likely to exceed this spend and more likely to be in the region of £182 to £635 million. When all diseases are included, air pollution alone is expected to cause 84,000 new cases of disease in Northern Ireland between 2017 and 2035, resulting in the shift of an economic burden of inaction from DAERA to create and uphold an air pollution strategy onto the cost of the health services and human lives. In last year's budget, £2.2 million was allocated to deliver a new climate change legislation, as well as a scoping study for an independent Environment Protection Agency. Yet here we are, 1 year on, and climate change legislation from the department has not materialised, and the creation of an independent EPA seems to have fallen off the radar. There are so many examples that can be given from each and every department where joined-up, future-proof thinking, if applied, can prove to be economically beneficial and create healthier and happier communities and people. That can be applied in housing, in welfare, advice and support services, legacy, dealing with our past, victims and survivors, including those victims of institutional abuse. Many of these issues have been raised today already. The list is extensive, and many examples outlined by members today. But if there's anything that highlights the failure of delivery from this budgetary system, I want to remind you that before COVID, 1 in 4 children in Northern Ireland we're living in poverty. 1/4 of our children living in poverty. How can that be in a region with the supposed 6th highest GDP in the world? Is it maybe because the macroeconomic indicators do not paint the whole picture? And if so, let's paint a new picture. If we move to a joined-up way of working, if we end departmental and ministerial silo working, we can move to a focused, shared, joined-up system of delivery from this 5-party executive. We can make our budget work better for people. We can achieve quick results. And we can build a more resilient and sustainable economy. We can actually build back better rather than just talk about it. There has been a lack of appropriate time to respond to the draft budget and conduct equality and human rights screenings, for example. There's still no programme for government. The draft PFG that was established through the NDNA included commitments to tackle disadvantage and to drive economic growth on the basis of objective need, underpinned by key supporting strategies. But progress has been made through expert-led advisory groups and co-design working groups in developing a gender equality strategy, disability strategy, LGBTQI+ strategy and anti-poverty strategy. However, without the specific adoption of these crucial social inclusion strategies within the PFG, the work of these expert-led community groups and development of these strategies are at real risk of being blocked by individual ministers. There has been no apparent progress on the implementation of the racial equality strategy or even the creation of a childcare strategy. We have failed to even get COVID mitigation payments to businesses instructed to close their doors and suffer devastating economic impacts. We failed to get payments to people that will allow them to stay home and isolate. So it should be of no great surprise that this budget is much like every other budget in style and substance. New thinking will take brave leadership. Whether that leadership comes from civil servants or ministers may be a moot point, but preferably that too could be joined up and comes from both levels, for it is urgently needed. We are in multiple crises. With this pandemic, the economic consequences, the climate and biodiversity emergencies that most here are only beginning to engage with as a concept, yet we are nowhere close to planning a strategy to deal with it. While this budget is the responsibility of the Finance Minister to deliver, do we really need reminded that it comes from a 5-party power-sharing executive? Much of the discourse today, again, has been pretending that the executive parties are in opposition with each other, but you're not. You share power, and therefore you share responsibility. And this budget lays at the feet of the DUP, of Sinn Féin, of SDLP, the UUP and Alliance. So as your party ministers oversee the spending year ahead, I challenge each of you to step up, to be brave and begin the radical change needed towards fiscal sustainability, a green recovery built around a just transition so we can build back better. This budget has none of it in it, in spite of the talk around all those concepts. Words, it seems, are cheap. The Green Party know how far-reaching and front-loaded the change has to be, and we will stand in support of any minister brave enough to acknowledge this and move toward it. Time is running out. We are living through the beginning of a drastic change. The only question remaining is, do we survive or thrive? There is no thriving in this budget, and it is debatable if we can survive without the urgent change we need. This budget really falls so far short on both measures. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. And can we please bring Mark Durgan to the spotlight? Mark Durgan. I call him Mark Durgan.
You caught me a bit by surprise there. I thought that a wee while yet and I was tucking into my dinner just. But as my colleague Matthew O'Toole has already outlined, the entire approach to this budget has been chaotic, with little evidence of strategy, long-term or otherwise. We're all well aware of the UK Treasury's cynicism and its failures, yet the Treasury's approach is no surprise. What it needs is agile and creative thinking by the Finance Minister and other ministers, preempting it and advocating for the funding and flexibility needed to fulfil the promises people here in the North have been made time and time again. It's not good enough to lay all of the blame at the door of the UK government or at the door of the pandemic. The money that we do have has not been properly allocated or spent, and that's down to a lack of planning and a poor grip on policy design. With a bit more imagination, for example, the Finance and Communities Minister would be looking or exploring different funding models to ensure more social housing is built, rather than considering selling off the housing executive, or taking up the SDLP's call for a new mortgage support scheme to prevent homelessness and further housing stress as the full economic extent of the pandemic takes effect. The Finance Minister makes his own job a bit more difficult when he ends up, with one hand, handing money back, tens of millions of pounds of unspent funds to the Treasury, and on the other hand, or with the other hand, asking for more funding. Unfortunately, that's an example that is followed by colleagues in other departments. It still stuns me, John Blair, that the Communities Minister returned £2 million, that's £2 million of money earmarked for the COVID Discretionary Support Fund scheme. What a slap in the face to the families across the North who are stretched to their limit, who are trying to do the right thing and follow public health advice. If they do come under the prohibitively low income threshold, they're very unlikely to be part of the 2% of claimants to get £500 or more. The average payment is £147, and two Communities Ministers have insisted that this is a more generous scheme than the £500 self-isolation support available in other regions. We have discussed today the roadmap out of lockdown. No one should be in any doubt that the requirement for self-isolation will continue, as will the hardship that this pandemic has caused. So it's imperative people are not forced to choose between feeding their families and following public health advice and self-isolating. John Blair, this is just a microcosm of the bewildering approach to expenditure that marks our entire budgetary process, which leaves people here short-changed. The same myopia is clear in the draft budget for the coming financial year, and I'll limit my remarks to some of its most glaring contents or omissions. Claims for universal credit here are up 126%, and the department estimated the need for over 1,400 new staff to deal with this hugely increased workload. Unfortunately, the Communities Minister only bid for 900, but even this has been rejected as per the draft budget. I did raise this with the Finance Minister last week. The consequence of this, though, is that the already intolerable and inhumane, some might say, 5-week wait will be dragged out even further for some applicants, some of whom may have been the very people who could have benefited from one of these jobs. That's not to mention the stress on existing staff at the front line who've been fantastic throughout this whole crisis. On top of this, in the draft budget, we see a proposed £1.5 million cut to the independent advice sector. A minuscule amount saved in the overall budget, but its impact will be enormous. Not least, again, for those thousands, tens of thousands of people trying to navigate the social security system for the first time. I have serious concerns about the debt people are being driven into. It's a charter for loan sharks. And when those people go out and do their utmost to get a job, they will find, as the Communities Committee was told by departmental officials, and this is a quote, "This region will be the only region on these islands that will not be adequately resourced to support people who face unemployment in the middle of the biggest economic crisis faced in our lifetime." That's pretty stark, and that's from the officials. But that's because the Job Start scheme for young people, or False Start, as I've taken to calling it, the Work Experience programme, and the upfront childcare costs for parents returning to work have all been denied funding. These labour market interventions are absolutely critical. This will cost us much more in the long term, and I don't just mean economically. As a post-conflict society, we already have our complex and intergenerational mental health issues, but this has been compounded massively by the pandemic, particularly for our children and young people and those who have lost their jobs and businesses. They're under massive, massive pressure. Yet the full scale of this crisis doesn't seem to be grasped. We can all stand or sit and give our support for positive mental health, but what people really need are the services to manage it and to prevent it or problems with it in the first place. When assessing bids or looking at how we're going to use COVID funding for next year, mental health must be top of the list. I'm conscious of time, Mr. Speaker, so I'll just briefly highlight the potential of city deals and indeed the sub-regional stadia strategy, particularly for my own city of Derry and constituency of Foyle. These have the potential to generate economic returns far beyond the original investments and rebalance the regional disparities here in the north. As Mr. Newton spoke earlier, the consultation for the sub-regional stadia programme ended in 2016, and as I've said before, it's taken on an almost mythical status for many clubs and communities. And there must, as I've said, be a fair geographical spread. My colleague Sinead McLaughlin has once more made the case for McGee's expansion. It's not just Derry that needs it, it's Northern Ireland. She referred to how 100 years ago we led the way in terms of exports. Sadly, we still do. But what we're exporting now is our most valuable commodity. It's our young people, and so many of them are not returning to these shores after going elsewhere to study. Us Foyle representatives, I'm sure you'll be thrilled to hear, aren't going to just shut up now that we do have our city deal finally signed off. It's a great start, but that's all that it is. And even in the Department for Communities draft budget, while there's £8 million of capital earmarked for Belfast's city deal, there's only £500,000 for Derry's. A failure to think creatively and strategically and a lackadaisical implementation are a toxic mix for public finances. Mr. Speaker, budgets are the bedrock of government strategy and have the power to change lives here for the better. We need a dynamic and coherent strategy that invests in our economy and people and recognises the new challenges of a world post-Brexit and, hopefully soon, post-pandemic.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having listened ad nauseum to complaints about standstill budgets, I thought it might be a useful and informative exercise to compare the figures in the budget that we're debating tonight with the figures in the parallel budget from this time last year. And when you do that, it is indeed rather informative. Clause 1 of the bill before us sets out the sum of money to issue out of the consolidated fund in this year, and the sum is set out at $22,220,000,000. When you go to last year's budget, you discover the figure was £17.5 billion. So in the short space of 1 year, we have seen a very significant increase in the consolidated fund drawdown from £17.5 billion to £22.25, almost £5 billion. Now, of course, a substantial portion of that will be the £3.3 billion that we got of extra money in COVID that we couldn't spend all of, indicating just the extent of that commitment to Northern Ireland. But I think it is increasingly untenable for people to talk about a standstill budget when this budget has a rise from the consolidated fund of almost £5 billion in just a year. Go to clause 2 of this bill and you read the figure for the use of resources. This year, £25.124 billion. Last year, a mere 12 months ago, £21 billion. An increase of £4 billion. So I think when we hear the mantra repeated about severe detriment and loss, we need to take heed of what the actual figures speak to us. I heard in this debate people lamenting, the Sinn Féin member for North Antrim was lamenting about the situation pertaining post-Brexit to agricultural spend. And I recall many people in this House over the issue of Brexit telling us how that when we lost what they misnamed EU funding, or properly the British funding directed through the EU, that it would be the end of agriculture. Yet if we compare the DEFRA DEL spend in this year's spring supplementary estimates with last year's, we discover there's an increase in DERA of $350 million, primarily food and farming spend. So far from the doom and the gloom that we were almost promised by some, that is the reality. We go to the Department of Communities. We discover the AME spend. And the Minister of Finance doesn't often talk about the AME spend in communities. That's the benefit spend. It's taken as a given, but it says all taxpayers' money. It is up in 1 year by £660 million. And we arrive at a gross resource and capital spend of approximately £30 billion a year. A phenomenal amount of money. And a reminder of benefits of being within the United Kingdom. And of course, this year we had the very telling reminder of the benefit of being under a free national health service during the awful proceedings relating to COVID. So I think it is both sobering and necessary to just reflect on the sheer scale of budgetary amounts that this Assembly is blessed to have. And for some, That's just something you ignore. But that is the reality. Approaching £30 billion of spend in Northern Ireland, not to be sniffed at, though some would toss it aside and say, we need more. And some would even say, even though they know the sums can never add up, in fact, we need fiscal powers. I think you should be careful what you wish for. You ask for fiscal powers, you might be told, raise the $30 billion that you spend. Where would you find that out of a working population of, what, 800,000 people? You'd know all about poverty and high taxation then. There are two other things I just want to seek absolute, I want to seek on one of them absolute clarity from the Minister. And it takes me back to this issue of the Victims' Payment Scheme for innocent victims of the Troubles. I want the Minister to be clear with the House. At page 34 of the bill, Schedule 3, within the ambit of the Executive Office, it says, victims and survivors, including actions and payments associated with the preparation and implementation of a victims' payment scheme for permanent disablement. Can the Minister confirm to the House that that is an ambit put in the Executive Office's ambits of sufficiency to cover the payments of the disablement pension long promised to victims? Is that ambit sufficient for that regard when it talks about payments associated with the preparation and implementation? Or is that only for the administration? I think that's an answer I would certainly like to hear. Is that an ambit which covers the actual payments of the pension, or is it only covering the administration of the pension? I think the House is entitled to know that from the Minister on the record. Yesterday, I raised the issue of the £1 billion headroom. In his reply, the Minister didn't deal with that issue at all. So I do repeat, are we actually providing £1 billion of headroom in respect of money that we haven't got, on the basis that we give each and every department an abundance of headroom and we'll spend the money somewhere, such money as we have left over from COVID? Is that actually what is happening? And is it good practice? Is it appropriate that you build in a headroom for money you don't have? I don't think it is, but that seems to be what has been going on in this budgetary round. The final point, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to raise was we are into 2021. This budget includes going forward in Schedules 3 and 4 into the expenditure in 21-22. And yet, within this budget, there is not one line, not one ambit that touches upon the centenary of Northern Ireland. This is Northern Ireland's centenary year. And yet within all these ambits, there is not a single one which creates an explicit spending head for the centenary. That, Mr. Speaker, is a shame and a disgrace in respect of an executive which is the government of Northern Ireland, which celebrates its 100th centenary. And I think it is a telling commentary that not once is there any scope made for celebrating the centenary, be it through community grants to community organisations who might wish to do that, be it through grants to schools or youth organisations that might want to do that. Not a single ambit express and explicit for that purpose. That, I think, is a shameful commentary on this budget, and one that needs to be rectified. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please bring Cara Hunter into the spotlight?
Thank you, Mr.
Cara
Speaker.
Hunter. Can I invite Cara to make her contribution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate this evening on the budget in my role as my party's health spokesperson and both as a member of the Health Committee. Mr. Speaker, I hope next year we have less of a disjointed process and next year there's increased collaboration and partnership with departments and their organisation to deliver a budget that works and delivers for all our people here in Northern Ireland. There are a number of points around the budget as it relates to health and social care that I would like to touch on this evening. Firstly, the issue of workforce and recruitment challenges because of non-recurrent budgets. Yesterday, I wrote to the chairs of the health trusts across the north further to their statement and their response to the draft budget consultation. Mr. Speaker, I understand that this joint statement from chairs is an unprecedented move, which I think underscores the deficiency of this budget. Trust chairs have the responsibility for governance, and running the service and the scale of their concerns about this budget is deeply worrying. The budget settlement as proposed does not give trusts the flexibility to recruit staff and address severe workforce issues. This is simply just not sustainable and does not allow for any kind of future planning. There is also the potential that this will lead to millions of pounds being paid to agencies to plug workforce gaps, particularly in professions such as nursing, as we all know. Over the course of this pandemic, over the past 12 months, we have seen the pressures that our NHS staff have been under. And I think that it has brought home to all of us just how overstretched our services are right across the Sixth County and how stressed staff has been. Of course, workforce pressures are not new to the NHS, but we would be lying if we said they definitely have been exacerbated due to the COVID-19 pressures. There is also the issue of safe staffing, which I understand the draft allocation does not provide funding to cover the Executive's commitment to it, and that this will have to be a bid for monitoring rounds. I hope that when it comes to the monitoring rounds that this will not be an issue and that these bids will be successful. It seems to me that safe staff is the minimum standard of patient care which we should be trying to achieve. I welcome that some progress has been made on the development of legislation in this regard and hope that it can be progressed. I think that in an ideal world, we would be looking more at holistic levels of care, but I recognise that the current pressures and restraints that for the most part this is some way off. In addition to the restrictions which the settlement imposes on staff recruitment, how can other hugely pressing issues such as waiting lists and transformation ever be addressed within the constraints of an in-year non-recurrent funds? Mr. Speaker, we all know someone, be it a friend, a family member or a constituent, who is waiting on an operation or a diagnosis. We recognise that the pandemic has forced trusts to prioritise and save lives. That's entirely justified. But as we move towards easing the restrictions, we need and we must be in a position to deliver care to all people who need it. This budget does not give trusts the resource or the capacity to tackle our waiting lists that were amongst some of the worst on these islands before COVID-19, and that continues to be deeply concerning. I urge the Finance Minister to look again and see what additional resource can be allocated. I want to briefly mention also the topic of transformation and service redesign. While all members will share the aim of having world-class health services and centres of excellence right across the north, this needs to be done in partnership with local communities. I recognise there are a number of service reviews waiting to be commenced and that it is crucial that this is not done until there can be proper community consultation. One area of healthcare that I am sure all members will share my concerns around is funding for mental health and well-being for our constituents here in Northern Ireland. Since becoming an MLA last May, I have raised the issue in the Chamber with the Health Minister on a number of occasions. Local organisations are doing fantastic and often unrecognised work on suicide and suicide prevention in our communities, and one that comes to mind is the Community Crisis Intervention Service based in the North West. While of course any and all funding is to be welcomed, the constant uncertainty and the need for continually fighting for funding places a huge pressure on stretched services, and it also leads to uncertainty for their staff around employment as well as for service users who rely on them. I would ask the Executive again to recognise just how vital a service, indeed very often life-saving service, that is being offered by these organisations, and to provide them with much longer-term, sustainable, ring-fenced funding to allow them to continue to do this life-saving work. Investment is also badly needed to secure detox services in the North West, as we've heard recently. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, as we hopefully now slowly begin to emerge from the pandemic, I think we all now have a much greater appreciation and understanding of the great and often difficult work done by those in our health service and working on the front line. Our health workers deserve a wage that reflects the depths of their devotion. This is a lesson that has been learnt and something positive to take from what an awful year that this has been. I believe that there is now a real momentum to address what we have seen, which is the shortcomings and failings in the system, and that we should really open up the discussion about bringing a world-class system of healthcare to Northern Ireland. Our health service is clearly suffering after more than a decade of underinvestment. Last year, we all stood on our doors and clapped for our amazing healthcare workers, just a short 6 months after nurses had to strike for pay. We should never have to let that happen again. Mr. Speaker, I am therefore calling upon the Executive to match its rhetoric around supporting the health service with action and funding. Reform and investment to our precious health service is direly needed, long overdue, and now is the time to act. Thank you.
Thank you. And Gerry Carroll. I call Gerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, People Before Profit will be opposing this budget, and we're deeply concerned with it. We're concerned how it has spectacularly failed to deliver on key commitments made last year after the New Decade New Approach agreement. Its inability to achieve the expansion of the services needed in the face of this pandemic and to tackle wealth inequality across our society. For weeks, even in the draft form, budgets as consulted on by this Executive were utterly unacceptable. They pose potential reductions in core funding for frontline workers, welfare support, homeless services, mental health provision and job training for young people has been ripped out. This, Mr. Speaker, should be no way to treat people who have sacrificed and struggled through the challenges of the pandemic. That these proposals, even in draft form, were circulated is an insult to the people who will be directly impacted by them on the ground. The Executive has sought to present this broadly as a standstill budget, but considering the serious increase in need due to the pandemic, both in areas of health and economic implications, not to mention rising costs, this draft budget is in many areas one that harks back to the previous era of politics categorised by neoliberal economics and insufficient public spending. Nowhere does it offer to seriously eradicate poverty or challenge the growing threat of unemployment across society, and in that context we obviously cannot and won't be supporting it. If anything, the current Executive seems to have a head in the sand approach towards these questions. For example, in preparation for this budget, much has been made of the high rate of unemployment here, with a current figure of 26.6, a 5.9% higher rate than the British average. Yet these worrying figures have not simply fallen from the sky, nor can they be attributed solely to the damaging impact of the COVID pandemic. Unemployment has been a long-standing problem across our society because subsequent Stormont administrations have presided over years of reductions in public spending, leaving our economy at the whims of free market forces. Moreover, The parties who currently compromise the Stormont Executive spent the last decade lobbying the British Government for powers to cut corporation taxes and reduce taxes on the rich. And our party have always opposed this neoliberal vision and believe that in this decade Stormont needs to urgently fight for widespread and progressive taxation on the rich and the wealthy as a way to tackle inequality and expand investment toward human need and in the interest of working class people more generally. The legacy of previous past decisions by Stormont executives is well illustrated by the fact that we are still paying millions of pounds in interest to fund various PFI initiatives, which represent a colossal waste of public money brought about by the parties that were also responsible for RHI and other scandals. When we consider this nefarious record of public spending, Mr. Speaker, or the fact that when the budget drafts were released, the Executive revealed that they were unable to spend some £300 million in COVID support money. It is simply unacceptable for Stormont ministers to tell us their hands are tied. They cannot further fund services any better. This budget also clearly repeats the same failures of the past in terms of the Executive's inability to provide important mechanisms of scrutiny and accountability. Let's be clear about the process here, Mr. Speaker. When this budget was put out for consultation, the Finance Minister himself admitted that there was little time to, and I quote, consult with the public and finalise the budget before opening up a short window of consultation. Trade unions, anti-poverty campaigners, welfare advice organisations were alarmed at this budget, as anyone following the media will have seen. And this consultation process ended at the end of last week. Yet we now have a situation where the first and second stages of this budget are being rushed through once again after suspending standing orders to do so and forced through an unpopular budget. And are we seriously to expect that the Executive even looked at its own budget consultations in this period? I doubt it. They had, in my view, already agreed upon themselves to change standing orders to push ahead with these budget proposals in advance of the consultation period being seriously, or submissions being looked at. True to form then, Mr. Speaker, the Executive are again rushing through policy with little oversight. Already it has alarmed many anti-poverty campaigners, and the updated budget proposals from last night are presented in a way that spending figures are so general and broad sweeping that it's next to impossible to detail where exactly money will go. But measuring these documents against the draft proposals, it is alarming indeed. If we look at the DOH health spending, for example, we saw significant reductions in Schedule 2 relating to spending ending this month, and over much of the past year, we've seen a decrease of almost £600 million in resources authorised for use and a reduction of £40 million in accruing resources. But when we look at the Department for Health spending for Schedule 3 and 4, which relate to the upcoming period, it gives no real indication of spending detail or breakdown, and assumedly we are to presume it is simply a flat budget. This is most alarming, Mr. Speaker. Considering we're in a pandemic still, this budget fails to provide funding for a range of health issues that were previously deemed to be a priority from the Department and the Executive. This includes a commitment last year to action on transformation of the health service, £75 million, not included in this budget, and its absence will likely add significant pressure onto our health service. And despite the crisis facing our care homes, Mr. Speaker, and the repeated commitments from the Minister Department to address this, the money set aside to review adult care via Power to People has not been allocated. This signifies no fundamental change in the operating of our care system and represents a continuation of the crisis-laden for-profit system to remain. And despite our health service and its workers being completely overwhelmed by work this year, Mr. Speaker, through the pandemic, there seems to be absolutely no acknowledgement of the need to bolster staff and those able to work in our health service. The £6.5 million for 900 extra nursing and midwifery students over 3 years has not been included in this budget, which means that our health service will continue to be understaffed and under-resourced. The pandemic has presented untold mental health stress and pressure as other people have already said, for communities that already suffer disproportionately from depression, suicide and mental health stress. The £10.6 million for the Mental Health Action Plan has not been included in this budget, meaning that the Department will unlikely be able to deal with extra mental health stresses and pressures brought on by the pandemic. We need to increase our provision of counselling, including in our GP centres and elsewhere, and I note that 50% of GP centres in my own constituency are unable to provide in-house mental health services, a real shocking figure. This proposal takes us in the opposite direction, though, and signifies no real commitment to improving mental health services for those who desperately need them. We are also very disappointed that the money set aside to rebuild cancer, oncology, haematology and other services around palliative and end-of-life care have not been included or detailed in this draft in the budget. The NDNA promised increased provision for those in need of IVF treatment, Mr Speaker, but this budget does not account for this either, and we are concerned about the impact this could have on families who have no time to wait whilst trying for a family. Last year, Mr Speaker, you'll be obviously aware that healthcare workers took industrial action, in part to highlight the lack of safe staffing in our health service. It is with great concern that this budget hasn't allocated the necessary resources to allow for safe staffing in our healthcare settings. This puts further pressure on our healthcare workers who have given their blood, sweat and tears over the last year and places patients in unsafe conditions, potentially in the future. The other alarming area of these budget proposals are those contained within the Department for Communities proposals. We will never forget that the parties presiding over this budget are the same ones who disgracefully pushed through Tory welfare reform, and we are concerned that this budget does not meet its Section 75 obligations and will have a broad detrimental impact across society. We are in the midst of an unprecedented global health pandemic that has thrown people's lives into chaos and put many more people in an increasingly precarious situation. The number of people on universal credit has exploded. The number of people who are unemployed or who may become unemployed when furlough ends has increased dramatically. Therefore, now it is time when it should be expected that the government will do everything necessary and capable to protect people, especially the most vulnerable in our society, and that is not what this budget proposes to do. In fact, it does the opposite. The way that the welfare advice organisations, Mr Speaker, have been treated through this process has been absolutely disgraceful. We all saw the headlines. Proposals with no additional resource funding has been allocated to the Department for the Independent Advice sector to support welfare change in the draft budget 21-22, equating in real terms to a £1.5 million reduction in funding to the advice sector. Utterly shameful stuff. Proposals to slash funding for advice services, especially at the present moment, is an attack on workers' rights and those who find themselves in the position of looking for help from the government. No significant moves to address the need to increase staffing numbers to process and pay work and age benefits. Question marks over plans to recruit additional staff to process and pay work and age benefits in light of the increased demand for social security, bringing about more hardships and delays for people. The settlement seems to provide no COVID-19 allocation to address the need for labour market interventions to support people to return to employment, thereby helping with economic recovery. In the past year, 10,720 redundancies were proposed, with manufacturing, retail and wholesale sectors particularly hit badly, and unemployment among young people in the 16 to 24 age bracket running at 11.7%. The absence of employment support will compound the problems that have intensified as a result of this pandemic and its economic fallout. The lack of planning towards employment programmes for young people, the advisory discretionary fund expansion and payments of upfront childcare costs has been referred to, as well as work experience programmes, is another area of deep concern. The failure to protect and help young people, Mr Speaker, represents, in our opinion and many others, a gross failure of the government's duty, and taken as a whole, this budget represents a further attack following on from the decision to inflict Tory welfare reforms on the low-paid and most vulnerable in our communities. We can and must do better, and the Executive must break from a strategy that fails to put the interests of the vast majority of people first. Everyone in our society deserves dignity, respect and equal treatment. And this budget, as even some executive MLAs today and before today have admitted, fails to do that, and for that reason I will be opposing it. And for our party's part, we will continue to be a voice for working people and communities. And some ideas I think should be considered in the government strategy going forward, which haven't been, is to protect the vulnerable in our society by fully funding advice services and replacing failed Tory welfare reforms with a more humane system, the creation of a public jobs programme to help deal with the rise in unemployment, the environmental crisis and the housing crisis, increased funding and capacity for the NHS, including a massive recruitment campaign to deal with the ever-mounting waiting lists, urgent increase in funding for mental health services, the strengthening and extension of COVID support measures to protect workers and the vulnerable in our communities, a significant across-the-board pay rise for workers and strengthening of workers' rights, better financial support for low-paid and precarious unemployed people who need to self-isolate, full reimbursement for students and those forced to pay tuition fees, a new economic strategy to tackle wealth inequality. You may say that's a waste list, but we've been through a very, very tough and difficult year, and people demand nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we please bring Claire Sugden to the spotlight? And can I invite Claire Sugden to make her contribution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good evening, members. I do appreciate the opportunity to contribute to today's second stage of the budget bill. At this stage in the debate and at this time in the evening, I promise you I will make this very brief. Mr. Speaker, I understand the pressures of the previous year. I understand the pressures of creating a budget in the final year of the mandate with no discernible programme for government other than a political document dubbed New Decade, New Approach. And sadly, it wasn't a new approach because we still have parties competing with each other in and out of government. We still have ministers working in their siloed departments, and we still have one-year budgets, providing no opportunities for long-term planning, for stability and for good governance. Many members today have spoken of the necessity of a strategy, and I agree, Mr. Speaker, we must get back to an outcomes-based approach that focuses on public services rather than a public spend. However, alongside any approach, we need leadership, we need responsibility, and we need courage from those delivering. Otherwise, strategy is just words on paper. We must also find a better way of responding to unexpected events and circumstances. Find a way of addressing the immediate issues in parallel with solutions that will improve our long-established problems, such as waiting lists, which were as much an issue last year as they are today. Every year since 2016, there has been a crisis, and every year, crises are given as a reason not to govern. And I accept that some of these events we cannot control, but we can control how we react, and we can to an extent control our environment. It is all of our jobs to improve public services for everyone in Northern Ireland, but somehow that stopped. It stopped 4 years ago, and it stopped last March. And again, I do not underestimate the challenges of the past year. It is unprecedented. But we need to get a grip on our public services, because undoubtedly, while the pandemic has made public services difficult, public services as they are have made the pandemic even more difficult. Mr. Speaker, I only intend to speak at length to one omission of the budget, as other members have raised many other of my concerns, and I am grateful to all of them. They have raised important concerns around mental health, special educational needs, an economy stimulus regionally and more locally on the high street, rural needs, including improvements of infrastructure, access to services. But Minister, I remain disappointed and represent the concerns of both young people and employers that labour market interventions have not appeared in this bill. Given that under 25s make up the biggest proportion of those people who have been made unemployed, it is short-sighted to shelve schemes at this point which would help people, young people, into work. The Job Start scheme, for example, a variation of Westminster's Kickstart scheme. And I understand, to be fair, a better and more flexible variation, if it is launched in Northern Ireland, it doesn't feature in this bill. And Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense. The Job Start scheme is an income-based related scheme delivered by the Department for Communities, not the Department for the Economy. And this ensures income as well as provides them with valuable work experience which will eventually lead them into jobs. The Minister himself has highlighted the necessity for income support, particularly during the pandemic. Job Start, sitting within the Department for Communities, is income support with added value. So why is it not in this budget? And every day that the Northern Ireland Executive does not launch this scheme, another young person will seek opportunities elsewhere. And given that the Kickstart scheme in GB has launched several months ago, our young people who do want to live and work at home now because of the pandemic will reluctantly move away from Northern Ireland towards other aspirations and jobs. The Northern Ireland Executive's inaction is actively contributing to our brain drain, contributing to our loss of skills, impacting on our economic investment opportunities, and most concerning, telling our young people they are not valued. I have written to the Minister about Job Start, and he is responding, outlining the challenges of the previous year, the ongoing effect of the pandemic, and the impact on the number of individuals requiring support, particularly from the Department for Communities in helping people get back to work and with their income. And I really do understand. But Job Start will help people get back into work in a meaningful way, which considers young people's interests, talents and skills, and actually keep them in work. This is investment to save, investment to innovate, and investment in our young people. To labour the point, these young people are already accessing income-related benefits because there are no jobs for them in the midst of a pandemic. Why not provide income-related benefits via a workplace willing to give them experience and training and potentially a job at the end of the programme? Young people do not want to be at home. They want to work. They want to build a life for themselves. And it really does baffle me why our executive is not helping them do that at this juncture. Of course, I support the focus on maintaining good health during the pandemic. Good health, however, includes good mental health. And at what point do we realise that the reaction to COVID-19 is creating another pandemic, an illness which has long infected Northern Ireland because of trauma suffered? And every year, government inaction creates a new variant. And sadly, for too many people, including young people, this variant is deadly. And I appreciate there is a bottom line. I appreciate that departments need to ease internal pressures to ensure day-to-day operations. However, we are in the business of public services, serving the people of Northern Ireland, and we need to serve them, we need to serve them well, and we need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Agus Ermer Patty McGlone. I call Patty McGlone.
Gurmil Magad Concordia, I guess Tommy Gulfey Master Garage. I'm going to be relatively brief, Mr. Speaker. I know we've taken quite a considerable amount of time here today, so I appreciate forbearance from other members too. The SDLP has a number of concerns about the budget allocation for the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, many of which I've raised previously in the Assembly. In particular, we're concerned about the failure of the budget to address the impact of Brexit on the available funding for agriculture and rural, particularly for rural development. It has been known for some time that funding previously available both to the Department and through the Department to farmers would be affected by Brexit. Some £15.3 million over the next 3 years has been lost from the funding to support the bovine TB programme. £34 million has been lost, it's projected, from the previously available funding for rural development over the next 3 years. That amounts to a shortfall of some £19.5 million for next year alone. Excuse me. All as a consequence and an outworking of Brexit. That funding has not been replaced in this budget. Any additional funding that has been secured from the UK Treasury will instead be used against the cost of the sanitary and phytosanitary process, which have not been considered as part of this budget, as well as a wider policy work that includes Brexit, staffing costs and environment programmes. Again, the shortfall is predicted for those areas too of some £3.3 million. We also share the Department's concern about the overall resource shortfall in this budget of £33.9 million. The implications of the New Decade, New Approach commitment for the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency hasn't been considered in this budget either. That presumably means the commitment will be delayed even further. As the first post-Brexit budget, there is little sign of the benefits for the agricultural sector as promised by some of the hardline Brexit advocates. The reliance on direct UK Treasury funding to cover the gaps created by that process demonstrates the foolishness of that position. We already knew that relying on the British Government to match EU funding wasn't really going to work. The direct funding is short, that direct funding is short, was always going to be short and will continue to be short of what is in fact required. The gaps will continue to grow in negotiations with the British Government on future agricultural funding. Perhaps the Agriculture Minister's party can finally admit that promises from that source should have been taken with a big pinch of salt. That said, the budget presented to the Assembly does fail to meet the needs of the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and the responsibility with that does lie with the Finance Minister and the wider Executive. There is probably no other department that faces as much change and uncertainty as a consequence of Brexit than DAERA. This budget does little to alleviate the prospects of the months and years ahead and provide some hope in terms of the funding shortages for the department. It will be for this and future assemblies to seek to minimise the impact of those cuts in funding on farming, the environment, support and indeed rural development, which many of us know from those rural communities underpins through particular rural development programmes, underpins the initiation and indeed the support for many of our micro-businesses. And those of us from those rural communities will understand that often those lead from and grow from subsidiaries of a farming business, a family farming business. Many of the businesses that I know that are extremely successful in my own area have indeed grown from people who were working in farming, who saw an opportunity and who broadened out, and now they're employing many of their neighbours. And that rural support that was provided through DAERA, that pillar of funding, was very, very pivotal in helping many of those smaller businesses grow and provide employment in their own parishes, which indeed beforehand that position wasn't available to them, frankly. Finally, in conclusion, just one item for the Minister, and that is, I've already raised it here today, that's the COVID-19 support for our Lough Neagh fishermen. It's an issue that has been elongated, torn out and dragged out through the department for a long number of months. There is no justification for it. People were promised that this support would come last summer. They anticipated that it would definitely be there in the autumn. Some thought, well, at least they'll try and give us something for Christmas. No, it has never arrived. And many of these fishing families are people who are on relatively low incomes anyway, and they need this support to be got out to them. I know we've been critical of other departments and their slowness of getting support out, but this they don't match this department. It's moving, not even at a snail's pace. A snail's pace would be fast compared to what they've done. It really is abysmal and awful that people can't get their due monies, the monies that's due to them, that was promised to them, and they can't get it out. Now, I know if the Minister could just clarify, I've made inquiries about this, that his department has in fact authorised DAERA to make these payments and has sanctioned that those payments go out. That will be very, very helpful in pursuing where in fact the delay is on this. We're duty bound to those families to deliver to them and to help support them through these difficult times that they've been trying to work their way through. So, on that particular note, John Blair, Moihas Lat, Asoctanama, Agus Moihas Leshanira, Asantakia, Tasulagum, Denahishkari, or Lough Neagh. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, for your time, and I hope to the Minister for his support for the fishermen on Lough Neagh.
I call on the Minister to conclude mind on this debate.
Well, it's been a long day, a long debate, but nonetheless, it's to be expected when there are a lot of issues to be talked about. I was prompted to go back because, particularly in the latter stages of the debate, a lot of people talked about what this budget is going to do for next year. This budget for next year hasn't been debated yet. This is a vote and account, and it's not constitute the setting of a budget for the
21-22 year. It's merely to allow departments to continue to operate to provide services in the early months of that year, and pending the consideration of the Executive's final budget through the main estimates and the Budget No. 2 Bill in June. Understandably, because the draft budget bill is out there, people have referred to it, but it's just to, so that people are certain when we're voting on these things that it's not next year's budget we're voting on. And I would surprise perhaps that some of the people who are making a fairly basic common mistake. The other issue, I suppose, which is the common thread that has run through all of this, is a lot of which I couldn't disagree with. We need more money for this and we need more money for that, and I could say that very few of the issues that were raised, I don't disagree that we would need more money for them, and the Executive should spend money. All the issues that have arisen from the pandemic, all the issues in support of our vulnerable and our healthcare workers, support of education, investment and all of that, investment in skills, training, and Green New Deal. Going around the room, I can get all of the various issues that were raised. But here's the thing. The Executive, at short notice, having been promised for the entirety of last year that we were going to get a multi-annual budget, a sense of hope that it would be a decent budget, because the budget that we got this time last year was an improvement. Every single department got an uplift. That was the first time that had happened in many years. Every department got an increase in their budget. And we were told all through, right up to the point at the end of November, you will be having a multi-annual budget, and we had sincerely hoped that it would be an improved position, which would allow us to plan over the time ahead. And we didn't. We got an annual budget. It was a flat cash budget, and Jim Allister tried to add some fantastical figures to it. I have to say the British government should have employed him, because he actually did a better job than they did in trying to spoof what was in the budget and inflate what had been made available to us. He's outdone them in that regard. But nonetheless, even I read today a report from the University of Ulster economic think tank accepting that it is a standstill budget in terms of the cash available. And I think someone made the point, I'm not sure, it may well have been Gerry Carroll, that a standstill budget is in effect a cuts. That is in effect what we have been given. So that came on the 25th of November, a 2-week hiatus saying to the Secretary of State is obliged to confirm that before we can actually even start to consider allocations in relation to all of that. And that presented the Executive with 2 options. One was to basically roll over every department's spend, so they had the same spend as they got last year, because it was a standstill budget, or to go for a reprioritisation exercise, which, given the timescales involved, was not doable really in any significant sense. And so the Executive, the entire Executive, all of the parties, all 5 parties of the Executive, agreed that we would go again for a standstill budget, and that has now presented a huge range of problems for all departments. So the alternative to that, if people are going to propose that we need more money for this and we need more money for that, is to go into a reprioritisation exercise. And that means that some departments will get additional money, and generally speaking it's health, and there are a lot of people argued for health spend, probably education. But then when you go down the list into infrastructure and into agriculture and into the Department of Finance and into communities and into justice and all of the other issues that people raised here, then you get into cuts, further cuts. So you have less money to spend on the things that people were saying were priorities. So I think there's a responsibility on people who stand up and give us, I've listened to quite a lot of lectures today about what we were doing wrong and what we should be doing right and where we should be spending more money. But nobody in the contribution of all of that said where we were going to get it from. Nobody argued that there should be more money spent on justice and in policing, which is a very valid argument. And if we're going to lose policing personnel, that is a huge difficulty for society. But nobody said take the money off health, or take the money out of the Department of Agriculture, or take the money out of the Department of Communities. We need more police. So there's nobody presented in the entire course of about 6 or 7 hours of debate an alternative to what the Executive was faced with. Substantial criticisms, and we're Executive Ministers, and I'm the Minister for Finance, and I'm happy to take all the criticisms that come our way. And when people talked about a lack of strategy and disjointed nature, of course there are difficulties and there are things the Executive should do better. But these are the realities in terms of the finances available to us, and everybody here knows that. But when people make their statements, and they probably write them up and send them to the local press saying there should be money spent in this and I support that and I want to see that invested in, they don't say how it's going to happen. They don't say where it should be taken from. So in a finite budget situation, we have 2 choices. We either spend out what we have, we give the departments what they need to get, or we decide then to reprioritise and take money off departments to put to what people argue is priority spending. I'll give way if you wish.
Minister, I was making points during my speaking time about where money could be reallocated and saved in order to respend on priority needs. So continuing with the system that we've got at the minute in terms of the duplication of services and silo working is not effective, is not fiscally responsible, and I was using those examples to try and encourage the executive ministers to work better together to prioritise and reallocate our money in more effective ways. So I think I was given those. Apologies if it didn't come across very well.
And of course the executive should and could work better on everything. There's nobody in this assembly, this committees I'm sure would all accept they could and should work better as well, and all of us can always do better. But I did hear you argued that the education system needed to be changed. The education system will not be changed in time to improve next year's budget. It will probably require significant investment actually to change the education system. This issue of 50,000 extra school desks in schools will not be changed overnight. So, and others talked about the cost of division, and those are all fine, and they are all admirable long-term objectives, but they are not going to change the budgetary position for 2021-22. And that's the point I'm making. So I'm not denying that people have suggestions and arguments to make in relation to that, but they aren't significantly going to impact on what we have to spend next year, because next year what we have to spend is the same as what we had last year. And because of additional costs and salary costs, that means in effect we have a cut for next year. So I'm just laying it out as a finance minister for people to see it. And if you want to argue that we should be spending money here and we should be spending money there, then I think you're duty bound to tell us where we should be getting it from. And in a fashion that actually can yield something. There also was, I have to say, I don't want to single them out as a party, but there's a strange trend among the SDLP members to say, and by the way, don't be blaming the British government for this. You know, we're to blame. That's a very strange, I suppose, mindset, because the reality is we don't decide what our funding envelope is. We don't have any control over that decision. We don't decide the budget cycle that we have. The British government decided that, and we didn't decide the timing of all of that, because we were supposed to know this last summer, and the government decided for its own interests and for its own priorities to run that right up to nearly Christmas. So in those circumstances I'm not sure how we should say, you know, oh, don't stand up and blame the Brits, which was the lecture from about 6 or 7, I counted them between both days, members of the SDLB, which I thought was a strange position. It's kind of a warped colonial mindset where we can't actually challenge the source of the problems. We have to blame ourselves for these ills. But the reality is that we don't have control over those factors. And if we did have control over them, we might have a different outcome. Actually, the chair of the TEO committee said to me, you know, we need to make the North work, and perhaps you won't allocate this unspent money because you secretly don't wish to make this state work. Well, I do have a higher ambition than the working of this state, and make no secret of all of that. I would like to think that he has as well. But I thought it was very, very strange. It's probably a work for a psychiatrist in analysing that type of approach, that we think we would punish ourselves in order to prove a point. Again, I assure him that I and my own colleagues and the executive will try to make absolutely the best use of the resources to get the most resources. That's what we've been doing. That's why I've spent my time since I came into this job fighting battles with the Treasury to get flexibility to honour the NDNA commitments, which were abandoned within 48 hours of them being signed up to push for confidence and supply money, which they promised to the party opposite, which we did manage to get, to push for all of those sources, to fight for lost European funding, to challenge their decision to hold on to the replacement European funding and use it for their levelling up agenda in Britain, which will not benefit us at all. I've been fighting those battles every single day of the week since I came into office. And I find it bizarre that Mr McGrath would say you might not want to spend this money on people's services because you might want to prove that the North doesn't work. I don't have to do that to prove that the North doesn't work. It has never worked since its inception. It doesn't require me to do anything to do that. I have an ambition for a much better outcome for all of the people who live on this island. There were a number of points as well that were made. There was an argument made around by several members around the victims' payments. And can I say that I find it absolutely unacceptable that we are in an argument over victims' payments. We tried to head this off last September by getting a sensible discussion with the Secretary of State. And I listened very carefully to what Mike Nesbitt. I absolutely respect his view, and I don't doubt his sincerity. He's a person who had that role, and he's listened to many testimonies, and quite clearly is impacted by them. And I absolutely respect his point in relation to that. But like other speakers who have raised this, including Mr Allister, who is now absent again, who have raised this, none of them have ever said we should pay for it, or none of them have ever said the British government should pay for it. What they've said is somebody should do something about that. Somebody should sort that out. It needs sorted out. You know, victims are hanging around. I absolutely accept that. We have been trying since last September to sort this issue out. We did not want to be in a situation where victims will have to hold on and wait. We did not create the scheme that is now in front of us with the massive additional costs. We created a scheme, and I'm sure, Corla, you were part of it, and probably saw other older members here when we were in Stormont House, in which we looked at the physical injuries to victims who were from here. And we had those discussions. As a matter of fact, even with that scheme, we had a discussion about who was responsible for paying for that limited scheme, because quite a lot of that happened under direct rule watch. It didn't happen under the watch of the executive, or even from 1998 onwards, and there was a discussion around that. The British government took that and added substantially to it. They added things like people who were psychologically injured, arguably that there is an argument for that, but they added in service personnel from the British military, who were paid by the British government to come over here, who were the responsibility of the Ministry of Defence, whose injuries and psychological trauma that they might have suffered are the responsibility of the Ministry of Defence. But the British government's position is that we, out of the limited resources we have for all of the services which everybody has identified are stretched and underfunded and need improvement, and we can't invest to actually get out of this vicious circle of a lack of investment in service. We can't break through that because we haven't the money to invest our way out to improve services. We should pay for all of that. Those costs that we did not agree to, we didn't sign up to, we should pay for that out of our money that provides for our services. And I don't say that to make that argument that it's services against victims, because I find that abhorrent as well, to have to make that argument that we have to judge victims' payments against the services we could provide. So when Mike Nesbitt talks very movingly about victims, and we could provide all that money, but then next year somebody will be talking about people who've died on waiting lists, people who've been denied treatment because we don't have the money for those services. So there is a conversation. We've been desperately trying to have that conversation with the British government, and all we've got is kind of bluster and falsehoods from a Secretary of State who even had, when he accepted in our meeting, the actuary department's figures for all this, went out the next day and said it's only a few £1 million. It's only a few £1 million. They could pay for it out of their underspend. I mean, that's not sincere in trying to deal with the victims' payments issue. That's playing politics with it. And we have never sought to do that. And the Executive wanted, and the Executive are committed absolutely to paying for victims' pensions, but there are other people who have played politics with it and added to a scheme, and by their own rules are responsible for that scheme, and yet are refusing to engage with us in a serious way to try and address this issue. So I absolutely accept when people say get it sorted. That's what I'm trying to do. But they need to come off the fence and say, I believe that this Executive should pay for it out of our resources, or I don't believe this Executive should pay it. Now, some people have said that. I think some people have argued the Executive's position, which is that we shouldn't pay for it because we can't pay for it. And if we do have to pay for it, it will be at such a catastrophic cost to the public services we're trying desperately to provide. So there were a range of issues raised, Corla, and I don't wish to stay here all night to address some of them. There was an argument, and we're back to this, the percentage argument around the bids, which Mr Frew introduced yesterday. And of course I made the point to him that I wouldn't measure against the percentage of the bids, I'd measure against the percentage of the money you got, which to me is more important, because quite a lot of departments repeated bids continuously throughout the course of the year, and he accepted that himself. But it's interesting, DFI was used as an example for the bids, and I checked the figures. In total, the Department for Infrastructure, out of the COVID money that was bid for over the course of the year, got £196.6 million. And that was 95% of its COVID bids, not including the repeat bids. Take the repeat bids out of it, that was 95% of its COVID bids. So I think it's important that people see the full picture, and I have no desire to get into this issue over, as I say, road service and roads maintenance, and no bids in October and no bids in January for all of that. But if people wish to try and create the argument, as members of the Minister's party have been doing for this last while, and certainly over the last 2 days, to say that somehow there was a denial of funds, there was a huge tranche of funds went into the Department of Infrastructure. It is up for the Minister to decide how to spend a very significant budget that she got last year. And when we were being asked to prioritise bids that were coming in from that, there was 104 million from TransLink, because it was a priority for the Department of Infrastructure, £20 million for passengers lost income, 36 million for DVA, 25 million for bus and coach industry, and 31.6 million for Northern Ireland Water. And Mr Frew raised the issue of the lack of investment in infrastructure for Northern Ireland Water, which I accept. And there has been money in the draft budget that we have allocated, but we also look to the RRI borrowing to increase that, because we recognise that the failure over many years to invest in our water and sewage infrastructure has a knock-on effect in terms of the ability to develop and to invest properly in growth as well, aside which the environmental issues that it creates too. Chris Little had argued then about the chair of the finance, or the chair of the Education Committee, sorry, had argued in relation to, or raised issues in relation to the Department of Education budget to ensure adequate resourcing for childcare. And I know he's not here, he may be listening in, but the Department of Education received 195 million from executive funds to address pressures related to COVID-19. And that's included 26.8 million for payments to families in lieu of free school meals, 18.7 million for holiday hunger payments, 30.6 million for funding holiday hunger payments into the next financial year, and the childcare sector 30.5 million, and the education restart funding 87.4 million over the course of that. So there has been substantial money invested in there. I say Jim Allister raised a range of issues in relation to, he's no longer with us, I'm not sure if he's listening from another place, I shudder to think, but he raised the issues in relation to that. And I mean, we did tell him yesterday when he raised this issue that those things can be, they're itemised in the, it's an accounting issue that they itemise the functions of a department, so the issues in terms of victims are itemised in both Justice and in TEO. That doesn't mean that the funding is there for it. It doesn't ascribe the funding for it, and the issue of the funding is obviously still to be worked out. As I say, he is listed in terms of the costs way above and beyond what even the Secretary of State tried to tell us was available to us, but he has obviously included not only the COVID money, the NDNA money, and a range of other monies that were in the budgets this year that weren't in previous years. As I say, I think I've dealt with a lot of the issues. I suppose what I could say in relation to people who have misplaced their arguments, and we'll probably have the same debate in June when we come to the actual budget again, but what was set out was a draft budget, and it was based on that decision that the Executive took, which was a collective decision of the whole Executive, that we hadn't the time to reprioritise, so therefore we basically just rolled over the money that we got because it was a standstill budget. There was nothing extra for any department in relation to it. Now, we have obviously got some flexibilities now since we made that decision, and we've looked for additional funding where we can. We've looked to see what the spend is, because in doing that, departments identified £1.7 billion worth of pressures that are unmet. So that's a huge, huge challenge. So we are looking at issues like the safe staffing for health workers, issues that have been raised, independent advice sector, which the Communities Minister said she will be able to cover, recruitment of benefit staff, labour interventions, and Claire Sugden spoke on that, as did Gerry Carroll, in relation to all of that. And we are looking to try and address those issues between now and the final budget stage. I hope to be able to do something in relation to that, because we recognise there are a huge range of issues that are very pressing, but there are some that are absolutely vital to try and particularly assist young people, to support those who have become unemployed as a consequence of the pandemic, and to make sure that there is support and advice for people like that, as well as the safe staffing issue for health workers. So, and teachers' pay was another issue which we have given commitments to both the Education Minister and in relation to safe staff and to the Health Minister as well for next year. And the last but by no means least issue was raised was the Lough Neagh fishermen. And can I say, I'm not certain as to why or how that hasn't been paid, but I will check on that and I will come back to you. I have to say that if it was bid for and hasn't been paid, that's one thing. If it hasn't been bid for, there's a very, very, very limited time left to put something together for that. And my understanding from DERA is that they have, we've got this response from a number of departments that they have basically bid for all they're going to and they're not bidding for any more. And that's why we're kind of kicking the contingency plans. I know it's been a matter of severe concern, and someone else today lambasted me from this corner somewhere that if I didn't spend all the money I'd go down as a failure. I got that yesterday as well. I think there's a common thread through the scripts of some of the SDLP members. Must have been a similar ghostwriter behind it all. But I can assure them that I do intend to spend that out, but if the bid hasn't been in at this stage, then that is a problem. If it has been in, yeah, if it is in and it hasn't just been paid, then it's something that I will happily take up with the DERA Minister.
Just on that point, because I and others have been lobbying the Agriculture Minister on this point about the aid fishermen. The money is available. It comes from EU maritime funding. The money's there, the scheme is there, it just hasn't been paid.
Okay, well, and I accept that point. It's not something I was familiar with, but I certainly accept that, and I will be happy to raise that to see what the issue is with payments. So, Concordia, I'm sure yourself and other members will be glad to know that we're coming to an end. But I've tried to respond to as many of the issues as possible. I've tried to remind people that we're here to debate the vote on account. But I'm not surprised, and I don't deny people's opportunity to raise the draft budgets out there, and undoubtedly people will raise that, and I no doubt we'll come back to debate all that again. But I think when people are addressing these issues, and when they do come back to address the draft budget itself, the final budget, when we do put that document, if they have arguments for change, I would appreciate if they tell us how we would do that. Because it's a very simple requirement. When you have the same amount of money, if somebody's going to change, then we're going to have to take money off somebody to give money to somebody else. So I'd be obliged if people would follow through on the logic of their arguments with an argument as to where that money will come from. So, Concordia. Yes.
I'm really grateful to the Minister for giving way. I don't want to delay him or anyone else, because we've all been here a long time, particularly him. Would he hope to be able to give more of an update on the Fiscal Council? He's talked about multi-year budgets and what he just said about having more structure and people making positive suggestions. Would he hope to be able to be in a position where the final budget, when it's brought before the Assembly, we're talking in detail about those two institutions?
Yes, and I apologise, both himself and I think Claire Bailey raised the issue of the Fiscal Council, and she obviously isn't aware, but most people will. I put a paper to the Executive on the Fiscal Council 2 weeks ago for approval. I'm still waiting on, and a Fiscal Commission as well. 2 weeks ago, I think this probably today. So I'm waiting on that to be dealt with by the Executive. So that proposal has been delivered on, as far as I'm concerned, from my own department, and I want to see it delivered on by the Executive as a whole. Yes, and absolutely, I think both issues feed off each other, because the Fiscal Council has, people will know that the work is identified for it, but a Fiscal Commission will look at issues like spending power and what we could do, and I think then that the report that they do will be for an incoming Executive, because our intention is that we take most, if not all, of the rest of this year, but that would be something for an incoming Assembly and Executive to debate and discuss as to what powers they might seek to. But we have never had that exercise, that we've had a look at what powers might be available to and what we might hope to do with them. And perhaps that would take some of the uncertainty that we currently live with away, where we don't decide our funding envelope, we don't decide the timescale for our budget, we don't decide when we know about all of this. This all just lands on top of us, and we have to plan as best we can in through that. So, as I say, it's imperative legislation debated today continues its passage through this Assembly, so public services and our response to the pandemic can be delivered without delay or interruption. So, in conclusion, Concord, I ask members to support the bill, thereby authorising spending on public services by departments in 2020-21 and into the early months of 21-22 in the vote on account. I beg to move.
Thank you. And members, before we proceed to the question, I would advise that, as this is a budget bill, it is established practice that the motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the second stage of the budget bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. As there are ayes from all sides of the House, and there were dissenting voices, but not in the last stage of the vote, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. And that concludes the second stage of the budget bill. Amendments to the bill may be submitted to the Bill Office up to 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, 3rd of March. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you. Hereby.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly, Committee Room 29. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.